Peace and salute. Peace and salute. Peace and salute. Knowledge uprising. Y'all see the title. Welcome one, welcome all. Yeah, this is in order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. This is my prophecy on the frequency unknown. This is mine. This is Didact's prophecy. So, with that being said, this is my P.I.M.P. Before I get off into my little spiel and dissertation, let's listen to some music.
Yo, this is Mood Control. Saying you might as well pay attention. You can't afford free speech. Mood Control is designed to render funkable ideas brought to you by the makers of Mr. Prolong, better known as Urge Overkill. The pimping of the pleasure principle.
Oh, but we'll be pecking lightly, like a woodpecker with a headache. Because it's cheaper to pump than it is to pay attention. You dig? Hucklebuck! Lo and behold, someone's talking with mood control. Every kind of beer. Deprogram, everything to ever cure your ear. Peck me lightly, like a woodpecker with a headache. When you're taking every kind of beer. The non-profit organization. Everything to ever cure your ear. Where'd you get your phone from? Name that feeling. Would you trade your funk for what's behind the third door? The big deal. Heads I win, tail you lose. How do you spell relief? Hucklebuck sucker. In every kind of beer. Nigga, the headache in the head. When you're taking every kind of beer. You deserve a break today. Nothing seems to ever cure your ear. Have it your way.
When you get that funk, bro.
Ooh, who is that? Ow, ow, ow. The starvation of inspiration is the motivation. Fasten your safety belt while I take you face to face with the nosiest computer I know. When you get that jump up, when I count to 10, I want you to jump up. Stay there. Yeah. Oh. But don't come down, flash the light. You deserve a break today. Have it your way. Funk is not domestically produced. Whoa. There's nothing that the proper attitude won't render funkable. Where do you get your funk from? Funkism. Hey! When you're taking every kind of beer. Mood control. Nothing seems to ever cure your ear. When you're taking every kind of beer. Deprogram
And reprogram.
It's I win, tell you lose. Uncle S. Would you trade your phone spell relief for this? You deserve a break like today. Have it. On the day, keep the nose away. Ain't it cute? I ain't gonna hold the lettuce, the pickle, or the mustard. Yo, jump up in the ass, think I got you to come down. Circle break the day, suck up, flash the light, and drop the J, count again. Oh, this is mood decontrol. And pay attention, for free speech is high finance. These are just possible funkability. Oh. Let the funk begin. Do anybody have change for funk? Oh yes, this is heavyweight funk. Put up your dues. You wanna funk around with me?
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's that real P-Funk. It's that real funk. And we're going to get off into that and what it all means and what does it mean to this preparation and properly preparing yourself to prevent it. So we're going to get off into it. First, let's define what P means in P-Funk. This is Didact's definition of P-Funk. A lot of people got a lot of definition for P-Funk, but the most uh, evident or elementary is for Parliament Funkadelic, but it's much more than that. If you heard them telling you where you get your funk from and deprogramming, you would hear so Sir Knows a Lot. You would hear these coin phrase words. These are code words to say the least, and only those with a high frequency of the unknown can only pick this up. All right, this is what Prodigy means. Every time I begin my pimp classes, I'm gonna throw like a gem or two out, and then I'm gonna get off into my shit. But P stands for Prodigy. Prodigy is the pattern of rhythm of sound used in poetry. Rhythmic abstract poetry is rap. Unfortunately, the rap today does not match hip hop. It just don't. It don't match hip hop. It's garbage. It's R&B mixed with sloppy rap. But with that being said, Prodigy, funk is frequency unknown. Frequency unknown. See, because this is what happens with the phony people. Those who don't have soul. These are the people who got to spy, who have to spy on the ritual. They have the right to spy on the right of those who have soul and funk. Because what they do, they replace the actual P, right, with the F. And they came up with what they call punk. Because they are not able to receive the actual essence of the soul, they have to replace a formula in which it will speak to them. So you have punk rock and then you got funk rock, but you have the soul funk, which is called P-Funk, because KC and the Sunshine Band, there was a funk band. They wasn't a punk band. They were a funk band. And what it had, what's happened is that all these funk bands, the white ones, were sounding too much like black people. So they had to try to veer off into their own. See, they was funk, but they was not P-Funk. So when they start veering off into their own, they created what you call punk. 1 second. So now you have a idea on what P-Funk is, because if you look at my what's up, Weezy and 365, if you look at my title on the subtitle, I got my Prodigy Frequency Unknown. I kind of like let a cat out the bag in terms of that, because I wanted to like covet that and keep that my own and have, you know, people in mystery, to say the least. But this is what it means to me, didact, but I know this is what it means in total application of the word, the total application of the music. That's why I started off with, where did you get that funk from? Where you get that funk from? That's the reason why I started off with that. But let's get down to these 5 P's. Let's get down to these 5 P's. Because 5 P is supposed to be properly prepared will prevent poor performance. It goes in that order in terms of the application on the street. But you can see it failed miserably because of that. I mean, I think it failed miserably because you have the wrong people inserting it. So, it being said, I'm going to show you how this lead off into where we act in this dynamic, right? Because it's a lot of things that's happening in America, and a lot of things that are pointing back at the people who are unprepared. They are very unprepared. They cannot prevent this. So that's the reason why I labeled this class. In order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. This is how it's supposed to go in essence when you are breaking it down to the youth. You don't say it like how they say properly prepare prevents poor performance, or prepare properly prevent poor performance. That's not how you get this information across. So here I am the triple master teacher of this time. I have 1,080 degrees in knowledge. And with that, I'm going to break this down for you. Of course, P.I.M.P stands for philosophical, intellectual, mathematical psyche. I'm going to be redundant with that. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be redundant with that one. So people will understand that you can apply this anywhere. And as a matter of fact, like I told you from before, it resurfaced. A lot of people don't know Milwaukee has a big influence on the culture in Atlanta. That word P here in Milwaukee was being used way back in the 80s. Now, I don't know about any other city. I'm pretty sure they have used the word P, but obviously it's resurfacing. And with that being said, when we use the word P, you understand, pure perfection, it meant a lot of shit. You understand? But in this instance right here, in these P's, it stands for prevent poor performance, properly prepared. And in that order, in order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. So here we are at an event of Buffalo, New York. We pissed poor morally, and we had a poor performance because we did not properly prepare. So we couldn't even prevent it, to say the least, even if we faced it after the fact. Even after the fact, one can still be properly prepared so he wouldn't have a poor performance. Even though you couldn't prevent it, your performance should be above what they say, It should be above normal. It should be exceptional performance when facing tragedies like Buffalo, New York. But because we was not properly prepared, our performance was poor. And because of our poor performance, we are unable to prevent anything. And when I hear panels talk about this, it hurts my heart because I see where the problem is at. And like I said, man, the COINTELPRO, that program have not went anywhere. As a matter of fact, it revised itself and redirected its energy. I'm just telling y'all. Now, like I said, here I'm putting truth to power. I don't control Google. I don't control StreamYard. But for the little subscription that I paid for, I would like to think that I got, some type of control over it. But with that being said, I totally don't control it, right? Considering in social media, it's exactly what it is, social media. So what I'm doing is I'm putting truth to power. The thing that happened in Buffalo could not be prevented because people are not properly prepared. So when it comes down to performing, you are piss poor morally. And I see it all over the internet. So when I don't know how y'all tied each other in with each other, but y'all tied in now. So the Aboriginal and the Flat Earth community, y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves because this is the reason why this shit can happen the way it is. Because we are pissed poor morally. That's number one. Because we don't have the real conscience, and that's the CONSCIENCE. We don't have that real conscience going. That's number one. That's the reason why we piss poor morally. Secondly, we will not properly prepare because when one is trying to use science and technology to prepare, the other one is fighting tooth and nail and saying, that ain't real. NASA ain't going nowhere. Why is you thinking of outer space and no one ain't even talking about that? We're trying to tell you how to use a gun. And then we got people who are poorly performing. You telling me that you a soldier and you a vet, but yet you don't got no tutorials on how to field strip a motherfucking M16, how to break it totally down. Telling me where the firing pin is at, where the trigger housing is at, where the spring and all this shit is at. Yet you keep talking about you a soldier. Nigga, you are piss poor morally. And I'm talking about the flat earth and the goddamn Aboriginal community. I was on somebody's panel. I ain't going to say no names, but they're going to know who the fuck I'm talking about because I'm telling you, a hit dog hollers every goddamn rip. He had to double down to say that he ain't African after I made a great example because it was in-house fighting. They was fighting on each other. It was Aboriginal against the Moor. They fighting on and eating on each other. And I simply said, really, I don't have a dog in a fight. What I see is some in-house fighting. But what it sounds like to me, on one side of the coin, it sounds like these people are not afraid to do international trade. And in international trade, 9 times out of 10, cultures are going to mix. That means women is going to fuck men, men is going to fuck women. I'm talking about from Africa. Because when I mentioned that, that's when the fucking stream, that's when everybody so-called came alive. Because at first I didn't mention no geographical area. They already know to focus on America in terms of that, because that's what they were talking about. But when I was talking about international trade, because you're going to have to go outside of America to get shit done. I'm just letting you know, everything is not here for you to have everything. Some of this shit is in China in terms of natural resources and shit. Raw material. It's other places. So with that being said, you got to do international trade. And in international trade, though, you're going to find yourself sexually attracted to these people, and you're going to fuck on them, and you're going to have babies. But the moment I mention Africa, that's when the whole motherfucker, everybody had to grab onto their ID like the police and flash their badge and let everybody know that, oh, no, I'm not from Africa. Nobody is not telling you from Africa. Like I said, you are like 200 years of generations removed from you being an African versus Africans coming over here on their own recognizance, such as student exchange student programs, even coming over here as refugees. You understand what I'm saying? That is a different animal than coming over here as slaves. So it's safe to say in the last 200 years, no, if there was no cargo ship, because that's what they were, not slave ship dummies. There was no cargo ships in the last 200 years bringing African slaves over. So it's safe to say that you are 200 years removed from that mixing. But you still have blood in you, nigga. And you can't escape that. But I'm going to let you go ahead and have it when you say that, oh, I'm Indian and not African. Yeah, I'm going to let you go ahead and have it because 200 years from a point, you have not been removed from America. Your babies was born here, to say the least. The baby babies and the baby babies was born here. Considering if you're going back to your great grandfather or something like that. Other than that, if one wished to pull your blood, I guaranteed you have a strong trace. And when I mean strong, it don't have to be in quantity, but it's definitely in quality. I'm going to say that again. No, it's not the quantity that's in your blood, but it's definitely the quality of your blood, the quality of it. And with that being said, to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. Let's look at the people who actually perpetrated the goddamn fraud. Because everybody talking about, oh, it's a psyops. Even though, just say, if it was a fifth, people still lost their lives on top of it. So let's look at what they had to do in order to pull this off. Didn't they have to be properly prepared to pull off a so-called heliodialect? Where in the fuck is your preparation at, nigga? And hear people screaming, Aboriginal and flat earth power. Where's your preparation at? These people were properly prepared. Their performance was not poor at all, considering the fact that they was doing some heinous shit. And one thing you couldn't do, and one thing they are doing, is that they prevented the police from even finding out that they planned this shit or properly prepared for it. Unlike you stupid ass Indian niggas, the pretendians, you can't even prevent the white dude from coming up in that school. I mean, coming up in that grocery store. I ain't talking about the response, because we're going to get off into that just a little bit. Because you can't blame it on the response. Because I wouldn't put it past any chapter, to say the least, of the Black Panther movement. I can't put it past any chapter of the New Era Detroit, because they got a lot of chapters, but the home base is in Detroit. I wouldn't put it past even the Black Power Cartel, which is ran by Sarah Sunseti. They had to respond. They prepared. They don't live in Buffalo, New York. Hopefully they got a chapter down there like probably the Black Panthers, or to say the least. But even that, they are not, they are properly prepared, but they did not plan for that. They didn't plan, oh, when a Ku Klux Klanman come in a grocery store, we gonna ambush that nigga. We gonna flank to the left, flank to the right. We gonna bottleneck this motherfucker and we gonna gun him down. They didn't have a plan for that, but they are prepared, to say the least, if they have to react. The motherfuckers gonna be strapped down. They're gonna be militant in their mission, to say the least, right? And if it wish to happen at that particular point that they there, they know how to point their guns and they know how to shoot them. They know how to aim for the body mass, or they even know how to strategize what they call them floor plans for the war. But we ain't talking about them. We talking about the Aboriginals and this flat earth shit that's talking about shit they don't got no business talking about. Stay your ass in that flat earth and that Aboriginal shit. Really stop talking bad about Africa and leave science the fuck out of it. Out of the flat earth goddamn mouth. But besides that, y'all have no business talking about social issues. Absolutely. I mean, y'all need to stay so far away from there. Y'all are a dangerous group. I realize it's just like y'all, just like Christians. Hit the one if no, I'm not telling y'all. My 4 people that's watching, thank you very much for showing up. Like I said, knowledge uprising in the building, Louisiana baby. But please don't hit the one button because I'm saying it. But I'm saying it, I'm mocking them because that's what they do in religion. And when you hit the one, you saying, amen. When they say, hit the one button, hit the one button. So that shit is a religion. And they are proud to be in that. All right. Now, let's focus on the reason why we cannot prevent a poor performance. Because we are unable to prepare or properly prepare. One of the major programs or units that was put together is called the Counterintelligence Program. They were attacking Black movements in the 40s, in the 50s, actually going back way before then, but they didn't have the name COINTELPRO. Going back to the 30s. They were targeting Black movement groups that properly prepared you to prevent a poor performance if you are faced with adversity. So when these groups, when they were doing this, it was a counterintelligence program birthed out of the Federal Bureau of Investigations and also the Central Intelligence Agency. They birthed this program to center around any kind of revolt that may happen, or if they get any kind of momentum, you know what I mean? So in the midst of this, it started getting eaten up from the inside out from all the movements, from the Nation of Islam, even from the Moore Science Temple. All these organizations, the Black Panther Party, all of them got ate up from the inside out. That's a counterintelligence program. I'm trying to tell you, I'm letting you know it's happening today. But it is so easy now because people are so scattered, but they still looking for the truth. But it's so easy now to employ this. They don't even need the counterintelligence program to operate like it did in the 30s. Oh my God. I mean, they had to be intricate. They had to cross their T's and dot their I's. Today, they can kick their feet up because niggas are arbitrary. Niggas is doing it for them. OG Philly, Sir Drop. All these motherfuckers and dreads, mental, they doing the job for them and then got a nerve to say, fuck the. How the fuck? It's just like this, man. You will associate this with a disease and you will shun the fuck out of it. Now watch this. This is exactly what's going on. It's like me being birthed from my mother and saying, fuck all women. the disease that will come back and say, you gay in the motherfucker. Why are you saying fuck all women? Because I'm saying fuck my mother. Okay, let's reverse that. No, let's not reverse it. Let's put it in another category which is applicable. How can you say fuck the government when it birthed you and raised you? If you saying that, then you a gay motherfucker. In other words, you are an agent by default. The homosexual label that would be put on a man who's been birthed from a woman and saying fuck all women because his attitude is that his mother probably fucked him over, or he feel like his mother didn't do enough. So he's saying fuck all women. That's the same thing as Philly OG being born and raised by the government and then saying fuck the government in the end. Nigga, you a homosexual. You a faggot. When it comes down to the government, that's how the government looking at you, as a fag. You a traitor. You know, George Washington, or was it Thomas Jefferson, who shot the nigga on the front lawn of the fucking White House because he was a traitor. You a Benedict Arnold. And this is the crazy. You're not teaching the people a motherfucking thing. So when it comes down to preventing a poor performance, you're not doing none of that shit to properly prepare nobody. Now check this out. On that same stream, not on that same stream, but I heard on the stream today about corn. This was interesting. Because I even written it down. Hold on for a second. I mean, this is real interesting. Where I got it at? Where I got it written at? Hold on. I got it written. I can smell it. Okay, here we go. This is the Aboriginal and Flat Earth community. Here we go again with this shit. On a certain person's channel who proudly wears it on his sleeve, and he makes sure that everybody know, because he makes public announcements that that they are a Aboriginal and a Flat Earth community. Okay. One of these dudes said, and I repeat, corn is bad for you. It's bad for the body because it takes more than a week or 2 weeks to break the corn down. If you shit, you can see a whole kernel of corn in your shit. That lets you know that it can't break it down. This is coming from one person that follows what they call Dr. Sebi's diet. Now watch this shit. In the same breath, he would say, fuck the out of Africa shit. Dog, do you know that Dr. Sebi has you on a motherfucking African diet? Let's rewind that. Before the white man came over here and destroyed y'all, you piss poor morally so-called Indians, did you know that corn was y'all staple food? One of the number one commodities that y'all had? Corn. Now watch this. I'm finna say the excuses before they do. This corn is being genetically modified. The corn that they had back then, we had a selective. Yellow corn ain't what the corn that we ate. You see how I beat them in their excuses? Because I'm going to simply tell them corn is a staple food for the Indian or for you native Aboriginals. Madan politely pointed that out for you when he was giving his little dissertation on Lex Vortex channel. And with that being said, when he was giving that explanation, it was a nail on the head, but he was being selectively biased in what he was trying to talk about. He was selecting his shit. He was being biased. because when you go back, he'll find out that it was the African who taught the Aboriginal how to grind that corn into a meal. I'm talking about a fine meal. Y'all didn't know how to put y'all back in nothing. That's the reason why y'all didn't make good workers, to say the least, if there was a such thing. What there is a such thing, because the white man got rich in this country off the backs of African labor, period. Now, with that being said, corn is a staple food and a staple commodity here of America long before the white man came. The Aboriginal Indian was living a good, productive life, eating buffalo and eating corn. But here is a Aboriginal now in 2022 telling you that you can't break corn down. Why not? Why can't you break corn down? Was it that the African, when he was eating the corn, he couldn't break it down because they wasn't milling that shit right? Like, why is y'all only breaking it down to a mush? No, you got to break that shit down to almost a powder form to get a proper digestion of that. Which one is it? Which one is it? Because Dr. Sabi diet comes from Africa. That's where it comes from. This again will put you in a conundrum to where you can't prevent shit. When it comes down to performance, you will be poor at it because you can't prepare properly. So when it comes down to understanding the funk and what it means, you won't be able to understand it. It will scramble the fuck out of your senses. So in order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. I'm going to give you some information on how to properly prepare for, let's say the least, misinformation. If you try to gain power within your rhetoric, right? I can give you information on that. How you want to disseminate it physically into the world, the power that be. That in itself is totally incumbent upon you, and it does take practice. That takes practice. And that ain't nothing but leadership. A person who's willing and able to listen to your instructions and directions, follow them to the best of their ability, and try to get the job done. It's really no secret to that, but that's the application of, to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. Because doing it by self, right? I can go off into, well, get a generator, get your guns, learn how to work them, learn how to do some gardening. This is what you do for sectional gardening. Get you a lot of gasoline cans, all that shit. If you can stack up on tools, get them motherfuckers. That'd probably be, what's going on, Vegan Warrior? What's good? That'd probably be the number one thing that will help you properly prepare is tools. Miter saws, buzz saws, table saw, press, drill press, welding machines, TIG welders, MIG welders, all this shit. If one is wished to just go like solo dolo, but even with that's properly preparing yourself. See, I own all of that above mentioned except for the welding. I'm yet to get the welding, but everything wood, I'm straight. I can prepare wood. I can make anything out of wood because I got all the tools relative to that. Now, I want to get off into my metal shit where I'm going to be getting those them grinders, those metal cutters, the fucking TIG welders, the torch, arc welding, all that shit. All that shit. That's fabrication. But one is not properly prepared. They screaming soldier, but you're not even prepared to be a soldier because where's your gun? How come you ain't showing? You need to be showing your gun more than you actually showing what you putting in your mouth. And why you don't eat no hot food either? Has anybody ever seen OG eat a hot plate of food? I know he don't eat nothing solid, but I wonder if anybody ever seen him eat hot food. Because it might burn a hole in his colostomy bag, but nonetheless, people are not prepared, and they keep saying, "Oh, I served in the military." Okay, what kind of discharge did your ass get, nigga? What rank and file did you come out of the motherfucker service with? Because I know you go in as a private, which is the lowest ranking in any corporation. Army Corps, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force. When you a private or a poop decker, a mop, you probably mopped, peeled potatoes, because that was the day of saying the least. Back in the days of the 80s, when you was the lowest rank, they make you peel potatoes in the Army. But people talk about their experience with the military. Why in the fuck you is not teaching people how to strap their boot up so they won't catch calluses when they have to do a fucking 50,000 mile hike? What's going on with that shit? Basic training, because that's the killer part. See, people, they bite into this shit. They suck it up with a household mop. You understand? They suck it up with a household mop. Because a motherfucker passed basic training, they think they're a soldier. Dog, that's just basic training. That's it. You didn't do nothing special. Everyone has to go through that. Everyone has to go through. You ain't doing nothing special, man. You was an employee for the government that put in telephone poles. Your stupid ass was doing something wrong and got electrocuted. You got a motherfucking medical discharge. They gave you your ass a job. They told you to report to the VA. Then they gave you the job at the post office so you can at least have a retirement. To the point where now you talking about, I done did this and did, and people love that shit. I'm just letting you know. I hate to say this. Might hurt some people's feelings, but America awards and rewards its lazy motherfuckers and the do-nothings. Because you know why? They have to make evil look fair seeming. What do I mean by that, Didact? What do I mean by that? The white supremacy racism, in order to keep the motherfucking machine going, they got to make your next door neighbor look fair seeming as if they earning their way through life. That's what Philly OG is doing. He making his life look fair as if he earned this shit. And he has the right to this. And he's speaking to how many subscribers he got? 1,300, I think he got. Or 1,030, one of the motherfucking numbers. I think it's 1,300. We're just going to say that. We're going to say 1,300. Right? No, let's round it off to 1,000. Right? He got 1,000 followers that he's telling that this is his success story. How many of those 1,000 motherfuckers can follow that exact template and become successful? I'll wait. He ain't telling them, go get your guns, go get this, go get that. Motherfucker, I'm finna show you, I'm finna give you a tutorial how to build a motherfucking brick oven outside. right? So you don't have to need no gas. This is how you chop wood in quarters. This is how you chop down a tree. He ain't doing none of that shit but blending. And motherfuckers love it. They love it. Because you know why? America awards their fucking lazy people. They're do-nothings. Because they got to make evil look fair seeming. These motherfuckers, in all essence, they be trying to talk about the Christians and all. These motherfuckers are evil. They spread misinformation. And, you know, it's the generation now. Even because when I say by generation, I'm talking about where we at today in 2022. Because they got even old, dumbass, snaggletooth motherfuckers mesmerized and impressed by it. You know what I'm saying? So the ignorant rap has a threshold. They barely pronouncing their words. They mumble everything. So when you have a person who's sounding somewhat like them, that is captivating because Philly OG talks like that one pervert on Family Guy. You know how he talk with a whistle because his teeth is missing? Every S word goes like with a whistle. People like that shit, man. That is kept. It's just like with Sanchez in that country twanging that shit. Do I got y'all attention? Please hit the one in the chat, y'all. Nobody that motherfucking country. Not even the country motherfuckers that country. And I done seen some country motherfuckers. They ain't even that goddamn country. That nigga be, come on, man. You exaggerating that shit, dude. And then got a nerve to tell everybody he from the hood. What hood are you from? What fucking hood are you from? And I keep asking the question to these damn Aboriginals. Please, please, please tell me, was y'all traveling this country from California to New York before the white man came? Because if y'all did, nobody did not fucking remove y'all from y'all land. Nobody did not steal your culture. None of that shit. And why in the fuck you not practicing it? So you trying to tell me pitching the teepees and having powwows is not y'all motherfucking culture? You mean to tell me fried chicken, biscuit eating, monkey ate baboon, big dime, fast running, spear chucking, 360-degree basketball dunking, tips on spade, mullion. That's your culture? That's your culture. Instead of the motherfuckers banging on a drum made out of deer skin, who's calling on the ancestors. That's not your culture. Again, I beg the question. Before the white man came over here, were you Aboriginals practicing your culture from to fro? From to fro, because that's a word. Meaning from here to there, nigga. Was you practicing, meaning this? You from Florida. You decided to pick up and move like a nomad. When you pick up and move, now you in South Carolina. Did your fucking culture change? You decide to move again from South Carolina. Now you're going to like North Dakota or somewhere. Did your culture change? So if that didn't change your culture, how the fuck the white man telling you, get off this goddamn land, change your culture? How did the white man saying, get off this fucking land, change your culture when you was going to and fro all through this motherfucking country? You even claim South America and Mexico. And you see what the Mexicans doing. They jumping the shit out of that fence. They done got classified 110. See, they try to say the Aboriginal got classified Negro and African American and blah, blah, blah. Do you know how many times the Mexicans got classified? That did not stop them motherfuckers from practicing Cinco de Mayo. That don't stop them from practicing their culture of eating their goddamn flour tortillas even though they don't eat flour tortillas, it's corn. And dumbass Americans with the Tex Mix fuck the whole goddamn food up. But if you get authentic Mexican food, you would know that that shit ties to their culture thousands of years back, dummy. And here they are jumping the fence. They ain't not trying to be like Americans, are they? You go to any motherfucking metropolitan in the United States of America and go to the motherfucking Latin district or the Spanish district, Mexican district, whether they Puerto Rican, Dominican, whatever, you will see these people in their culture alive and well, but yet they are fucking thousands of miles away from home. Because according to how the map is made and where the people come from, Mexico is nowhere near Milwaukee. But I can take you on the south side, and I swear to God, nigga, you'll feel like you're in Mexico. You'll be hey, you go to the south side, come to the north side, nigga, you got on a sombrero, you got maracas in your motherfucking hand, and a donkey, and you riding a donkey. By the time you make it to the north side, I'm trying to tell you. And this is not no anomaly. This is all over the place. But I'm just talking here in Milwaukee. By the time you make it out of the south side, you're gonna have on a poncho, a sombrero, with maracas riding a motherfucking donkey, nigga. So how the fuck did you lose your culture in the midst of all of this? Sagging pantses, blickies. How did you lose your culture? Because back in I can go back as far as like 30 years or 40 years ago, where we was grasping the straws of our culture, and it was alive and well. It was all in our clothes, the way we carried ourselves. That's how you got fucking FUBU to come out with their shit, because they was able to design themselves around the African movement. And then you got Cross Colors that was able to design themselves around the African movement. And then you had all kind of other vendors hopping on the bandwagon, but supposed to hop on the band. They supposed to create business out of this shit. Then you had the red, black, and green, and gold. You start having all these things that was incorporated. So now here is a culture that we are grasping by the straws, but we really had it. But I'm just trying to give the Aboriginal here, right? Some context in terms of in 1992, nigga, we were more into our culture. And when you look at it, you can see where the difference is at. When the last time you heard a motherfucker rapper talk about they got a letter from the government the other day, I opened and read it, they said you was a sucker. They wanted me for their army and whatever. I looked at the niggas as damn, I said never. Here's a land that never give a damn. Nigga, when the last time you heard a rapper, Aboriginal rappers talking about I got a letter from the government? They talking about hating Africa. I tell you that. They don't say the word hate. They just say fuck Africa. So and really you are hating Africa. So in order to prevent poor performance, one must properly prepare. You can't properly prepare with the flat earth community. It's not Sanchez at the helm. Not Sanchez at the helm. Y'all cannot properly prepare. I guaranteed you, if it was someone else other than, y'all probably would have tried to at least start a scientific community. With all the argument and the pushback that the flat earthers get from so-called globalists, and I'm using that loosely, but from all the other scientists, y'all leaders are refusing to build a scientific community to push back. They keep talking about dumb shit and matching up motherfucking vortex, like that's what they call it in terms of technical terms. But when you take your motherfucking spoon and you stir your hot chocolate, this nigga had a glass of water, had that gone next to a Tesla T, and he said he was doing sacred geometry on y'all. That nigga was doing strobe flicker. It's a hypnotizer. Let me show you what strobe flicker is. It's called strobe flickering, right? Hold on, let me go to where I got this shared at. Let's go. Yeah, it's called strobe flicker. This is a hypnotizing thing. I warned y'all about this before. I warned y'all about this. Let me just put flicker because they go into vertigo. But it's the same thing as vertigo. Why is they going? Oh, they must got a movie for that then. All right, let's go to this because they look like they changed the definition. But strobe flicker, strobe vertigo, probably like the same thing. All right, sometimes called Bucha effect. Right, it's a imbalance in the brain cell activity caused by exposures of low frequency flickering. All right, this is a perfect definition. I didn't know they classified it as vertigo. I knew it as strobe flicker. So y'all see me put it in the search engine, and then they gave me the alternative definition to it, which they call flicker vertigo. So when y'all talk to him, y'all got another name for this shit now, right? Flicker vertigo, sometimes called Bucha effect, is an imbalance in the brain cell activity caused by exposure of low frequency flickering or flashing of a relative bright light. It is a distortion, vertigo, and nausea, including effects of strobe lights, flashing at 1 hertz to 20 hertz. There they go. They give you the frequency. Remember, I'm telling you I'm frequency unknown here. I'm giving y'all my privacy on the frequency unknown. This is my P.I.M.P. But with that being said, approximately the frequency of the human brain wave. The effects are similar to seizures called by epilepsy. It is photosensitive epilepsy, right? That's what they call like photosynthesis seizures. That's what you call photosynthesis. And I guaranteed you, people probably seize up and they don't even know it. I guaranteed you this. I guaranteed you, people watching Sanchez have seized up and they didn't even know it. They was in a seizure and they didn't even know it. But are not restricted to people with history of epilepsy, meaning that you don't even have to have a history of fucking seizures. When that flicker and that shit going off the way he do, all that flicker, he puts y'all in this moment called the Bucha effect. It's an imbalance in the brain cell activity caused by exposure to low frequency flickering. And I guaranteed you, if I go to that nigga channel right now and share it, he might strike me, but I'm not going to do that. But if I go to that nigga's channel and share the motherfucker, you will see him flickering the shit. And guess who else hopped on that bandwagon? And I'm warning you, he do it. I like him. He allows freedom on his panel, which I totally appreciate. But I've noticed him doing it also, and that's Red Squid. Nobody is above reproach fucking with me. And like I told everybody else, if you think my information is veering to the left and you need to approach it, I am not above reproach. So you can find yourself even making a stream or a video about me, so-called misleading or misleading the people, but I guaranteed you they can't. I got too many addressments. If y'all watch my streams, I'm pretty sure y'all do, for the people who do, because the numbers are climbing, to say the least. Thank you very much. But when you watch them, you'll see that I address them and I go back to the stream to where they are contradicting themselves. Not only that, but I really focus on me when I come to their stream. So they can't say that I make streams about them, because I don't. I make responses to their streams, and especially when I participate. Now, the reason why I'm even bringing up certain talking points or button issues that they was bringing up on that thing, on that stream, and because I'm showing you that these people lack proper preparing. So when it comes down to preventing, they are pissed poor morally. So they cannot perform at all when it comes to the task at hand. But yet they are the first ones to complain and try to give an idea to remedy the goddamn problem. But your ideas are lacking in proper preparedness or being properly prepared. It lacks in that. Like I said, it's 3 soldiers for sure, I know. And I'm saying their names: Chris Cyphers, OG Philly, and Brother Sanchez. These are 3 people for sure that said they served the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, whatever the fuck. Dude, show us how to break down a 1911 pistol or whatever is issued through y'all motherfucking Army, because I'm pretty sure, considering the fact, because y'all want to keep y'all nose clean. I'm letting you know. Wipe your nose. But y'all going to keep your nose clean. So in doing that, you are eligible for guns that the average civilian can't get. Are you one of those people? Because if you are, I can understand that you can't say shit about yourself. But if you ain't, man, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, because you're not doing anything to supply anybody with any kind of preparation. Show your people on your stream how to field strip. Now, if y'all waiting on me to do it, then y'all sadly mistaken. I would not lead a motherfucker upstairs to a meeting and then pour his coffee. No, I'm not. That shit is not flying here. And what I mean by that is that I'm not going to sit up there and show you everything that you're supposed to be doing as a community to prepare yourself. Because once I do show you, you're going to turn around and say that, hey, y'all, look what I found. This is my quintessential saying. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. But once that horse drink the water, it's going to swear up and down that it found that motherfucking water hole itself. And that's what the people you dealing with in these communities. You can't tell them ideas that will lead to results, because what they'll do, they'll take the shit and then they'll act like it's their information. So if I told people, right, I swear to God, the clipboard, not the clipboard, the whiteboard. So now Sanchez got a whiteboard. If I start showing you how I field strip my 10 millimeter, which is a 1911, right? If I show you how to field strip this, right? If I show you how to field strip this, right? I'll be not doing my justice in terms of leaving it in the hands of experts. Even though I know what I'm doing, I wouldn't dare go over the experts' heads and say, listen to me over the experts and how to field strip and how to field strip a pistol. But I know how to field strip my guns. I clean them. I know how to work them. I shoot them. I'm really good. And with that being said, I need Philly OG to step up, though, because he served the military. He has permission to go around and doing this. This motherfucker can actually get a business showing people self-defense because he served the army. But we have an absence. We have an absence of proper preparing. We have an absence of true leadership. We have an absence of that. And because of that, this is where we at with the community. We cannot get together to perform. We can't even prevent simple shit like the motherfucking Buffalo goddamn shooting, yet alone the so-called elementary school shooting, because I would even give them the benefit of the doubt because they are structured, because they are part of, and fuck the government, because they are structured within the government. Their preparation plan is better than ours. I guarantee you right now, OG Philly, if a few goons ran on your property, dog, I guarantee you are not prepared. If a few goons ran up on Sanchez, he's definitely not prepared. That nigga, you know what? Let me take that back. That nigga probably got a rabbit hole, like a bomb shelter. That nigga probably got a rabbit hole going fucking 30 feet deep. And he gonna hide until it's all over with. That's what Sanchez prepared himself for. But even with that, if you sent some goons at fucking Sanchez, he wouldn't know what to do. Black Aboriginal Power, all these niggas who talk the most shit about what they said they would do versus what somebody else is not doing. What's his name? Grandmaster Jay. They talking about his group. Excuse me. They talking about Grandmaster J group. Where they at? Nigga, they strapped walking the blocks. They not in Buffalo, New York. Even if they go, they too late. It's too late. They done apprehended the nigga. Now, just say if they had a chapter in Buffalo, they still would be too late. Just like how police would be too late. If you go out murking motherfuckers right now, the police have absolutely no idea what you're about to do. So they're going to respond to you when they're going to get to you. So by the time they make it to you, you could have killed 17 people and 10 people. So how in the fuck that Grandmaster J or the Black Panthers or any other fucking cartel is going to respond to that? See, this is the silly shit that they talk about. If I was them, no, you're not them and you would never be them. So don't even talk. If was a fifth, we all be drunk, nigga. You can't even talk in that. Put a gun in your hand, you'll run like a coward. You'll drop the gun and run. You'll tell the motherfuckers that you don't want no part of that. We are not properly prepared. We can't even prevent a poor performance. These 5 P's are there for a reason. The reason why he changed it from gangster disciple to growth and development, right? Don't forget about the research, though. Research and development. But with that being said, these 5 P's are being dispersed in a matter of fucked upness. It's a counterintelligent program that is going. They taking these very same energies that governs man, and they twist. White man go by these rules, not just the GDs. White man goes by these rules, not just the GDs. Vice Lord go by these rules, not just the GDs. The whole world go by these rules. But where we are failing at, where we are unable to prevent, is because we're not properly prepared. because the COINTELPRO came in and ate from the inside out. They took our leaders out. So here I am, the last of a dying breed, and I'm saying to my people, I know you waking up, and this is for y'all. This is not for me. This is for the people. And I know they waking up. They trying to snap up out of this shit. But you got these flat earthers and aboriginals who is only confusing the whole shit. Now check this out. I heard somebody give a quotation of a great philosopher. If you're going to quote a great philosopher, know what you're quoting. That's number one. And number two, if you don't know who the author is, you don't know what you're reading. And I think they just didn't know what they was reading, because they was trying to quote a Nellie Fuller quote. And Nellie Fuller is one of our brilliant philosophers here in America, born and raised in Washington, D.C., blah, 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 skippy woo woo. But with that being said, the dude tried to quote Nellie Fuller. And when he was quoting him, the key word that he paraphrased this quote. I don't think he quoted him exactly, but he paraphrased the quote. When he paraphrased it, it went disturbed. That's that counterintelligent shit. That's that making the shit sound good. That's making evil look fair seeming. Dude, the key word to that whole motherfucking quote is understand. And I'm finna say it to you now. He says, in order for you to know, but he says understand, but I know what he really meant. But I'm finna say it verbatim. He said, in order for you to understand what white supremacy is and white racism, hold on. I just had a brain fart. Hold on for a second. I'm trying to find my damn book so I can give you the exact quote. That's the reason why I said I had a brain fart, because I want to give you the exact quote and what it meant. Because the key word in there is understand. Okay, damn, I can't find it, but let me try to remember it. It says, in order for you to understand how white supremacy and racism works, hold on. I gotta get the goddamn book because I'm for the misquote it. Hold on for a second. My fault. My fault. I'm back. I am back. Ought to be ashamed of my goddamn self. I had to dig the fucker up. Anyway, this is the quote. If you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and how it works, everything else you understand will only confuse you. The key word in this, because he paraphrased it. And when he paraphrased it wrong. Because when Nellie Fuller wrote this, he did want people to create off his foundation. And when he quoted it wrong where it misled people. This is how it's supposed to go. And the key word in it is understand. Now listen, this is how it's supposed to go. If you do not know white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, everything else you understand will only confuse them. To read that last one again. Everything else you understand will only confuse you. Let's read the whole quote again. I'm going to read it how he wrote it verbatim, and I'm going to read it how he really wants you to hear it. Verbatim, quote, if you do not understand white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. The real saying, when you focus on the word understand, this is the real saying. If you do not know white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. I'm going to say that again. If you do not know, if you don't know white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, everything else you understand, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. So what did he meant by this? He meant just what you see it with the Aboriginal community and this flat earth community. When you look at Sanchez's, Philly OG's, Sister Bethy's, when you look at these people, they are so confused with their understanding on how shit work because they don't know white supremacy, racism. Because they don't know white supremacy, racism, when they come across racism, they will only be confused on what their understanding is. For instance, Moors may yell some type of law. That is confusing. That's confusing. Because the understanding will only confuse you because this is what they understand. If I say this as a Moor, they would not treat me as such. No, you finna get hit in the head with the billy club because you don't know racism. You don't know how racism works. They don't give a fuck about the law and what the paper says. They don't ran the Aboriginal off his so-called land and reclassified him, and now he's lost in 2022. I'm being sarcastic, but I'm just putting out a idea out there in terms of that, what you thinking, what you think versus what you know, what racism is. And white supremacy, like I said, they don't give a fuck about your law. They misplaced you. So now everything that you thinking you understand, I know this my land, you're confused because it's not. It's their shit. You confused because you are unprepared. You are prepared. You are unprepared and you piss poor morally when it comes down to performance. And when it comes down to prevention, you don't have none. You don't have no prevention. So in order for you to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. You cannot prepare under that guise because you don't have a clear understanding in terms of what you're supposed to know about white supremacy, racism. That's the reason why he wrote it the way he wrote it. And people out here are misquoting this man. And I'm getting sick and tired of that shit because those are not your talking points. You are button issue people. Y'all like hitting buttons. I swear to God, if Knowledge Uprising would have went to that panel, only thing Philly OG would have did would knock your ass off. He would have hit that X button quick. So really it doesn't serve absolutely no purpose going up there because now he's hipped on to the fact that he's dumb as a box of rocks. He's accepting it. And the people will love him for that. You know what I'm saying? It shows humility, right? It's just like how Maximus threw down the axe and they was calling him Maximus the Merciful. That's what Philly OG is doing. He is now embracing his dumbness. He already know he is. That's the reason why he said, oh, I will bet anybody $300 that I can read in Blase Splivy. First, he said that he can read, and then he said that he can get any one of his smart dudes to challenge anybody who want to bet him. See, he's embracing his dumbness. And he says that I'm not the smartest guy. That's why people like him, because he's showing humility. You know, people like that because when they feel like somebody who has the ear of the king and they can come down to their level, oh, they finna suck ass. That's just what it's called, appealing to authority and appealing to the masses, which is one of the biggest fallacies. And Mental Ninja is a master of that shit. That nigga's a master of that fallacy. But this is what's going on with this community. So when it comes down to properly preparing, so you would not have a poor performance, so you can prevent having a poor performance. It's not that you're going to prevent the issue at hand, or you're going to prevent the event. You're not going to be able to do that. But what you are going to be able to do is have a preparation, a proper preparation. So when it comes down to performing it, you won't look piss poor morally. And I'm just trying to tell you, man, that motherfucking community is pissed poor morally. They ain't worth shit. They ain't worth shit. And because of that, right, I'm finna double down on the bullshit. This is a P.I.M.P course. This is philosophical, intellectual, mathematical minds, right? This is not for the weak. This is not for the stupid. This is not for the stupid. This is not for the weak. This is not for the faint-hearted. This is for highly intelligent people. The circle is supposed to be small, right? I do want to reach a lot of people, but I know that with the information and how I'm disseminating it and giving it out, it's going to be a very small crowd of people to get this information. I'm not looking to impress a crowd of people. Only thing I want to do is hold their attention, which is entertainment, but this is a different kind of entertainment. This is almost in line of what they call is cliche-ish edutainment. But to entertain is to hold the attention of a person. But like I said, he is embracing his stupidness, and people are liking him for that, right? So, and trying to combat, because I'm letting you know the dude is being coached, and I got a funny feeling he's being coached by Chris Cyphers. He's being coached because I can see his, to say the least, I can see his advancements in the YouTube world. I see, because the dude can't read for shit, yet alone follow instruction. When he first started, the man didn't even know how to share the screen. I'm not past it either because I didn't know how to share the screen. But I'll tell you how I did this shit on my own recognizance. I did reach out to Greedy Vegan. First, I reached out to Mental Ninja because I got his number. I reached out to Mental Ninja. Mental Ninja was claiming that he didn't know how to do the shit, but yet he got a few motherfucking streams on his shit. So I don't know if he was going straight through YouTube or he was doing it through StreamYard. But me, whenever I reindulge in some shit that I left, when I reindulge, I always go in bed. So I got StreamYard and all that shit. And with that being said, I was trying to figure out how to do StreamYard lives. And what I was trying to do, I knew how to do the live. That right there is elementary. What I was trying to do, I was trying to get it over to a certain category to where when the people come onto my channel, it will pop up immediately. Peace, Sister Soul, peace. It will pop up immediately. But I didn't know how to do it. I guess it did it on its own recognizance, but I was too impatient. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to do the shit right away. And I got the gist of it. But what I'm trying to tell you, me being an autodidact or being the didact, right? I was able to learn on my own, but I called Greedy Vegan. I did. I called him and asked him, what are the tricks and the trades for it? Because he know how to do the banners and had all that shit like I got going right now, right? I decided to go off into that. That been there. I got the high package. All that shit been there. I just wasn't utilizing it. The brand, all that shit been there. I just wasn't utilizing it. The camera in camera, I was not utilizing it. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, I wasn't utilizing all my shit. And I was, figuring it all out. You know what I mean? I got a third camera too. But with that being said, I was trying to figure it all out. And in the midst of that, I had called Greedy Vegan because Mental Ninja gave me his number. I called him and I don't know if he gave me a brush off because when I called him, he didn't answer. So I started figuring this shit out on my own. And then it was one live that he had that I had participated in. And he was saying that, yeah, I seen you on my phone. I was busy, blase, spliffy, woo woo. Niggas always got the excuses. Excuses are monuments of nothingness. But with that being said, he had his excuse. And, shit went on. So now here I'm at this point. I'm growing right. I'm not. I don't have steroids in me. I don't have not fertilizers. Damn, is at the tip of my tongue, and I'm a goddamn horticulture. That's why I can't think of it. Damn. It's at the tip of my tongue and I can't fucking think of it. But it's all artificial. In other words, I'm not artificially growing. I've seen people artificially grow. Our cook and Philly OG, they artificial. They got the shit in them that will make a plant grow fast. What the fuck? It's at the tip. Why I cannot get it out? Fuck why I can't get it out. But with that being said, this is what's happening with them. They're not growing organically. They are being pushed by the nutrients that has been zapped. It's zapped nutrients, in other words. I keep forgetting the goddamn, there it is. Thank you very much. Genetically modified. Fuck B. Thank you, Sister Soul. See what I'm saying? Great minds think alike. But that's what I was trying to say. Our cook and Philly OG are genetically modified. They are artificially grown. They got their numbers. They up there. They look like a nice flower. You understand? But that shit is genetically modified versus somebody's growing organically. But the question I beg again with Philly, not with Philly OG, but just with that flat Earth community and what they trying to hop on with this Aboriginal, because I'm letting y'all know this shit is getting perverted. Not to say the least that it was not a real movement, but it's being perverted, even if it is a movement, because it was never a time in anybody's quest to find their culture where it was hating on another culture that was similar. It never came a time for that, except now in 2022. And you know, the quintessential saying is that I don't hate Africa, where y'all talk really, really bad about it. And then the so-called out of Africa theory, to say the least, right? The white man so-called been lying all their life. So when they wrote curriculum, they was lying about that too. But trust me, that shit has a solid foundation in the truth. A very solid foundation in the truth. So when they saying some shit, you gotta fucking be able to read in between the lines. I'm finna give you a Dr. Henry Clark quote. All right, let me look this quote up. Give me a hot second, because it's a nice quote, and this applies to it would apply to a Philly OG, but it doesn't apply to Philly OG. And watch what I say. Watch the quote. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and screen share this one. Let me go here. I shared that definition. Okay. Here we go. Here we quotes. Here, image. I'm getting to it because I know it's in here. See, they always trying to make shit difficult when you are looking for the shit. It acts like it want to disappear or turn into a goddamn needle in a haystack. And the moment that you don't want this shit, it's all in your motherfucking face. I think I'm gonna probably have to put the gist of the quote in, because I don't know why in the fuck are they fucking with it. It's a simple quote. Okay, here we go. I don't know if we got. Can I blow that shit up? No. What the hell? You translate, Jack. What the hell was that? Wow. Hold on. They tripping. All right. I guess I can't blow it up. I'm gonna try to do it this way. Nope, they won't let me do it that way. All right, it's this one right here in the corner. I'm trying to blow this motherfucker. I guess I can't blow it up. Hold on, get back to that. All right, I'm going to say the quote. Obviously, they won't let me blow it up. It says, "What I have learned is that a whole lot of people with degrees don't know a damn thing, and a lot of people with no degrees are brilliant." I'm going to say that again because, like I said, this could apply to a Filio G, but because he don't read books, it does not apply. Because he don't know science, it does not apply. Because he cannot properly prepare himself for anything, it does not apply. But for other people who has not a stigma, but they got to fight against what they call traditional education, right? Learning inside of what they call a brick and mortar, like a university or school. People got a lot of pushback on that because it is systematic. Bell ring, you go from one class to the other, right? You're really not free to roam among the field because most Black people are field learners, right? That's the reason why we excel on field trips. We excelled on those. You know, eye hand to object, what they call dexterity. We are masters at that. So this is the way we usually learn, hands-on, quote unquote. So I understand the pushback. So that's the reason why this quote is irrelevant, but not for no Filio G, not for no Sister Beth. These motherfuckers don't read for shit. They are instructed very well. But the quote goes, and I say it again, what I have learned, quote, he says this, quote, "What I have learned is that a whole lot of people with degrees don't know a damn thing. And a lot of people with no degrees are brilliant." And with that, like I said, it can be applied. What's going on, HOTC? Brandon, what's going on? And with that, that can be applied even in that context of what he's trying to say. I didn't have to go to school to be successful. No, you did not. A lot of people didn't have to go to school to be successful. But I guarantee you, them motherfuckers was reading a book on business. Trust me. Unlike you, Filio G, you just lucked up with your lazy ass. You got struck by lightning. The government took care of you, told you to work at the post office, report to the VA, and you straight after that. You straight. You collect the GI Bill. So when you try to make your life look fair seeming, like I said, these are the evil motherfuckers. When you try to make your life look fair seeming, Sanchez is the evil motherfucker. Sister Beth, these are the evil people because they trying to make their life look fair seeming as if the next day when we get up, we can go join the army, get electrocuted, get a GI Bill, work at the post office, have a young girl walking around like a goddamn hoe, like he's a rest haven for hoes, have a young chick walking around and eating smoothies. He's saying that everybody can do that. Like Sanchez, he sits around in his goddamn room, look like it's soundproof, right? He wears all his baseball team and football team hats, which all of those are Illuminati signs. All of them are satanic. But yeah, he got a nerve to try to talk about the shit and blah, 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 blah. And these are the motherfuckers that's supposed to be leading. Again, let's look at that title. In order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. What the fuck are they showing us to prepare for anything? Fuck talking about, show me. Remember, I don't know if y'all remember a long time ago. It was me against One World, One Hood. Because One World, One Hood was the only one that had some tangible shit going. I already knew what kind of battery he was running when he was running that dirt battery. Very low in voltage, you can't run shit. Or you got to get a very low voltage engine to run off that goddamn dirt battery. Other than that, you can't run nothing what we running today, like a washing machine, a dryer, your lights in your house. You are not going to be able to light up your house with that. You can't. But I appreciate his incentive and his application, because that's applicable. That's how the Baghdad battery was made, right? Me and him used to go back and forth with projects. I showed them a project that I had an air conditioner Freon-free. I showed them how I built the Petelaire system, right? This is an electrical thermal system. It is nothing fancy, but they call it a Petelaire system, where one side is hot, one side is cool. As a matter of fact, they in your computers, they call them heat sinks. But I built one. I had to use a thermal glue. I had to fucking solder the motherfucking shit, the chip, all that shit. And I showed them this. So if you're talking about one who's properly prepared, I showed them how to prepare themselves. And you know what this motherfucker said? Do it run off the electricity in your house? I said, yes, it does. But it's Freon-free. It ain't giving off no motherfucking poisons in the air. At least, can I have that at least? Can I at least have that one, man? Fuck that, it got to run off electricity. Not because he wanted to nitpick, because I was able to build a machine that ran off of motherfucking ice water, and it had the house frigid cold. It was cooling. It was up to like 4,000 BTUs. And that's British thermal units. I don't know if anybody remember this stream when we was talking about this. And I was telling him about BTUs. And as a matter of fact, I used that same illustration in showing him how the thermospheres work. Because he kept saying, it got to be a dome up there. And I said, no, because temperature can separate. And I gave him a simple illustration on a football field in the middle of winter. You'll see these big ass jets by the bench, and they blowing out hot air. The motherfuckers is not heating up the field. That field cold as a motherfucker. The moment they step away from the bench, they gonna feel that frost hit the fuck out of their ass. But once they get by the bench, that thermal pocket that is created by those jets, because it creates a pocket of thermal. It's so warm up in that motherfucker. As a matter of fact, Buddhists do it, but they create it off their own heat. They'll go in the mountains, they'll vibrate, they'll create heat. I'm talking about an inch, not an inch, that's an exaggeration. I said about like 3 feet away from it's fucking freezing cold. But once you get in that circle where the monks are vibrating and creating heat, it's hot in that area to the point where you probably have to get to start stripping your clothes off. So thermodynamics work like that. So when he tried to raise the question that how do the stratosphere separate from the exosphere, I was giving that explanation at the same time, illustrate my motherfucking air conditioner that was Freon free. So again, how one must properly prepare. I would say the first thing anybody needs to do is go get them a tool set. Or go get a first aid kit. Either one of the two. But really go get them tools. Go take your ass to motherfucking Home Depot or motherfucking Lowe's and just go get you a ratchet set, a wrench set, a screwdriver set, an Allen wrench set, A matrix wrench set. That's the one that look like stars and shit. The ones that look like the star. Get you that, and yeah, just to start off with. It. Now, if you're trying to look to cut material and shit, of course you're gonna need your saws for that. If you're looking to drill holes, your drill, right? Impact drill. If you're looking to do deep screwing and shit like that, like you trying to screw in a 2x4 or something like that. Yeah, these are the tools that is needed to prepare yourself with. They don't even talk about that shit, dude. They don't even talk about preparing like that. Now, I want y'all to tell me even one time that when Sanchez told everybody, hey, put $100 up and go to Home Depot, everybody go get y'all tool set. Now, felons can do this. Both felons and non-felons. A felon can walk in the store and go get a tool set, man. Shit. So I would like to beg the question is, when the last time Sister Bethy told anybody to go to the fucking hardware store? I will wait. When was the last time, what's his name, Chris Cyphers, broke down a pistol on his show? Hold on for a hot second. Hey, Vegan Warrior, I guess my audio is clear over here. I don't know what's going on. You say you can't hear now, but nonetheless, when was the last time Big Aboriginal Power told everybody to go to Generac or call Generac and get a pricing on their solar panel generators? Because remember, they supposed to be green and clean with these aboriginals and these flat earthers. They don't want nothing running on gasoline. They don't want nothing running on electricity. But why is you not guiding people to Generac's solar panel generators? How come you're not telling everybody to get their money together so they can go out and buy these necessary tools? Like, check this out. Even with a business, right? Trying to prepare a person for business, right? I never seen that one time. Now, if you're trying to operate outside of the confines, like totally outside of it, with no paperwork whatsoever, just rogue as a motherfucker, you trying to sell your product, I wouldn't even know how to tell you how to do that, except you better have supreme clientele. Now, if you're trying to advertise, I can tell you that, I don't know how much legit you can get without being legit, that you can place your shit in the storefront. Only thing I can say is, if you cool with the people at your corner store, maybe he'll put your shit up in there to go sell it. Other than that, you're going to have to go to the Department of Financial Institutions, the DFI. And I swear for God, for Sister Bethy, who be talking about paperwork and all this and that. Now, one time that bitch has guided you to the Department of Financial Institution. Not one time. And in the Department of Financial Institution, you can get all your information on licensed liability companies, limited liability companies, unincorporated companies, incorporated companies. You can find out what a shelf corp is, a shell corp. All this information is in your DFI, except that, you know what Sister Bethy do? She pimps you with the paperwork. She'd make it seem like she the only one that got access to this paperwork. I remember she did a thing, and she had one of the biggest motherfucking disclaimers I have ever seen, because she was talking about she didn't want nobody taking absolutely nothing from her or some shit like that. And I'm saying to myself, you worse than these credit repair dudes. Anybody can repair their goddamn credit. It don't take no money. You can go to a .gov and repair your credit better than any other motherfucker that you so-called go to. These charlatans. And I'm trying to tell you that these motherfuckers, all the way down to Ab Power and Supreme Chief, whatever the fuck his name is, all these motherfuckers, they are not preparing people. So to prevent anything, it's not there. So when just imagine when you try to go to the task, when you try to perform the task, when you step up to bat to perform the task, you're gonna piss poor morally, fucking with these people. But they love them though, because you know why? It is bliss. Stupidity and ignorance is bliss. That shit is aided and abetted. That shit is rewarded and awarded. I'm just letting you know. It's looked to be fair seeming. Like we can sit in a goddamn soundproof room all day and be successful. Like a motherfucker can be drunk all day on live for 8 hours and be successful. A motherfucker can blend food all day and be successful. No, you need to show us something. Like at least One World, One Hood was trying to show y'all niggas how to make a battery out of dirt. At least he was trying to do that. Or even Jason. I kind of missed that dude. What happened to him? Is he in jail? Or what the fuck he come up missing? Like a very light-spoken brother, even though that nigga was all over the place and he was very pseudo. At least he had a level of illustration when he broke out his whiteboard. I don't see none of these niggas giving me a one level of illustration. Remember, we just broke down Flickr Vertigo. We just broke down what Flickr Vertigo is. That's not teaching. That's hypnotizing your ass. And I'm trying to tell you, these people out here are masters in hypnotizing because that's what they use. You know what? We finna go ahead and look at that again since my number kind of picked up. Let's look up this word. Flickr. We finna look up Flickr. We finna look up Flickr Vertigo because we was just in that. We was just in the definition in terms of what I was talking about, strobe flicker, and they gave me this definition, which fits all the way better. This is a better definition on what's going on when you dealing with these motherfuckers. Hold on, let me. Ooh. All right. Dude, where's my definition? Because I don't think that was it. But it was in Wikipedia, but I don't think this is it. Let me see. Oh, yeah, this is it. Here we go. Let me blow this up for y'all so y'all can see. This is a new one. But, you know, what's his name like to use this as a cliche a lot? Bobby Knife. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. He always say that shit when he don't have new information. He always say, especially if somebody else come with new information, he always say there's nothing new up under the sun. That's to discredit you. That's to marginalize your information. Nigga, it ain't nothing new up under the sun, but it's still yet to be discovered, just like that fucking hole in China. Yeah, that ain't nothing new, but they just discovered the motherfucker, you dumbass. Flicker vertigo, sometimes called bucha effect, is an imbalance in brain cell activity caused by exposure to low frequency flickering or flashing of relatively a bright light. It is a distortion, vertigo, and nausea induced effect of a strobe light flashing at 1 hertz to 20 hertz, approximately the frequency of the human brain wave. The effects are similar to a seizure. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The motherfuckers are so mesmerized, they don't know they're in a seizure. This is hypnotizing. You are seized. You are seized up. The effects are similar to a seizure caused by epilepsy, in particular photosensitive epilepsies. Saying the word wrong, but excuse me. But are not restricted to people with history with epilepsy. Meaning that you don't have to be suffering from fucking having seizures. Fucking with Sanchez, he gonna throw your ass into a seizure, even though you got a completely healthy brain. And that's sometimes people have walked into that, and they so mesmerized by it. They come to them, they brain, you know what they call brain sutures. These motherfuckers haven't even been wrinkled yet. Let me show you, because you're dealing with also a biologist. I'm a natural biologist, but right now I'm a practicing mathematician. Did I say that right? There it is. Brain sutures. These things wrinkle over time, right? These things move and wrinkle over time when the brain is developing. And when they come to Sanchez, these things are still developing in the brain. And what he do, he sees that shit up with that strobe flicker. And when he strobe flicker you to death, he puts you in a state of standing still and not getting shit done. So I beg the question again. When you on these panels, when you're listening to these people, are they properly preparing you so you can prevent a poor performance? Because in order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. Are they showing people how to prepare themselves? Or they just fucking yapping and prating, vacuously prating, and they visceral with it? No, vegan warrior. I just read your comment. Let me put it up. He said y'all beefing bad with Leonardo. We all need to get on one stream and squash the shit. No, they started with me. I'm the contemporary when I get up there, right? I'm always going against the grain, according to Sir Drop. It was like I said, it was HOTC Brandon. He came up on this stream when I was explaining about how I participated on Key Norfolk's stream and had no arguments because he was dealing with a universal language, mathematics. So when he was trying to illustrate the 3, the 666, and the 144,000, I had to come up there and chime because now you're in my world. And it was no arguments, even though they were still trying to apply that shit to flat earth. I was not arguing with them on that. I gave them what I thought, what the numbers meant for me, what my studies in, and all of that. And they dug it. So when I go to Philio's G's panel, it's contention. And what I was trying to do in the midst of that is illustrate, because I was going to go back on Key North for shit, which the shit is not there anymore. I don't know why it's not there anymore. But I was going to pull up the point where me, Key Norfolk, Bobby Knight, and a few others, we were talking on the same level. And it was no contention, none of that shit. And I was just wanted to prove that point, but I can't find the footage. So again, the shit with Leonardo or with Filio G, that's some shit that he manufactured. It's called manufacturing arguments. It's a fallacy. So now he done manufacture. It's like what they say, you made your bed, you got to lay in it. He fucked with the wrong one with me because I was just focused. What's going on, Quentin? I was just focused on Sanchez, Sister Bethy, Black Aboriginal Power, and Supreme Holiday. I think that's his name. These are the 4 leaders of the communities, you know, and I was focused on them. But Filio G kept calling me out of my name as an ad hominem, calling me Space Cadet, and I'm not even talking about space. He keep calling me Space Cadet, or some shit like that. So now he done made his motherfucking bed. Now he got to lie in it. And what's happening is this. Me exposing his ass is opening up the eyes of a few to his bullshit. So when you say that everybody is on his back, it ain't everybody, but it's for the twos and fews that have all opened up their eyes to his bullshit. Because how in the fuck can you say fuck the government and they're taking care of you? You a hypocrite. Tell us how to get over the government. Tell us how to rip that motherfucker off. Don't tell us fuck it. Tell us how you did it, Filio G. So everybody can't do that shit. Join the army, do nothing, get electrocuted, get a motherfucking medical. Everybody can't do that shit. But he make it look fair, seeming as if this is a righteous way to get money. Like this, like his life is righteous. That's what you call us. What you call them, self-righteous people. That's a fucking bad trait, and people are seeing that shit just like how they were seeing through Sanchez shit. I would like to think, and this is me being arrogant, and I'm tooting my horn here. I would like to think I created that wave. That I expose hypocrisies in these people's talking points to where now they looking back and starting to question shit like, hold on, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that photosynthesis didn't exist? Now you talking about the shit? Do y'all remember the time that me and Sanchez had an argument about the Dogon? He asked me the question, name any pre-dynasty culture. And I said the Nomos. He said, you a lie. You a lie. And what he's doing, he's teaching about the Nomos. Who are the Dogons? He's teaching about the Dogons and their pre-dynastic practices of astrology. And I'm hoping that people seen that hypocrisy, but I'm pretty sure they did. And you know what they did? They totally forgave him. They put Humpty Dumpty back together again so he can go ahead and spread these motherfucking bullshit lies. Because that's exactly what they did. I can recall a lot of times where I done caught that motherfucker in so much hypocrisy. A lot of other people have done it. That's the crazy shit. That's the crazy shit. So I would like to think, like I said, I'm being arrogant here. I would like to think I created that way, but no, I haven't. It was other motherfuckers who was nitpicking through his shit. And they were flat earthers along with them. Because remember, the Aboriginal community was nowhere to be found in the flat earth community. I'm letting you know when that shit came together, when that fake now they try to talk about cooking beach fake ass beef. This was the fakest beef I have ever seen. And there was the debate between Sanchez and Black Aboriginal Power. And I seen it a mile a motherfucking way. I said they merging their movements together. I seen that shit a mile away. Because the reason why I seen it a mile away, because before they actually had the debate, they was building the shit up. I said, what is they doing? They look like they merging their motherfucking communities together. And lo and motherfucking behold, here go Philly OG talking about he got a flat motherfucking power channel and a Aboriginal channel. That's all he want to talk about. Not no out of Africa shit, but yet he practicing Dr. Sebi's diet, which is straight out of Africa. Because remember, the dumbass nigga said that you cannot digest corn, but yet corn was a goddamn staple of the Aboriginals here long before the white man came. Long before the white man set his foot on this motherfucking land, corn was a food staple and a commerce staple. A staple. So you trying to tell me out of the 1,500 years now you can't digest the corn? Because I know what excuse he gonna give. Oh, it's genetically modified. We don't supposed to be eating that corn and all that shit. And all kind of excuses is going to be made to the fact that he gonna be finding himself in a conundrum because Dr. Sebi diet come out of Africa, out of Ghana. Well, what the fuck was you thinking? He got those recipes from Ghana. It's just that Honduras supported the herbs that he had to grow. Honduras, the weather, the soil, that shit supported that shit. But he got his recipes from Ghana. He will tell you that. He tells you that in all his shit. But yet, you know what they try to do to minimize it? Oh, he was a Christian too. Because he had said that he's an African living in Honduras. That's what he would. That's his most famous quote besides electric food. Besides the word electric food, his most famous quote is, I am an African in Honduras or Honduras. But Philly OG follow his diet, but he's yelling, not out of the Africa. When we don't talk that out of Africa shit here. And then you got big Aboriginal Power saying the same shit. But they would not address the fact that there are East Coast natives or East Coast Aboriginals that y'all are not accounting for. And one of the tribes out of the Lampi, out of the Mashpee, and out of the Shinnecock, the tribe was called the Kufis. Do you know them Kufis was running all like wild Indians on the East Coast from Jersey all the way up to Maine, nigga. Dark-skinned, nappy-head motherfuckers that you try to say, we're the original Negro. But if you look at their history and look at their archives, because it's written, they were fucking on Zulus when they came. They was fucking on the Shantis because these were free men coming to America. Because remember, they dismissed the whole fact that slavery happened. But it was still free Africans coming up here. There were still free Africans coming up here. And guess what? They was mating with the Mashpee Indian. They was mating with the Lampi Indian. They was mating with the Shinnecock Indian. They was mating with the Mississippi Indian. They was mating with the Florida Indian. They was mating with the Dakota Indian. They was mating with the Delaware Indian. They was mating with every motherfucker that they put their hands on. Nigga, we had big dicks. Or we got big dicks. And them women was mesmerized by the big dick. And they wanted the big dick. And we gave them the big dick. And they started having babies. And those babies were beautiful babies. It ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. Yeah, they were born here on that land, but they got some African blood flowing through the motherfuckers. Now, what would happen in terms of the quantity of the blood? It would get diluted. The quantity of the blood. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not stuttering. I'm not uttering. I'm clearly speaking. It was the quantity of the blood that got diluted, not the quality. The quality is still there because that's why they fear you, nigga. That's the reason why they got you running like a chicken with his head chopped off, because they know the quality of that African blood can raise up at any moment and be great, because it is. Remember, I showed you about Hadia Nicole Green, and I'm finna illustrate Michael Barber in a minute because we still in the pimp class here. Don't forget that. I'm addressing y'all asses at the same time. This is an edutainment moment. You're getting educated and entertained, nigga. With that being said, these black people, I need y'all to tell me, with these black people, that they don't got African blood in them. It's not the quality, it's not the quantity of the blood that's in them, because by that time, 100 years, that shit been super diluted. But the quality of the blood is still there. The quality of the African blood is still there. So 3% in all essence would take over the whole motherfucking DNA codex. I'm going to say that again, and I'm going to say it real slow. 3% of African blood has a very high potential of taking over the whole entire DNA code. That's the reason why they always talk about the one drop blood rule. Is because of that. It has the very high potential. The kid can still look white, like Know the Ledge or even Red Squid. But that potential of the black, of the quality of that African blood to take over the DNA code, took it over in terms of what they consider spiritual. Remember what I told you about spiritual? That's to spy on the right of those who have soul. But with their spiritual world, because if you ask them, they'll think they black. Ask Mental Ninja. Mental Ninja, I think, got a white mother or a white father. I mean, obviously, Know the Ledge and Red Squid look like they're mixed with white folks, but tell me who they identify with, and I shut the fuck up. I'm just trying to tell you the high potential of 3% of that African blood flowing in fucking Red Squid has a very high potential of taking over his whole DNA codex. It got the potential of taking over his whole codex. And next thing you know, he's going to be jive turkey talking and fried chicken and biscuit eating, monkey ate baboon, big dive, fast running, spear chucking, 360-degree basketball dunking, tips on spade mullion. Take your pizza and go to fuck back to. Oh shit, I just had to add that anecdote up in there. But with that being said, you know what I'm finna do? I'm finna take a music break. And in this music break, like I said, it's gonna be totally relevant to the stream that is going on here. But allow me to take a little 3-minute break, and we'll get back to it.
Push P. Yeah, push a P. Turn me up. Turn me up, P. Pointers in the paddock in my piece. I'm push a P.
Cop new hammers for my P. We don't want no peace.
Got a spot across the spot. Just for peace.
Drop the data, now we plotting. Exotic peas. She not a lesbian for peace. She turned lesbian. Push a P.
I'm push a P. I'm capital P, I write the president, count president.
Push a P. Portuguese on her knees, mopping down a P.
She let me squeeze and she leave, cause she keep a P.
Private suite, privacy, bitch, I'm pushing P.
Purple paint, pussy pink, bitch, I'm pushing P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Yeah. Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Yeah.
I pop a P. I'm paranoid. I can't sleep with pockets deep. Got rest on me. Why they watching me? I'm pushing P. I'm pushing P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Yeah.
Touch it, watch it, okay, bought a P, not a pill of Porsche. Push P. 3 P's, popcorn, Porsche.
Push a P.
I just fucked a cup of water. I did. Push a P, red bandana Cardinals. Hey, push a P. I'm a P, you out your whole endorsement. Yeah. She ain't vanilla for me, she simply porcelain. I never saw ops, now we finally touched it. She ready to get in the streets with me, no question. Too rich to text, I let my shoulder forward it. Take the P at the alphabets, nigga try to sort it. I'm pushing P, I'm pushing P, I'm pushing P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P, P.
Push a P.
I'm pushing P,
Push a P.
I'm pushing P.
Yeah.
Y'all probably wondering what the fuck is behind Didac playing that goddamn song. The reason behind that is because when they talk about they P, this is how they express themselves in AP. Right? Now, growth and development is trying to tell you otherwise. In growth and development, they told you proper preparation prevents poor performance. But in this case, to drive you into an action, and it says this: in order to prevent a poor performance, one must properly prepare. So when you heard Gunner, Pusher P, and you heard Future and Young Thugger talking about what they P is, you see what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to tell you, in the 80s, we were saying this, but it was moving us in a different direction. So here they are, they're taking the same 5P principles and they're applying it where you just heard that song, Pushing P. The sonic on that motherfucker is undeniable. I love my music. So the sonic sound. Now, when you separate the sonic sound, now this is what you call separating meat from the bone. When you're able to separate the sonic sound from the actual lyrics, then you are able to break down the song in terms of what is bad and what is good. Sonically, the music, the producer, who is Weezy, because I be calling Weezy 365 that same Weezy, baby. Weezy out of here. But nonetheless, Weezy as a producer, these people are learneth. And when I say learneth, these people come from the Morris Brown marching band. They come from Clark, Atlanta, and Morehouse and shit. Sleepy Brown and Organized Noise. These are professional musicians. Niggas ain't understanding. Metro Boomin, Scott Storch. These are professional musicians. And with that being said, the reason why I picked that song is because the trick is, again, I'm trying to properly prepare you to push the sonic sound that is inevitably that's going to connect with you, but they're going to feed you in that shit, improper shit. So we can go back to 1992 when they was talking about here it is, bam, another fake, goddamn, this is a dope jam. When they was going from that point up to no dreadlocks and black fists, it's just that gangster glare. Like when they start ripping that shit out, when John Singleton showed you in his movie Boys in the Hood, when he had Trey to point at the map and said, do you know what this place is? That's Africa. Did you know that the first bones was found in Africa? That means all y'all are from Africa. He said, I ain't from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia, motherfucker. All that was being warned and yellow flagged and red flagged throughout its times by black movements, by pan-African movements, as you want to lump them all into a goddamn umbrella. But all these movements was pointing back and trying to get us back to the essence of our culture. And COINTELPRO did a great job. And right now they working even just as diligent, to say the least. But their feet are kicked up because niggas are arbitrarily doing it, like I said from before. So when you heard the song P.I.M.P, that just lets you know that the machine is fully greased. You understand? It's just like how you build a brand new engine and you got the motherfucking timing right. Your oil pressure is right. You got the spark plugs is hitting, all that shit. That's what's going on right now. It's just a full functioning machine right now. And your stupid and your ignorant are rewarded. You look at Young Thugger, from Young Baby to Little Baby to The Baby to all these dumbass rappers that muddle, they are being highly rewarded. Philly OGs of the world, Sanchez of the world, Sutubethis of the world, Black Aboriginal powers of the world. These people are awarded and rewarded for fucked up behavior, bad behavior. And especially if that bad behavior can influence other people and aid and abet them to bad behavior, they are all the more being rewarded for that. I'm trying to tell you, them motherfuckers are getting bonuses, all kind of shit, because they are not properly prepared to prevent poor performance. So for them to be so-called pushing P, they don't know what the fuck they pushing. These are your aboriginals that everybody's trying to claim today to be. Like Black Aboriginal Power will tell you in a minute that Future is an Aboriginal. His culture, he's practicing his culture with the hip hop that we know today. I'm sorry, not the hip hop, the rap that we know today. They would tell you that Future, Baby, all of them is Aboriginals practicing Aboriginal ways and Aboriginal music. Like they said about the buildings today. Man, if you go to any motherfucking construction site, it ain't nothing but hunkies. And that's across the United States of America, boy. You will see sprinkles of niggas in construction sites. Those are motherfucking well-paying jobs that take care of families. They're not fit to give you those jobs, nigga. But yet, you claim that you the Aboriginal that built on brick. Y'all was the first ones to have brick and mortar, all that shit. Y'all have brick buildings and all that shit. Dude, y'all are not properly prepared. Y'all piss poor morally. Y'all cannot perform. And yet alone, y'all can't prevent shit. Run this white man off your land, dog. The fuck? Y'all have the Africans help. Remember Gaddafi sent Jeff Ford, I think it was like 3 million, 4 million in gold. That means that he could took that gold and purchase his weapons in motherfucking Colombia or some motherfucking where. Or he could take that gold and go anywhere. What happened? What happened, you aboriginal fuckers? How did he get a sanction put on him? How did they stop that money and then label him as a goddamn terrorist? Because they were trying to get themselves properly prepared. They knew that a 22 is not fit to go through a tank, so they was ordering rocket launchers. And then COINTELPRO lied on them. I think it was like a Filio G, a Sanchez, you snake ass, a Sister Bethy, who was a snake ass, a snake motherfucker, Sir Drops. These are the motherfuckers who go back and say that, oh, they buying rocket launchers to shoot at the building. All because and check this out. As a Hegelo dialect, where people don't know how the shit is ran, because I heard Red and Blue Pill talking about it. Nigga, y'all don't know how nothing is coming about. But nonetheless, he was trying to talk about the Hegel dialect. I don't know if I don't give a fuck if I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but I know who he is. He's a German philosopher. His name is Jorge or George. And with that being said, when this dude was trying to make an example on what kind of psyops or program that you can use in this manner, little that he know is that it's always collateral damage in this. It's always plausible deniability in it. But they try to play on that like nobody don't know that shit exists. And that's what Sanchez and them do. They play on people's ignorance, and little that they know, most of the motherfuckers might be behind the bullshit, causing the confusion. And this is what the greatest of the agents will do. They will make it, like I said, look fair same, and they will make it look like somebody else is the agent when they really are. And that is a strategy in itself. So you want to know why we are not prepared and we can't prevent anything, and when we perform, we are poor at it? It's because in the midst of our quest, because we can be great in our quest, in the midst of it, we bump into motherfuckers like Sanchez along the way. You bump into motherfuckers like Sister Bethy's along the way. And when you bump into these people, they tend to stop your growth. They end your quest and whatever you was trying to find, and then they just force feed you some bullshit, and to the point where you just become lazy and slothful in your quest in terms of intellect or anything. And this is where you are not properly prepared. Now I can come to your motherfucking supermarket and shoot you up and get arrested and go get some Burger King. Or I can go to your motherfucking apartment complex and pop a young black man and get treated like a goddamn king and sell my goddamn gun on the auction for $500,000 because you're not properly prepared. And because people are not properly prepared, this shit was happening since the 30s, but it perfected itself in the 90s. And I am a generation of this in terms of seeing it in live and in real life and how it's playing out. That's the reason why these youth are angry and shooting each other, because the preparation has been infiltrated by the counterintelligence program. And right now, it's a self-sufficient running machine. You don't need to go sign in for the FBI or the CIA to be an agent. You just gotta just go against the grain and get rewarded by going against the grain. And it's crazy because you know what America always does with any kind of technology, especially when the mass majority of the people are going to be using it. I don't give a fuck if it's toothpaste. They're going to militarize it. And for the communities that's causing the most disruption, the motherfuckers are ex-military or ex-police or some shit like that. And that shit is a super red flag. Because you don't got to tell them shit. They just going to follow orders. They going to follow motherfucking orders. But yeah, to wrap it up, because I'm going to open up the stream. But to wrap it up, what I meant by in order to prevent poor performance, one must prepare. And what I'm doing, I'm giving you my P-Funk behind it. And my P-Funk is my prodigy, a frequency that is unknown. Because I'm giving you a frequency that most people can't pick up on. That's what makes it unknown. And plus, what is hidden is one of the four absolutes that I dig from. So I dig from the hidden, I dig from what's eternal, I dig from the primordial waters and also the primordial darkness. What people don't know, darkness is your form of first light. Just letting you know that. Everybody think the bright light is your light. No, actually your darkness is your first light. But with that being said, yeah, to sum it up, this is a small little window into how you can preparate yourself. Something very, very simple that everybody needs to do. Everybody needs a toolbox in their house. I mean, a full-fledged toolbox. Screwdrivers, wrenches, Allen wrenches, metric wrenches. People need a full-fledged motherfucking toolbox. Sorry for that dilemma. But with that being said, yeah, my suggestion to everybody is to go out and get them a toolbox, a full-fledged toolbox. That way, when it comes down to even assembling shit, you won't be struggling with a butter knife. You understand? You won't be trying to have one size fit all pliers, because that's what niggas do. Niggas gonna try to take some vice grips and thinking that's the only tool they need in terms of a fucking plier or a wrench. No, nigga, you need way more than that. And stop trying to put this shit together with a fucking butter knife. Go get you some tools. Go get you a long fucking 3-foot screwdriver so you can reach down. Get you a motherfucking mechanic's tool set. Because there's a difference between a house tool set and a mechanic's tool set. I mean, Philly OG got the money, right? That nigga can go get him a motherfucking Craftsman drawer. Nigga, you know them motherfuckers like $3,000 just for the drawer. No tools in the bitch. Just for the drawer. Nigga, You supposed to be having a fucking Hoyer lift in your house with an engine on that bitch, showing people how to engineer, nigga. Showing how gears turn and pulleys work and levers and all that shit. That motherfucker hit a button on a blender, nigga. A button on a blender. These y'all leaders. Sanchez telling you to hold on for a minute. He got to go hit the pipe. I think that nigga smoke crack. Because he'll tell you straight up, he smoke a pipe. But yet he got every other smoking apparatus. That's how you know when a motherfucker's on dope. When they got multi-apparatuses to smoke out of, they're a dope fiend. Dog, I guess I'm old school. I'm sorry. I was cut in a different cloth. Cut very different. Because I myself started off on tops, right? 70s baby. Telling on my age kind of a bit. But 70s baby. So when I started smoking weed, first it started off with tops. Then it was zigzags. And then Philly Blunt came. When the Philly Blunt came, that motherfucker changed the game. It went from Philly, Swisher Sweet, Garcia Vega, blah, 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 Skippy Woo Woo. Now I'm back to natural. I'm rolling raw. And I heard somebody on the motherfucking thing talking about when you smoke paper, you smoking wood. No, you smoking hemp when you smoking raw. Hemp is not wood, nigga. It takes the place of wood. That's the reason why they illegalized hemp, you dummy. You dumb person. Remember, that's what Sir Drop like to say a lot. You dumb person. That was a dumbass comment that you made right there because you know hemp is not wood, you dumb fucker. It was about to take over the wood industry. That's the reason why they made hemp illegal, you dummy. He said, if you smoking papers, you smoking wood. Not raw, not what's the other one's called? Optimum. I think that's what they call it. It's Optimum, raw. It's a few motherfucking natural paper makers in terms of what they calling it. And I'm putting that in quotation papers. But to roll up your weed with, they have natural wraps. But the motherfucker had a nerve to talk about the what the kids are smoking today. And that shit is bad. The fuck is that one called? The backwoods. That's not a tobacco paper, nigga. That's the same shit that Philly Blunt used to use and Garcia Vega. They just put a new name on the motherfucker. It's the same shit, just repackaged. You ever seen Wire? Yellow tops, blue tops, same dope. Same dope. The same dope. Dope fiends is gonna buy the shit. If the shit is bad, they're gonna buy twice as more. But that's the street game. But I'm just quoting the Wire on that one. But with that being said, yeah, let me drop this link. And I do want Sanchez and them to hit this link. I really want them to hit this link so we can discuss science, because it's not a lot of loud echoing in this motherfucker, because I'm not going to allow this to be an echo chamber. I'm not going to allow this to be an echo chamber. And with that being said, it would be a neutral ground for anybody to come on here to try to argue their point in terms of what they think they disagree in terms of the information that I give out. Because the information that I give out is pertinent information that can be applied. And like I said, just right now, what we can do as a people is get our tools up, our tool belt, all that shit. Get that shit up. Ladders. We need ladders. We need all that shit. Prepare for that shit. Buy that shit. Now, if you were talking about protection, right? Again, that's supposed to be in the hands of the expert, ex-military, Sanchez. He don't got no felon. That nigga can go buy every gun in the world. Philly OG, he ain't a felon. Remember, he said when he was falling on hard times, he go he goes to the army because he couldn't handle himself out there. He was getting into trouble, quote unquote, because dope fiends is gonna break in stores. But with that being said, he went to the army up to the point where, nigga, you don't got no felon right now. Even if you did, look like you got a pardon, because I don't think felons can serve in the army unless under special conditions. That mean they have striked your record. All right, Chris Cyphers. He said he served in the military. He sounded like he wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight. He sound like the biggest pussy in the world. But yet alone, he served in the military. And I'm pretty sure he don't got no felons. Why are y'all not stockpiled? Anybody ever heard of T Electric? I suggest that y'all go ahead and subscribe to that man. Just one man alone. That motherfucker has an arsenal. And he's out of Michigan. So I see the reason why he does have that. But he's only one motherfucker, to say the least. But the man got an arsenal. Where is y'all level of preparation at, dude? Because he's prepared. He's prepared to put a gun in at least 15 motherfuckers' hands. At least. Let me know how y'all prepared. How many guns do y'all have in terms of preparation? How many guns can y'all put into the hands of people when it goes down? See what I'm saying? If you ain't gonna buy the fucking wrench or the hammers, screwdrivers, screws, nails, if you ain't gonna buy that shit, at least buy guns. Stop buying a blender, dog. This motherfucker said if he win the $300, no, I think he said $500. He said if he win a $500 bet that he can read any book, he was going to take the money and buy a bunch of expensive herbs with it. $500, dog, can get you a raw ass tool set. You can't have, dog, there's no such thing as too many tool sets. There's no such thing as too many guns. There's no such thing as that. You can't have too many. As a matter of fact, if you got 20 of them motherfuckers, you should have 40. If you got 40, you should have 80. There's no such thing as too much of anything when it comes down to tools to get the job done, to prepare yourself, to properly prepare yourself so you can perform. Y'all can't do shit but sit on y'all motherfucking asses and talk about nothing. Nothing with substance. Because if y'all did, y'all rhetoric would be different. It will. Their rhetoric would be totally different. And one person I can say that rhetoric was different and he showed it was Huey. Huey is connected with the youth. And that's some shit. That's preparation right there. That's properly preparing right there. Now, I don't know what he's telling these kids. Maybe they will have a poor performance upon them with any issues, but I would doubt it. I would try to give the benefit of the doubt to Huey that he will properly prepare them to prevent a poor performance. You understand what I'm saying? But at least he has a level of showing how to prepare, because the motherfucker can galvanize the youth. And none motherfuckers hate that shit from Sanchez on down. They hate that this man can galvanize the youth. But that's neither here or there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and because one thing I'm not going to do is the same shit that everybody else does, because I'm not discouraged. And most people will try to make you discouraged. Like they'll they'll throw numbers in your face. And like I said, right now, I see that the I has 3. So that means 3 people are watching me. And with that being said, that's 3 million. That's 3 million for me. Because if I reach 1, I reached 1 million. And with that being said, most people who will have these kind of numbers will be discouraged and just in they shit. Like I done seen it done where yeah, that is it, Quentin. This is what it has turned into. It turned into because really, I'm gonna be honest with you. Opening up the panel, I only want to open it up to intellectuals. That we are not going to argue, even though if we have differences. What I come to find out with these open panels is that it's a lot of non-pertinent information, if you understand what I'm saying. You cannot take the information that you're hearing over these panels and apply it, even when they find themselves trying to bog down on a serious topic. You will hear them veer off. They'll veer off real quick. And then it becomes a competition in terms of, let me talk. Hold on for a minute. And I hate that shit. I hate that shit with a passion. People fumbling, talking and over each other. And that's the last thing that I want on my panel. So opening it up, I don't have no problem with it. Regulating it, I might have a problem with that. I might have a problem because I'm not going to be the one to cut people off. I done heard people say this a lot, and then they find themselves cutting them off. Like, for instance, Cook used to have a policy where he wasn't going to mute nobody and none of this and that, and I was his first victim. And then it was Mental Ninja, and then he finished it with me in terms of how to perfect muting a motherfucker, kicking him off the panel, turning his mic down, changing his name up under his avatar. So he learned all that shit through me, doing it on me, and he was being instructed by Beach. So I don't want my shit turning into that dumb shit. I don't even want my shit, even though I would say at moments he was a maestro, but at moments that he lose all control, especially when that Yahweh cat come on. And I'm talking about Huey P, right? Sometimes he can handle it in terms of a wide open panel, but when that Yahweh came up on there talking about some diction and dick in the booty and all that shit, ooh wee, that I would never ever tolerate on my shit, right? So I guess I don't want to say it that I'm not for everybody, because I do want majority, or if it was a such thing as everybody. But if there's anything that anybody gets anything out of this, I want everybody to get a learning lesson out of this, but still being held attention, meaning that you're being entertained. I want you entertained under the guise of education, not buffoonery, not foolery, not ad hominems, not even playing the fucking dozens. I don't want you to be entertained like that. I want you to be entertained by great information, great content. And if a motherfucker is out of line and out of order, he's going to be addressed. That's the reason why I have a segment called The Addressment. And I also have this segment called The Pimp Lessons, because I want to separate the two. But it seems I find it hard to separate the two, because the moment I get off into a good educational dissertation, it reminds me of the dumb shit that's going on the other side of town. So when it reminds me of the dumb shit that's going on the other side of the town, I got no other choice but to talk about those gang leaders, those preachers and pimps and shit, pimping the people. preaching to the people and turning them into gangbangers. Flat Earth is a gang. That's a gang. They gang flat motherfucking power. That's GD folks right now. That's GD folks to growth and development. Because remember, Larry Hoover was trying to change the minds of the person and stop thinking in a negative connotation, to say the least. So he changed the GD to growth and development. So Flat Earth went to flat motherfucking power. That's a gang. And tell me not that motherfuckers don't put that shit in their title. Flat motherfucking power. They abbreviate it. That's a gang. Aboriginal community. They're a gang. But y'all got a nerve to talk about four corner hustlers. Or even the BDs going buck fucking wild in Chicago, because they are going buck wild. But any other gang that goes across America, y'all got to know. And, here goes Sanchez, the blue and the red means the devil, and it means Lucifer. Lucy, remember Lucy, Oosey Goosey, he'll say some weird ass shit to make it rhyme and all that dumb ass shit. But yet, you screaming flat motherfucking power with a Raiders hat on, broke to the left. What the fuck is you talking about, dog? The fuck is you talking about? And then one day you got your hat broke to the right. See, niggas where I come from, we call them niggas bleeding purple. They got an 11-point star. They don't know which side they on. That's Sir Drop. That's Sir Drop all the way. And he admits it. That nigga a Crip, a Blood. Hey, that's not Rocket. Anybody ever seen Colors? Remember they shot old boy because he thought he was Rocket. Because Rocket was perpetrating, because Rocket was OG Bobby Johnson, the character that played OG Bobby Johnson. He was playing both sides of the fence. He was a Blood one day and a Crip the next. They got an ID on him that he had on red rags, because once you a Blood, always a Blood. So it's very easy to identify you by your colors. This motherfucker had on blue when they bust in the house, and the police officer, that's not Rocket. That because he was trying to warn him, like, dude, don't shoot him, because Rocket out here false flagging. Like he a Blood and a Crip. So we might get him mixed up. So that ain't Rocket right there, but the police shot him anyway. But with that being said, that's Sir Drop all day, Rocket. That nigga got blue, red, brown. Because remember the 2-1 homes, they wore brown and shit. That motherfucker got a 6-point star, a 5-point star. He got a crescent moon. That nigga got a pitchfork, a champagne glass. That nigga got everything. That nigga everything. And that's the motherfuckers you gotta look out for. You gotta be. That's a huge warning right there. Huge warning. But these are the motherfuckers that captivate the attention of another. And that'd be the last shit that I want on my stream. So, yeah, it's a filtering process. Like, what is it? Brita water filter. That's exactly what the fuck is going on here. This is a Brita water filter. But straight up, I needed to put this out there because what's going on, like with the shootings and shit, the Buffalo shooting, the Texas shooting, the California, I think that's California with the church, all these shootings that's going on, people are coming up with the wildest fucking conspiracy theories, calling these things psyops and all this shit. Okay, if so, and you've been knowing since the Clinton administration, when did they take down the towers? That was Bush's administration. Ever since then, you've been knowing about this. How were you preparing yourself properly to prevent a poor performance? Because Buffalo, New York was not supposed to happen under the Aboriginals' watch. Remember, y'all stripped us as a Black Power movement of our power. No more Black Panthers. Y'all talk so bad about Grandmaster Jay that he went in hiding. This is the Aboriginal and the Flat Earth community. They talked about these people so bad they went off into hiding. So where the fuck are you at? And Buffalo, I guaranteed you the part that it happened in, I guaranteed you that's sacred land of the Aboriginal people. That's the reason why the community is 85% black. I need y'all to answer that question. Where was the Aboriginal preparedness? How come y'all was not properly prepared for this? Y'all had well over fucking 20 years to prepare yourself for it. But here we are, y'all having a porous performance, and y'all expecting the Black Panther to show up. Y'all expecting what the fuck is they called? NAFT or some shit. I'm just gonna call him Grandmaster J. That's what I'm just gonna call him from now on. Y'all was waiting on Grandmaster J to show up. So y'all can point y'all fingers and say, hey, that's the bad guy right there. Because he showed up late. Nigga, you ain't gonna do nothing with them guns. Y'all want to point at them and tell them that, oh, you ain't practicing gun safety because a gun goes off in a rally. Do you know how many guns go off in rallies with hunkies? But yet they want to try to fucking marginalize and discredit Grandmaster J's movement. And as a matter of fact, Taz is the most probably this. That's a special case. That is a complete focus right there. I'm not going to lump him up with the four easy ones, because these four horsemen that I'm talking about with Sister Bethy, Black Aboriginal Power, Sanchez, and Chief Holiday, those are easy to deal with. But this fucking Taz, the exclusive, that nigga dog is dangerous. And with that would have to be a one-on-one focus. I engaged with the brother like twice. I engaged with him one time on his show, and I said that I can prove that Harriet Tubman sold us in from the fire into the frying pan. It didn't do us no good when she so-called set us up with the Quakers, because the Quakers was just as much as a driver, but they did it the sweet way. In my analogy, this is all Didact, because remember, Didact brung this up a long time ago on Sanchez channel. And I think that Kanye West overheard that shit, and he started spreading the goddamn shit. But this was Didact shit, trust me. Because I brung it on Sinetta shit too. Before I brung it on Sanchez shit, and Sinetta said, can you prove that? I said, yeah, through the history of Philadelphia and Maryland. And when I said that, he said, no, I'm not going to have that shit on my show. You not going to talk about the ancestors. So I didn't even give it a chance to prove it on the show, which is a large crowd, right? Nobody didn't know who the fuck Omarius Smith was. That's my government name. But nobody didn't know who the fuck I was, except for Polite when I had a discourse with him. But Polite ain't going to go out there with a bullhorn and say, hey, guess who I talked to? Omarius Smith from Milwaukee, and he put me on a goddamn spot about my wives. He ain't going to have no public announcement. So me even trying to build up a audience was just as hard as it is to say today. Because organically growing shit is hard. To do it organically is hard work. So I engaged with Taz on this subject about Harriet Tubman, because I was trying to spread my motherfucking info on what I know about that. Because the Quakers, I'm trying to tell you, we have this saying, and the saying goes, you can catch more flies with honey than you can do with vinegar. The Quakers were honey, the Dutch was vinegar. I don't know if y'all know about the Dutch disease, but look at it. It's an economic disease. It's a disease where the Dutch are known for bringing economies down because they so hard on they're hard on their service to render them their riches. They're hard on that. So one of their major services was cotton milling. The Dutch was controlling that. And they were real hard on their slaves. So they brought the economy down. It's called the Dutch disease. Look it up. Look it up. And with that being said, the Quakers was trying to tell the Dutch how to do business better. Hey, stop treating your slave so harsh. You would get more out of the motherfucker if you make him feel like he is worthy of some shit. Put him up in the house, but make him pay you rent. Show him to the nice shoes, but charge him double. Why is you doing this? You're fucking up. You're going to make the nigga revolt, because that's what was going on with the Dutch. When they was whipping the nigga in the back, we was ready to take the head off of the fucking slave master. That was bad for business. That's what you call the Dutch disease. That's what's bad for business. So the Quakers was trying to tell the Dutch, stop whipping on your slaves, put the motherfuckers up in a better quarter. In other words, a better living house, a better housing, put decent clothes on their back, have them to eat somewhat decent, and charge their ass. Charge them up the ass. What you think was happening up north? When Harriet Tubman so-called freed the Negro from down south and brought him up north, what you think was going on? You think that fucking white man let him stay there free? No, you got to pay rent, dog. How much is rent? Well, don't worry about James. He okay. He pay $1. You pay $3. And tell me if that ain't the practice today, you dumbass pretending Indians. I'm tired of running y'all history down. I'm tired of running this shit down to you and telling you how to fucking open your eyes and realize that you are a champion. That's right. With that being said, I'm trying to make you realize and open your eyes. Because if you thinking what I think you thinking, I know you fucked up in the head. And trust me, I done brung this shit to the stages of those who holds the attention of a great audience and a big audience. And the moment that I spoke this shit up, they got so, because they not prepared for this. This is one thing that the COINTELPRO is not prepared for. So they have to shut it down, prepare themselves for it, and then let it up and see if they can combat it from that point. But yeah, I had my engagements with Taz twice. And in those engagements, I knew then that this motherfucker was highly dangerous. He's another motherfucking Sanchez that likes to overtalk, mute you, throw you in the back, because he did that to me. He did it to me. Because one time we was talking about Bill Cosby. And remember that nigga did a whole stream on Bill Cosby. And when he did his stream on Bill Cosby, what's going on?
Yo.
What up?
Can you
What's
hear
up,
me?
vegan? Yeah, I can hear you, Vegan Warrior.
All right. What's up, brother? How you been?
Better than some, worse than others. Better than some,
Okay.
worse than others.
Hey, I didn't mean to cut in on you on what you was talking about. I just seen the link and clicked on it. But go ahead,
Oh
finish your thought.
you more than welcome, man. You more than welcome.
I,
Yeah, it was. Oh, go ahead.
I think you just created a new fan, bruh. I'm sitting here listening to you. I'm like, damn, this nigga sound like me. You talk. I was listening earlier. You was talking about the military. You was talking about how niggas don't know how to strip a 1911 and all that. I'm like, yo, that's the kind of shit I talk about. I'm a firearms instructor, so
Yeah.
I've been talking that shit since day one. That we got to be more prepared. So when you was hitting those points, I was like, yo, where the hell this dude been? Your man Nasima sent me the link to your page and told me I really needed to listen to you. So I started checking you out today.
Okay, that's good looking. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Now he warned me. He said, "Well, don't trip. Dude is squared away, but he ain't a flat earther." And I said, well, shit, damn near nobody I know in real life is a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't hold that against you, but we can definitely talk about it. I would love
Oh,
to
for
have
sure.
a positive, non-confrontational conversation if you want to talk about that. But
Oh,
either way, I'll step back and just follow your lead.
oh yeah. Like far as the flat earth is concerned, right?
Yeah.
I can explain that on both ends. Now, geometrically, when we talking about geometrically as a shape, it's not flat. But what we
Okay.
seek, how we seek in life is flat. And I can prove that in mathematics in a diagram called a parabola. And
Oh yeah.
I had Sanchez drawing up the graph, and he was seeing how it was coming into fruition, and he wiped it off his screen because I was going to
Right.
show you how every human being lives on one of these planes because the distance between 2 points is a polar. People
Okay.
say a straight line, but it's really called a polar. And you hear him try to talk about the polar, the North Pole. That's
Yeah.
your polar. That's your
Hmm.
polar, and the distance between 2 points is that straight polar. But when you put them in perpendicular, when you run them perpendicular, because he don't talk about that, he only talk things that's parallel, horizontal. Horizontal
Okay.
is parallel. So if you start talking perpendiculars, meaning that now we fit across, I
Uh-huh.
can show you in that space where it's actually creating the sphere, what we know as the
Right.
because these are the fundamental shapes that we know of: square, circle, triangle, cube, sphere, and pyramid. These are the fundamental shapes that we know and we build from. And a sphere shape has proven to be the most proficient here on this planet. And the model is naturally coming from nature. Like for instance, it don't have to necessarily take in the shape of the kids bubbles, right? You can
Yeah.
a bubble can blow out of like a pond or a river, and when that bubble blows out, guess what shape it takes? That's the most energy efficient. Uh, um, 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 it's the most energy efficient energy that is going to take on. It's the most energy efficient. So when it takes on that sphere, people have automatically said, okay, why is it taking on this? And then they microcosm it to a macro, and they realize that the earth is this. But what we see in our perception is flat. It's called a cone. This is in parabolas because we seek to be on the level. We always seek that. And us seeking that, we will flatten out things that are obviously round and curved off. So when people say, I don't see the curve, that is a misnomer. That is a misnomer and argument, and you will never see it because number one, your perception on Earth and the size that you are, because there are jumbo jets that look like an ant to the fucking ocean, and when you compare yourself to a jumbo jet, you look like an ant to the jumbo jet. So that is the perception that people seem to miss, but they argue on it. But that's not the argument. The argument is mathematics. And when you create parabolas and you create this graph, it would give you the idea on how shit is shaped. As a matter of fact, I'm finna try to draw one right quick. Hold on, let me move my stuff up out of the way.
Well, while you preparing to do that, well, let me keep it clear with you. I'm not your typical flat earther. All right, I'm actually like a rebel flat earther. Most flat earthers don't agree with me, um, and I've argued and debated damn near all of them. Anybody that's a big dog, I've gone head to head with pretty much all of them in some way. I came to flat Earth completely different than most motherfuckers. You know, most motherfuckers just follow and do whatever and believe whatever, and that's how they roll. You know, but I'm from a different. I'm cut from a different cloth because my background. I'm a private investigator. To be a private investigator, you got to know how to critically think. And if you don't know how to critically think, you're fucked because then all you have is what other motherfuckers tell you. So if somebody tells you all that stuff you just told me, right, hypothetically, and you have not verified any of that, you've already lost the game. Um, so I came to Flat Earth completely different. Um, the reason I'm a flat earther is because that's exactly what I experienced. No one experiences the earth as a spinning ball globe traveling through the void of space. Not only is it traveling through the void of space, it's traveling around the sun while the sun is moving through the void of space. The official narrative of what they say the earth is, no one has experienced it. And for you to believe it, you have to have an imagination. You cannot experience it. I'm in the business of knowing the truth. I'm a truth seeker and I'm a truth teller. So if I haven't experienced it, I then lean towards what's more likely versus what's least likely. That's how you handle an investigation. That's how you deal with trying to find the truth. And if you can't find the truth, you want to get as close as humanly possible. That's how this real world works. I'm a realist. When men come together and they put their heads together and they act like they got crystal balls and they come up with these concoctions of what something is without being able to prove it, I'll listen, I'll respect their attempt to trying to find the truth. My question to them at the end of that is always, how do you know it's true? Have you experienced it? If you haven't experienced it, 9 times out of 10, you don't know if it's true or not. If you don't know if it's true or not, you should clarify your thesis, your hypothesis as being something as this is what I believe. This is what my research has come up with. This is based on my study. This is what I believe the thing to potentially be. But what we have is people taking their beliefs and passing them off as truths. I deal in the realm of truth. And when I don't know if I have the truth, I then let people know this is my opinion. This is what I believe. I think too often we have people getting on this fucking YouTube and talking to the public and telling them this and telling them that, passing themselves off as truth tellers when really they're believers sharing their opinion. I like to distinguish between belief and opinion and the truth. And that's difficult for many people because the human ego wants to always be right. I'm right, I'm right. They're wrong, I'm right. They're wrong, I'm right. They want a right or wrong, a yin or a yang. But if you don't have the truth, you don't know if you're right or if you're wrong. And the only way you can truly have the truth is if you have direct experience. If you don't have direct experience and have the ability to articulate that experience and show the receipts of that experience, therefore, you don't have the truth. So I come at this game completely different, bro. Fuck all that science that hasn't been proven, in my opinion. I don't need to look up in the sky to tell you about the world that I live in. I just experience the world. So every day I wake up and I swing my legs off of my bed and plant them on the ground. At no point, at no point do I experience curvature of the earth. I experience the various terrain features of the earth. I can go all the way up a hill, come all the way down. I can go all the way to the top of a mountain, come all the way down. I'm always level. I always come back to a level point. At no point am I going over a physical mass that is curving. The people in Australia are not upside down. That is a fallacy. That is Santa Claus. That is getting people to believe in the Easter Bunny. Airplanes do not constantly dip their nose of their airplane as they travel, let's say from North America to Australia or Africa. That doesn't happen. Why? Because we are all on a level plane with various terrain features. That's my intro.
Hey,
I'll
that
pause there. I'll pause there because this is your show, bro.
hey, vegan warrior.
Yeah.
It's been a minute, bro. I don't know where you've been at, bro, but your presence is needed in the aspect
Cook.
of
Is that fucking
the
Cook?
No, this Brandon, bro. This Brandon,
Oh.
bro. This HOTC. I just want to my intro is this, bro.
Yeah.
I traveled through as many houses as I can to find the truth to pretty much confirm what it is that I know and what I see and what I experience.
Right.
And I'm finna say some stuff that I learned, and I would say most master masons don't know because most master masons don't do the research. Most masons stop at the first degree, the second degree, or the third degree, and
Right.
they just want the t-shirt and whatever. But me myself, I would say after I left the 32nd, I'm on my travel to go complete the whole 360 degrees. I'm gonna say this, and I'm getting goosebumps as I say this. In order to find a circle, you have to understand horizontals and perpendiculars.
Right.
Now, I'm saying some shit that, people in the order may know, but it's math because which I'm about to say, right, sacred geometry. So, in order, so the sphere, I'm gonna just fast forward a little bit, and then it'll bring everything together that you're talking about because you're not wrong, and what Didek is finna reveal in this supreme mathematics that he got up on the screen.
Right.
So in masonry, and I'm pretty sure y'all all have seen it. Y'all have seen the pillars, and you've seen the globe.
Right.
The globe is a depiction of a product that is yet to be finished because we live to find the level. Okay,
right.
We live to find the level. The waters that surround us was left by ancients to show us how to find the level because you have to be able to find a flat surface in order to build a firm foundation. So when Didek was telling us about the triangle, the square, in the circle, those are the elementary aspects of the knowledge of finding dimensions. When you erect the triangle, you get a pyramid. When you erect the square, you get a cube. When you erect the circle in the proper way, you get a sphere. The sphere is the final finished product of the first two shapes. So when you are able to find the square based on horizontals and perpendiculars, so for example, that cross that you see, that crux, based on different angles now, because my eyes are trained a certain way, and as a kid, I'm pretty sure you used to do the same thing. Remember those little 3D things that used to come in the newspaper? You bring your eyes in and you zoom out and you focus a certain way because of the way the designs are. Okay, so now when I look at the image that Didek has up, I can see the 3 dimensions of that angles and all that stuff. So you're right. The earth that we live on has all different type of terrain. And I'm gonna end right here because I want all us to get a chance to speak and build. But the finished product, the globe, was a sacred shape that man, through his infinite knowledge of always being here, is to erect the sphere. Because when you look around, the shapes that we see are horizontals and perpendiculars. The buildings that are being erected are squares. Man's final aspect is trying to take the temple of man, which is the 5 points, because if you take a man, Leonardo da Vinci was trying to find how to build a sphere or how to try to transform the earth that we live on into a sphere. Because when you place a man in the circle, then you get your 5 points, which is all based on metaphysical principles, which again, I'm not no scientist and I don't claim to be that I know what I'm talking about. But based on my experiences when I take all the different stuff, matter if they black, white, Asian, I don't get down to the whole white, black, and all this other bullshit, because there were many men before me that was doing research. Somehow or another, and I know I might be getting up on a tangent, but it's all gonna come together. Somehow or another, man, in all his knowledge, we have left doing the physical work and left it up to AI, which in certain aspects AI has been beneficial. But when you look at it, the capstone on the pyramid was a great idea. It was never finished nor completed. So the pyramid, when they erected the pyramid, because you need a base square to form a pyramid. So like, for example, when we graduate high school, they place a square on our head because the square is the base of a pyramid. So once you understand, okay, if I take some horizontals and I place them at a proper angle, and I align them with the stars above my head based on the neurons and all other shit based on a metaphysical principle, I now get a pyramid by taking 4 lines and bringing them together. Now they parallel. So now when those 4 corners meet based on those horizontals that are laid down flat, when you bring them up, for example, I'm gonna give you like a TP. You ever seen the TP when you got like the 4 poles coming up? But guess what? The complete design of that is as above, so below. So now, based off default, if you follow that same principle on the base foundation, you get the hourglass shape. So now when you place that same pyramid and you place the pyramid touching the point of singularity, which is the black dot, which is the same dot in the middle of that circle when you become an entered apprentice, right? You place an upside down pyramid point to point. That gives you pretty much, you almost there building a sphere, because now if you take a circle, you place a square in that circle, what does that do? That gives you what? Semicircles, right? So if you take those semicircles away and then you take that same square, turn it sideways at a certain angle, you place a triangle in there, now you got a diamond. The finished product, again, I'm gonna end it on this so we can build some more, is to try to build and erect a sphere, which is pretty much trying to, when they say try to make man a better man, which is encapsulate him in his own energy. The earth, yes, it's flat, because you in masonry, you have the brick, the cube, and you have the ashlar stone, which is the unfinished product. So I would say, if anything, what we live on is a obloid fucking rock like you find in your backyard. But based on, if you understand the mathematics sequences, the supreme mathematics with the proper tools, you can gently tap off parts, like when they say you got to cut the fat off the meat, whatever, to make it a perfect pristine piece, which now becomes your master's piece, right? That's where the whole word comes from. It's complete, it's erected, it's done. Man, our ancient ancestors stopped at the pyramid. They were onto something because they was trying to complete the whole sphere. So the only place outside of Egypt or other places of the world where you see a pyramid or them trying to do the whole sphere thing is in Disney and Epcot. When you see the sphere, when you look at the sphere in Disney Epcot, you see a whole bunch of triangles that make that sphere. But if you take the angles out the way, you got a whole bunch of horizontals and perpendiculars, and I digress on that. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this on consensus, on a consensus, right? Because he was saying, vegan was saying, he was saying, how can one can confirm it? It's through consensus. Now, everybody is not privy, right? So we do rely on other people's information, and we hope they don't deviate or go astray from it. But sometimes we have to understand, as people, we gonna. Oh, I hear echo. Oh, but nonetheless, we gonna make a myth out of it, especially if it deals with a person. But what I'm saying is this: it's the quintessential saying. If a tree falls in the forest and no one there around, does it make a noise? When the person around, they're going to record it. It's going to make a noise. They're going to tell another person. That other person can say unequivocally, I don't believe you. And then he's going to show him that when the tree fell, it made a noise. So now he's going to say, if the tree is making a noise, so it's going to keep continuing till a consensus is built up. So if 5 people have witnessed a tree falling in the forest, and it making a noise, it is safe to say that it's going to make a noise when it falls. So in consensus of science, because you have people who was going against it, you have people going against it, but this shape, what I'm showing you, this is the shape of the earth. That's how the earth is shaped. Now you got bodies of water, right? You got bodies of water that will take place, that takes the place of these pentagons. So just think of bodies of water, right? But the land is what we consider flat, but it's not flat. We seeking that. We are seeking that as a person, as people. So we level it off to what they call a parabola, and a parabola is, it's like cones. It's like, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up right quick.
Yeah, I know what a parabola is, bruh. But you got a problem with this theory,
No, no,
and
no, no, no.
you do acknowledge it's a theory, right?
No, it's not a theory. This is a fact. This
It's a
is a
fact that the Earth is shaped like that.
it's a fact that the earth is shaped as a sphere. What will happen in that sphere when we flatten it
Well,
out?
hang on, before you give me an explanation, because I've heard all this before. So I don't want you to think I'm trying to discount what you're saying. I'm just trying to get points of clarity on why you believe what you believe. Do
Oh,
you know? Do you understand the nature of water? Right? Water can't live on that thing you're showing right now.
sure it can.
How? How? What's keeping it in place? Water always seeks its level.
Okay. When you have a huge mass,
Uh huh.
right? That huge mass can
Like a
it can
puddle. Like a puddle.
no. I'm talking
Oh.
about uh anything that's big, like a turbine, like a jet turbine, like massive, like no, not a puddle, not a puddle. Because if we talking what I'm talking massive, really, I want to talk about the ocean and the
Yeah,
sea.
that's what I'm talking about. Water,
Okay,
I mean, we from what science says, since you're leaning towards science, the earth is made up of 75% water, right? We're only living, far as land is concerned, based on what science says, of 25% of the earth, which is the land mass. Everything else is water. My question to you is, we both know the nature of water. How does it stick to a ball?
okay. First of all, it's not a ball. That's first.
Or whatever we
It's
want to call it,
well,
oblate spheroid,
no. If you take
whatever we want to call it. It's round, right? It has a bottom and it
no,
has
no,
a
no, no,
top.
no. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
In geometry, when you're dealing with parabolas, your straight line will turn into a curve. This is what you see in this dodecahedron. Now, what you seeing with the water, these are concaves. If you get rid of all the water, it would look like a bit out piece of apple. It would be so many concaves in it, like somebody been trying to carve a jack-o'-lantern. If you take all the water out off the earth, you it won't be it will be in a silhouette of a round thing, but
Right.
it would be ate up in the middle of it. It would be
I
like
agree.
right,
I agree. You're talking about the bottom of the ocean floor. I get that. But
right.
you still got a problem with that thinking. Because
No.
with that description, at the bottom, there's a bottom to that bit out apple you're describing. There's a bottom. How can water go around the edges as it drips down? We know the nature of water. How can water encapsulate that that spheroid? How is that
Easy.
possible? You
Okay.
say easy. Give me one
Yeah.
example of anything you've ever seen where water sticks to it in that shape. One example.
Hey, can I give you an example real
No,
quick?
yeah, give me
A,
one
si-
example.
a simple.
Hang on, guys. No theory, no making up shit that nobody's ever seen. Give me one real life example that you've seen water stick to something that's in the form of a sphere.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a prime example. I
Yeah.
live in Florida, right?
Uh huh.
And you might think it's too simple, But I live in Florida, and in Florida there's orange trees. I'm
Uh-huh.
sure you're familiar with an orange. Oranges
Yeah.
are filled with concaves. After the
Yes.
rain, the water finds its level within those concaves, and that water sticks to that ball. Now, I would say this.
No, bruh,
Just,
no.
just listen. Just
No.
let me finish. Let
No,
me
but
finish.
no,
Vegan.
but you're
Let
using
me finish.
you're using a
No.
bad
Let me.
example though.
No. Hold on, real quick. Let me finish
All
this.
right,
Let me
go
just
ahead.
add to it.
Go ahead.
I'll say this, and it's another simple breakdown. How is it that the earth, creation itself, can create a sphere, but we can deny that spheres exist in our reality? Because man didn't create the apple or the orange or the watermelon, right? And I would say that
Bruh,
at some
you answering a question with a question.
no.
My
I'm posing
question
as
is
a
very simple.
I
What?
just said
Give
it.
me an example. You said an orange, and I'm challenging
Okay.
that. I'm
Okay.
challenging that
So
because
let me go ahead.
you can pick up a wet orange, right? You can feel that it's wet, but then you can feel in a few minutes later that that orange could be dry, where
Why is that? Okay.
there's no
Okay.
wetness. It didn't
I
all
can
seep inside
I
of
can
the
explain that
orange.
too. I can explain that too.
That's
That's called
because all
evapor.
the water evaporated or
Right,
fell
right,
off
right,
of
right,
the fell
right,
off
right, right,
fell
right,
or
right. So
fell.
guess what?
Listen to me, or fell off the damn orange.
Okay, now
Water
guess what?
water
Now
seeks
what
a
you
level. An
right, but guess
orange
what?
is not a level.
But this is what you're not taking account. People
I'm
mistake the atmosphere for the globe, and that's not the earth. The atmosphere that surrounds us is spherical in nature because that's the see, Bro Sanchez puts
I
a
am
nail in
talking
his
about the mass of
no
the earth.
let
The
me finish,
mass.
bro.
I'm
Let me
not talking
finish.
about the atmosphere.
I'm
I'm
not
not talking about the
vegan.
atmosphere. Dude,
Vegan.
they're telling us
I'm
listen
not
to what I'm
arguing.
saying. But listen to what I'm saying for a second. 1 second, bro. They're telling us Australia is under us. Australia
That's
exists.
not what
Now
I'm
listen,
saying.
this is
That's not what
modern science. I'm just arguing against the globe here, right? They're saying that North America is in this position where we are right now, and that Australia is literally under us. That is a lie.
Okay,
That's what I'm
now,
challenging. That's what I'm challenging.
okay. Now let me ask you this question, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna back it up, and I'm gonna break down what you just told me, and I'm finna give it back to you.
Yeah, go
You
ahead. I'm gonna be
said
quiet.
that you
I'm gonna be
no
quiet. Go ahead.
before I say I want to say this, I'm not arguing with you. We building. This is what brothers
Yeah,
do.
right.
You said that the water that's on that orange, it evaporates. The water evaporates off the orange. It's wet, but it evaporates, right? We
But it
know
rolls
based on
off too. It
right,
rolls off
correct.
too. Okay.
Okay. Now, in nature shows you the reality, right? Because that
Right.
water that was on that orange evaporates. What that water evaporates just the same way when it rains, because we're going bit by bit by this doing this discussion. When that
Yeah.
water evaporates off that orange, or when evaporation takes place in the rain, there's a cycle that goes what makes that water come back down here, right? It's a
Right.
downward
Right.
effect, right? So
Yeah.
now let's take that same orange. Is it safe to say that an orange has sides? Like, for example, if you peel that orange, the shell off that orange, and if you know, like a tangerine, you could take off one side of that tangerine, eat off. So that means that one side that you peeled off, that means there's a side that doesn't reflect that side. Now, I'm not saying what modern science is saying. I'm going off of you. I'm going off of my observation. But my observation tells me that if water evaporates off an orange, but that same orange has concaves or dimples in it, and water sticks to that orange, and that orange is made by nature, not created by man, and it shows me a globe, right, or shows me a spherical shape. It was safe to conclude to say that if water evaporates off that orange, right, on a minuscule or microscopic level, that same principle of science takes place because nature cannot break its own laws. So when that water evaporates off that orange, the same principles go the same way when water evaporates off the earth and comes back down based on that cycle. Now again, I'm not a science. I'm not proclaiming to be Neil Tyson
We don't
deGrasse.
need see it's
Right,
helpful that we're not scientists
right.
because it's not about science, it's about our option. Before science can prove something, they have to do an
So do you
experiment,
find real
right?
quick?
They
Okay, let me
have
ask this
to
question.
do an
Do you find
experiment.
fault? Do you find fault with just
They have
not bringing the shape in the earth? But do you find fault with my analogy of the evaporation? Can we agree on the aspect of evaporation
Well,
on the orange?
I'm the one
Okay.
that brought up evaporation.
Right. No,
Okay?
I know.
So
Right. So I'm just saying,
the
making sure we're on the same page.
is not, and we all agree that water evaporates, right? That's obvious. We witnessed that. That's the reason why we agree, because we witness it, right? Water turns into a gas. It has multiple states. It's a liquid. It's a gas. It can be
Correct.
ice, right?
Correct.
It can be a solid. It can be. We all. The reason we agree with that is because we all witness it. My point: when water is a liquid, it seeks a level. If you have curvature, that water will fall to its lowest point on that object.
But where
And
is it curved at
eventually,
though?
and eventually,
Where is it curved? Where is it curved? Where is it curved?
you're asking me where the curve is on a basketball, bro?
No.
Is that what you're asking me? I
That's
want you
not
to
what I'm
identify
asking you.
what you're asking
No,
me.
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm gonna repeat it again. Where is water curved?
Water is never curved.
Okay, so let me
That's
ask
my
you a
point.
question. Okay, it does. I'm gonna give you the prime example.
Give me an example
I
of where
work.
water
Okay,
curves.
so I work in the hospital too, right?
Uh-huh.
So I take a syringe, an empty syringe,
Uh-huh.
and I fill it with water.
Right.
When you draw down that syringe, you have a I forgot the name of it, but the water, when you draw in that syringe, and anybody go get a syringe from CVS, you'll notice that water dips down. But the same effect can happen if you take that same syringe, hold it up, and drop a drop of water on a flat piece of paper. That water, if it's not disturbed, it will form a ball shape with a flat bottom. Does it not? How many of y'all, if it's raining in your city, in your hood, and anywhere on your
Yeah,
car,
a bubble.
you'll notice.
You talking about like a bubble.
So water does curve on a flat surface. Does it not? Matter of fact,
No.
bro, listen, my car right now, it's raining here. It just rained here in Tallahassee, Florida. My car, matter of fact, I go to my car right now. I can show
You're
you my
talking
car.
about.
What am I talking about?
Go
You were
ahead.
saying that water don't curve. I can
It
show you
doesn't
my.
curve.
So what? So what? So my eyes are lying to me? Hold on.
No, you're
Hold
looking.
on.
You identify the bubbling of water. Yes, water bubbles. That's not a debate. We all know that water bubbles. The
That's not a
question
curve.
is,
That's not a curve,
no,
though.
it's not a curve. No,
Wow.
it's
How
not a
much?
curve.
Okay. How much you want to bet?
Because why does water turn into a bubble?
Did you
No,
know?
I'm
I'm finna
asking you
tell
a
you.
question.
I'm finna tell you. I'm finna
Yeah,
tell
why
you.
does water turn
I'm
into a
finna
bubble?
tell you. I'm finna break it down for you. And I
Right.
thought I did, but again, we're not arguing. I'm gonna break it down a little bit more before I answer your question.
It got something to do with air.
No,
It's
it
that
has nothing to
simple.
do with it has nothing to
Yes.
do with air. I'm not finna go to air.
You
I'm finna
blow
break it down.
bubbles because of the air. The air
No,
gets captured inside of the.
vegan. Don't answer for me, my great brother. Let me answer it, bro. Then you can
All right, man,
then
answer
we
it.
can talk.
All right,
Okay.
bro, answer
Before
it.
I answer your question, I'm gonna give you another example.
We are so off topic, though. I want you to
No, we're
understand.
not, bro,
We are
because we're saying,
completely off.
bro, we're
You're comparing a bubble to their
that's
claims
no
of a sphere, a mass
no.
sphere, right?
Vegan, bro, can
A
I
bubble
finish?
has nothing to do with a
Bro,
mass.
my brother, can I finish
Okay,
real quick? Let me finish.
please finish, please, so we can get back on point.
I never said that the water is a bubble. I said that the water has curvature on the top and the bottom of it is flat.
Why
I just
is that
said that.
relevant?
You just said water doesn't curve.
It doesn't curve.
Okay, hey, Dad, share your screen real quick so I can pull up my
Water
pull up.
takes the shape. Water takes the shape of any container. There is
Okay, hold on 1 second.
There's a
Dad,
capturing.
hold
When
on real
there's
quick, bro.
pressure applied to water, it creates bubbles, and there's air trapped inside of the water particles, which gives you the bubble.
Okay, so
Right?
what
We already know
are the
that.
shape? Okay, so I'm
Why
glad
can't we
you
get
said.
back on point about the shape of
I'm
the
glad,
earth?
bro. I'm
Why are
not
we
talking
running
about
from the
bubbles.
shape of the earth?
Are you gonna let me answer it, bro? Let me. Can I build with you,
But
bro,
you're
for a
saying
second?
stuff we already know.
But
We
you
know
not. But
water
you
can
no.
make bubbles.
No. But you're saying you're trying to fill in what you think I'm about to say, and I'm not. I
Okay.
never said bubbles.
I
never
promise
said
I won't
bubbles.
say nothing else. I promise. Go ahead, bro.
I promise you, I never said bubbles.
No, I
Your
said
statement
bubble.
was okay, right?
I said
okay. The argument was that water doesn't curve. I'm telling you that I'm sitting outside right now with my eyes. This ain't no scientist. This just me. Because we just said observation. I'm sitting at a table right now that has a flat surface. It's a big table, and this table is covered with water that has droplets on it. That the base of it is flat, and then there's a round curvature on the water droplets. I'm not going to sit here and talk about air or nothing like that, right? So my question,
I agree with everything you said.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is, if nature is showing us that if I look at this table, this water droplet, a droplet, not a bubble, the base of it is a circle. It's flat. The top of the water droplet is curved, but it's on a flat surface. Now I'm finna blow your mind. Imagine let me slow down. So if I just got done telling you that the water droplet on your car, after it rains, you see the water droplet. You notice, okay, you see with your eyes, do this experiment, the bottom of that water droplet is gonna be flat. The water is not in no container, it's on a flat surface, though, more like the hood of your car. The top of it is going to be curved. A flat drop, there's no such thing as a flat droplet of water because, matter of fact, if I zoom in on this table, you'll see that the water has curvature on top and flat on the bottom. So the water.
What's your point?
Water curves on a flat plane.
Now make it real life. How does it apply to this discussion?
That's real life, bro.
I'm asking you how a raindrop is in comparison to the ocean.
Okay,
so
let me ask you. Okay.
All right. Show me the
All
correlation of your point.
Are you ready?
I'm waiting.
Okay. You just said that the bottom of the ocean floor is flat. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay. So if the bottom of the ocean floor is flat, and I just told you that I'm sitting at a table right now, there's a flat table. There's water droplets all over the place. The top of that water droplet is curved, but the bottom of that water droplet is flat. It's taking the shape of the surface that it's on, correct? Dad just told you that if you take an apple, which his assumption is that if you take all the water off the earth, it'll look like a bit up apple. Why? Because flat earth people say that water takes the shape of its container. So if you have a valley, for example, matter of fact, let's take Everglades. Lake Okeechobee down here in Florida. The top of it is flat, correct? It looks
top
flat.
Of what?
The water surface looks flat. But
it is flat.
Okay, but at the same time, why is it flat?
It's so flat, it never goes beyond your eye level. That's how
no. I'm finna go beyond that. The reason why that water appears to be flat is because the surrounding bodies. Just let me finish, bro. Then I'm gonna let you go.
See, but you can't go there. You want to pile a lot of shit.
No, I'm not.
You telling me. Let's take it piece by piece.
Okay, let me go. Let me finish. Can I finish piece by piece?
Well,
bro, you're not letting me finish.
You gotta answer a piece.
Okay,
right?
Let me finish.
In that scenario that you have,
one mic.
In that scenario you have where you got the table and you got the raindrop, right? What's the size of the little person looking at the raindrop? Are they smaller than the raindrop or are they bigger than the raindrop? Think about it. I'm going off of our perception.
Okay,
if
your
theory,
I'm glad you said that.
Was correct, if your theory was correct, if your theory was, I ain't gonna say correct. If your theory applied to this conversation, that means every time we looked at the ocean, we would not be looking at eye level. We would be looking at a bubble in front of us, because that would be your perspective. If you were small, standing on a.
You just killed yourself in your own. You just killed yourself in your own statement.
You're not hearing me, man.
I did hear you. You said
talking when I'm talking, so I'm gonna listen to you. Go ahead.
You did it to me, bro.
Tell me how it is. Tell me how it is.
You did it to me, brother. You did it to me when I was trying to talk. You was cutting me off because you're assuming what I was about to say. You're
telling me you're comparing the ocean.
I'll mute up.
You're comparing an ocean to a drop of water on the table.
Vegan.
That means, hang on. That means there's more land.
No, that's not what. That's not.
Hang on.
That's what you're saying.
If you're gonna use if you're gonna use
No, sir. I'm
a
not.
comparison to the world, right? If you're
No,
gonna use
I'm
a
not.
comparison to the world that we actually experience,
Uh-huh.
you should have said a teardrop sitting on an orange or a watermelon or a
Huh?
basketball, right?
Huh?
Listen. You
I
gotta
just
listen, bro.
did.
No,
I did, bro.
You're
What are you
saying,
talking
huh?
about,
You're
bro?
saying, huh? I'm
Because
trying to
I
explain
said
it
that
to you.
already.
The official story that science has been pushing for over 100 years now is that we are like a
Why are we
basketball,
bringing in? Why are we
right?
bringing in what they're saying? I thought we were talking
Because
about what we
because
observed. I'm
because
not talking
because
about what they're talking about. I'm talking about my observations. I never mentioned science.
you know
What they
what?
say,
I'm seriously taking a back seat. Y'all want to hear yourselves talk? Go ahead, talk. I'm gonna listen,
bro. You
and
was,
then let me know. Then do it like this. Then let me know when I can lay down my point. I will be quiet and let you guys go because y'all in an echo chamber. Go ahead and talk to yourselves. When you're done, I'm gonna listen to every word you say. But
yes, sir.
when I speak, don't say shit, please. All right.
Okay,
Right now, I'm giving up the floor. I'm giving up the floor, and I'm gonna let you get all your truth out. Go ahead.
okay, all right. So when I was
I'm
trying to
gonna
do
mute
this,
myself. I'm gonna
yes,
mute
sir.
myself just to
Yes,
be
sir.
sure.
Okay. When I was trying to explain myself, because you just repeated what I just said. You said if I was going to use an example, I would have used a watermelon, whatever. I just got done talking about the orange, but whatever, because I was trying to explain it, and you was filling in what you thought I was about to say, trying to tell me your thoughts on the subject matter. But that's not fair because you can't give me or tell me what you think I'm gonna say and then make that your truth for my truth. That's not how that works, bro. We building, we brothers. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but you was cutting me off the whole time. So whenever you interjected, it was giving your spiel. I will begin to deal with what you was talking about at the same time when you was asking me a question before. So let's slow down and go back. You specifically said that the observation of me looking at that water droplet, what's the size of that person looking at that water droplet or vice versa? Well, that what you just said proves what I was just saying, because if I'm a small person and I'm looking at Mount Everest, I'm an ant compared to Mount Everest. Vice versa, I'm an ant compared to the Pacific Ocean. Vice versa, I'm an ant compared to the Atlantic Ocean. So I can only give you the observation of the reality I live in. So of course, I'm going to use a water droplet as my example because I can't give you the spectrum of the ocean because I don't have that mathematics, but I can give you something that I can hold in my hand, take a measuring stick, take a microscope and all this other stuff that I can use within my hands that man has built. You failed to answer my other question before we got into this. I said, how is it that creation itself, the reality that we live in, can create a watermelon that is spherical in nature? Whether it's so bright or not, it's spherical in nature. How is it that the earth, creation itself, that no man's hand has built, can create an orange that's spherical in nature? How is it that creation can create an apple that's spherical in nature that no man has built? How is it that creation can create a bell pepper that has certain angles and stuff in it? Water sticks to it because you said, well, water's not curved. I just got done telling you, based on my observation, which my eyes don't lie, and I employ everybody listening to me, and even you, when it rains, whenever city you in, after it rains, because your car is shaped in all different kind of angles and stuff, I guarantee you, you can look on any part of that car. You'll see that water curves. Bubble has never came out of my mouth, my brother. You intercepted Bubble, and then you made it seem like I said it. So I'm going to correct you on that. Don't cut in yet, bro. I'm gonna let you speak, and I'm gonna mute my mic. But if you look at that same water droplet on your car, because if we're talking about analogies based on observation, which science does, based on observation, because nobody knows the truth, I'm my own scientist. I never, in this whole conversation, said, oh, Albert Einstein said this. No, Brandon is being the scientist. I'm looking at my own observation. You're right. Your truth is your truth, and my truth is my truth. But it doesn't nullify or void it out because we all on the same path to trying to find truth. But back to what I was saying. If you look at that water droplet, not bubble, it curves on your car. The bottom of that water droplet, everybody that's listening, when it rains again, or matter of fact, you can take a cup of water and pour a little drop on your flat surface table. You will see that that water curves at the top, and because it lays on a flat surface, the bottom of that water droplet is going to be flat. That's the reason why the most ancient form of a microscope was when the ancients took a piece of glass, they put a drop of water on it, and guess what? Because of that water, because of the prism effect and the curvature effect of water on that surface once it's not disturbed, it magnifies things. Now you might ask, well, why did you use that analogy? Because the whole point of the conversation was, where does water curve? I'm giving you an observation based on if you take a droplet of water, place it on a flat surface, that water is curved. If you go get a syringe, okay, and you fill it with water, you squirt some of it out, and when you begin to draw air
You do realize you repeating yourself, bro. But
Vegan, let him finish, Vegan, let him finish.
He's repeating himself.
Oh
let him repeat himself, because you repeat yourself too, Vegan.
Right,
All
right.
Well,
So when you take that syringe, okay,
here we
you
go.
take a syringe, and then you fill it with water, you squeeze some out. When you begin to draw down that syringe, you will notice that there's bottom curvature in that water. That doesn't mean that, well, he bringing air into the equation. No, I never said air. I'm just telling you that water does curve. Based on what y'all say, oh, well, water takes the shape of its container. Well, guess what? My car in the wide open earth is not a container, but there seems to be water droplets on it, not bubbles. And at the bottom of that water droplet, it's flat. And if you look at that water droplet based on the observation, it curves at the top. So my observation would then be, would say, okay, well, if I can go to a pond or a lake and it's a cavity or cascade or whatever word you want to call it, the water's going to fill that place, correct? But
it's been about 5 minutes, bro.
Bro,
I don't know if you realize it.
Okay, you can go 5 minutes too when it's your turn, bro. Let me finish.
Oh, so you're gonna go another 5?
No, I said you can go 5 minutes.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking. Are you gonna go another 5?
So you're gonna cut me
off?
Are
you gonna go another 5?
Yeah, I'm gonna go another 5, Vegan.
Go ahead.
All right. So again, the reason why things look flat is the reason why I was trying to give you an example, but you cut me off when I was talking about Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee in Florida. Florida is a flat surface. Okay, Florida is damn near at sea level, but that does not take away the fact that if you go off the continental shelf of Florida, you go down and there's slopes, integers, and all that shit that we learned in math. The same shit that Didek has up on his screen. It shows you how to find angles and slopes, right? Matrices and vertices, horizontals and perpendiculars. But let me get back on the earth, the flat plane of Florida. The reason why it looks like that, because again, if you live in a place where there's a whole bunch of hills, but you want to build a building on that place, man wants to find a flat level plane to build something on. So you can take a place that had a whole bunch of hills and shit on it, but you want to clear that land out. You're going to make it flat so that you can place that square building on it, right? But let's just say you want to build a Superdome like you have in Texas, right? The Superdome has a curve on the top of it. You might as well, Brandon, why are you bringing in a physical thing? Well, we just said that how is it that it's flat, but water don't curve, but at the same time, they want to build a dome to find curvature. The whole aspect that people are missing is that man is trying to find curvature. He's trying to mimic that of which through observation that he sees in nature. And I digress. You got 20, 30 minutes or the whole hour if you want, bro. Peace and love.
Hold on before you go, Vegan, before you go. I'm showing you on my share screen. I hope y'all see it. Perception. This is what they call anamorphic art sculptures. What they did, they took the perception. I'm telling the kind of like but it ain't no secret, but a secret. It's what's hidden, because you never know what's behind, right? Magicians use this to create illusions. Where they get this information from is the planet Earth. So when you was talking about Australia being on the other side of the Earth, it is. Now I'm finna go back to this to the beginning and show you the word right here. Chance. On the other side of chance is a whole new word. So on the other side of America, it's Australia. You see how that works? It's called perception. You look at one thing, you think you're seeing something, but on the other side is the other. It's like you to the size of a airplane. When the airplane isn't like 45,000 feet in the air, that's an exaggerated number. But when it's way up in the air, you can take your finger and pinch it because your perception will make it look like you can pinch it. But once you get up to that airplane, you're going to realize how small you are to it, because the damn thing that you use to fuel the jet with, that thing that they hook up to, that damn thing is about the size of a human being. That is about the size of a human being, yet alone the missile lodge, as they call it, or the silo, where it got all the people, you know what I'm saying, especially with the Boeing 747s, them big ass airplanes. So you can imagine if the airplane is a size of a dot to the ocean, a size of a dot to the ocean, you have to realize your perspective is limited. Because of that, you're going to have to take a consensus. The flat earthers are going to have to take their science on the road. They're going to have to get a consensus that this earth is flat as what they say it is. Until then, there are scientists who are working their ass off, to say the least, to keep coming up with this. And this is just like, okay, I don't know if he would be classified as a scientist, but in like biology, they consider him to be an amateur, to say the least. Even in mathematical theory, they consider him to be an amateur. But what he created in this art, what we know as art mimicking life, you know that, right? It's not the other way around. Life do not mimic art. Art mimics life. So what he did, he took the same concept as these physicists come up with, as all these people come up with. Even he could take the concept of the flat earth, where this is where y'all missing it. He could take the same science that which y'all refuse to go out there and get peer reviewed for, and this is what he come up with. Just quick, I'm just going to show this and then you can go. It goes from the word change. You see everything suspended in the air. Everything is, when you at this angle, this is a 45-degree angle. First you was at a flush 90-degree angle. Now you at a 45-degree angle. You see how everything is scattered? You see how everything looks scattered and not informed? So when you look at the stars, when you see the Big Dipper, this is how the stars are scattered. But as it swings around, when the earth swings around, when you're able to get a vision, this is what happens to it. It turns from the Big Dipper, Little Dipper, Osiris, Ceres. All this is in order for you to do that. Number one, you have to be moving. Number one, you have to be going in a rotation. That's number two. And your perception is limited because it showed you on the other side. It said a whole nother word. This is not no CS. This is not CGI. This is none of that shit. You can go down to Chicago, as a matter of fact, in their art museum. I think this right here is hanging in Chicago. So you can go to any art museum and find these sculptures. And when you walk around the sculpture, you will start seeing these images changing. And what do you think your perception does? And I digress. Go ahead.
You said you were in the military and you learned this term if you spent any serious time in the military, and the term is 100% true. The map is not the terrain. You guys can come and show all this bullshit all you like, but it does not reflect the terrain. The map is not the terrain. The big piece that you guys are leaving out is the official story, because all you're really doing is regurgitating what was taught to us when we were in school. What I want y'all to understand is flat earthers, at least many of them, I can't speak for all of them, we all learned the same bullshit that y'all learned, right? We all learned about science. We all learned about the earth. We all learned about all that, especially me, because I had to take that dumb shit in college. The big piece that y'all leaving out is motion. The theory of the teardrop and holding a shape and all that, goes out the fucking water because they claim that the earth is spinning on an invisible axis. If you have a teardrop of water on an orange and you are spinning it, that teardrop will not stay on the orange. To add to that, not only do they say that the earth is spinning on an invisible axis, they're also saying it's wobbling. It's spinning, it's wobbling, the teardrop is on top of the orange. There is no fucking way the water on the orange will maintain its position like our ocean. Water seeks its level. So instead of using the analogy of a teardrop on a tabletop, use the analogy of a pitcher of water being poured on the table. And with that pitcher of water, the water is going to flow across the entire table and off the sides. That's the true analogy that we witness every single day. Y'all can come up with all this other whack stuff, and then you got to also think about the official story. Well, go ahead and laugh. Laugh.
Oh
Now,
my God, bro. That's
that.
simple, dog.
Pour a pitcher of water.
I can
And let you ramble. I sat there and
I'm
let
doing
you
what you
ramble
did to me.
20.
That shit don't feel good, do
I'll
it.
put myself on mute.
That shit don't feel good, do it.
Are you on
That
mute?
shit don't feel good.
Are you
No,
on
I ain't
mute?
on mute. I'm gonna do what you did to me for 30 seconds while you talk.
If you're gonna do what I'm gonna do, you should be on mute.
No, I'm doing what you did to me earlier. No, it's fair fight, right?
On mute.
It's a fair fight,
and you know
right?
what? Because Dactic agrees with you, he ain't gonna say nothing.
He don't agree with me. He the host.
With you.
Because
the moment I interrupted you, he said something to me.
Right.
And I went, I'm gonna put myself on mute. Right now, he ain't
Right.
saying nothing
But he
because he
interrupts
agreed with you.
now you complaining now. Now you complaining.
What I am attacking right now
you
for your
worldview. When you was doing it to me, when you was going, you couldn't. You were mad. Now you mad. You mad, bro.
I'm attacking
because you did it to me.
I'm attacking your idea, not you.
That's fine. You can attack it all you want. I'm
seeing you as misguided. I see you as
that's
misguided.
Fine. I'm just attacking you the way you attack me.
You're so misguided that you have to cut me off.
You don't, but it shit don't feel
Once
good.
I muted myself,
it don't feel good. Do it. It don't feel good. Do it. It don't feel good. Do it.
Why you're doing it?
It don't feel good. Do it.
I just hit the ball out the park.
It don't feel good. You did.
Just knocked the ball
but you didn't finish your statement though.
You don't.
Right.
The reason you had to chime in.
It don't feel good.
The reason you had to
cut
chime
off.
in is because I destroyed all your
soliloquy.
I
you did. I'm glad. Yes, but it don't
feel
good to be interrupted.
I destroyed all your bullshit.
It don't feel good to be interrupted. You didn't finish. But you didn't finish though.
That the orange is moving.
You didn't finish.
Is moving. The
you didn't finish though.
Is moving.
You didn't finish though.
I destroyed your entire.
How did you destroy? You didn't finish. I didn't even hear. I don't hear nothing you saying because you was interrupting me. How? When? I don't feel good.
Dactic ain't gonna say nothing. He's gonna let you keep interrupting me.
Because you did it to me.
You don't want to hear it.
You did it to me.
What I got to say.
But you did it to me. You did it to me though, right?
You
did it to me,
right?
You
want to believe what they told you in school.
That's what you want to believe. Here we go. There you go.
Challenging your worldview.
Yes.
I'm challenging your worldview.
Deal with it. Deal with the interruption, though.
Deal with destroyed your worldview.
Deal with the interruption, though, vegan. You did it. I don't feel
you
weak.
interrupted me because I destroyed your worldview.
No, because you did it.
HOTC. Let him finish. Let him finish, Brandon.
You did not take into account.
You did it to me, goddamn.
Brandon, hold on. Now let him.
Account with all this shit you said, you did not take into account that the orange is moving, spinning, rotating around the sun, and wobbling at the same time, and that little drop of water is on top of the orange.
But hold on, what you just said is what they said, though.
Into
That's
account.
What you said what they said.
You wasted all our time for about 20, 30 minutes talking shit, and you never even thought about the motion of
what they talking about. Motion.
You never, and that's why you're talking.
Where do you get motion from?
Argument.
Where do you get motion from?
Hey, hold on, vegan.
You can't handle it. That's why you're laughing at yourself.
I'm gonna eat your ass though.
I just destroyed your argument.
I'm gonna eat your ass though.
You used the analogy of a teardrop.
I'm gonna eat your shit. Hey,
You use
I'm
a
a serpent.
teardrop.
I'm a
You
serpent,
use
bro. I'm
a
finna use
water
this shit.
droplet off of
Hey,
your car.
I'm
You
finna
use
piss
the
in your
water
Cheerios,
droplet
dog.
off of the car
Hey,
on your
when
hood,
you
but
done,
you didn't
I'm
take into
finna piss in
account
your
the car is
Cheerios.
moving.
I'm
You didn't
finna
take
shit in
into
your
account
frosted
what happens. What happens when the
I'm
car
finna jump up
moves?
and down on your couch like Eddie Murphy, nigga. I
Brandon,
hope you
Brandon,
ready.
Brandon.
You
Let
know what?
Vegan finish. Let
No,
Vegan
he don't want me to
finish.
finish.
Uh,
He don't want me to finish. He
oh,
don't want me to
you
finish.
can. I'm done now.
He
But
does not want
I'm
me to
finna cook
finish.
your
I
ass.
fucked him up so bad. He does not want me to finish.
Oh, I fucked up. But go ahead. I'm finna roast your ass
Because
when you
I'm
done.
just
Go
getting
ahead.
started, bro. I'm flat
Yeah, go
earth,
ahead.
dog.
Hey, take all your time
I've been
you
flat
want.
earth for over
I'm here
10
for
years
it.
now. I've been
Yeah,
flat
that's
earth for over
fine.
10 years now.
Brandon,
I don't
let
destroy.
him
Yay!
I don't
let him
destroy
finish,
when I got
Brandon.
10
shit to say.
Let
years.
Brandon,
You
let him
don't want to
finish.
hear nothing I got to say because I destroy dudes like him. When
No,
it
go
comes to
ahead,
flat earth, he
Vegan.
does
Just
not want to hear nothing else I have to say.
Hey, stop vaping because you run out of air, dog.
I'm
I'm
just
finna
telling
cook
you,
your
bro.
ass.
I'm
Stop
just see,
vaping.
keep
I'm
talking.
finna cook you, nigga. I'm
I
finna
want
cook you.
everybody that's listening.
I'm
This
finna
is how
cook
you
you.
destroy a motherfucker. This is how
Really?
you
When?
destroy a
I'm
motherfucker.
finna
okay
He
cook you,
now.
can't
dog.
stop talking. He can't
I'm
stop
finna
talking. Look
I'm
at him.
finna cook you.
He's
I'm finna cook
supposed to
you
be
like
a
your great uncle do
disciplined.
at the barbecue
He's
with
supposed to be a
sandals on and a
disciplined
tank top.
mason. He's
Yep.
supposed to be a
Nope.
disciplined mason, and he
I
can't.
ain't got my
He
apron
already got
on.
destroyed. I
I ain't got my
destroyed him
apron
at
on.
one
Vegan,
My apron
point.
on. My apron
I
on,
Vegan.
brother.
destroyed him. Don't call my name. Call his name.
No,
He's
no,
the
I
one
am
who
calling his
destroyed him.
name. I'm asking Brandon to be quiet, but I'm asking.
He
I'm.
don't
Oh,
want it. He can't.
no.
He's been
Don't
destroyed. He
talk
has
about the
been
information.
destroyed.
No, just tell him about your information because
Let's do it again because
what I'm
let's do it
showing here
again.
is no. Hey, this is no surface tension right here because I was
Nah,
showing.
it's a destroying of ideas. His idea got
No,
destroyed
he was telling you about how water finds its level when it does.
without taking into
It beads up.
consideration motion. You got to keep motion in account. It's not
Okay,
static. We,
okay,
the flat earth believes the earth is not moving at all.
all right.
And mainstream science is telling you it's spinning on its axis. That defeats anything about a static droplet of water. If you want to compare it to the oceans would not be able to stick to the ball simply because it's spinning on the axis. Number one, it's wobbling and is rotating and revolving around the fucking sun. None of that fits. You can't find none of that in reality. And that alone destroys the globe earth model. So anybody defending it is already on the wrong side because we cannot witness or experience that in real life. So even talking about bubbles and droplets of water means nothing because the earth is moving. And if it's moving, you can't have a droplet of water that's going to sustain a spin or sustain a rotation around the sun or withstand a wobble. Stop believing the bullshit. People have partially awakened to certain things, but when it comes to science, theoretical science, you can't trust it because it's a lie. That's my point. Now I'm going on mute.
Oops, wrong one. Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, go ahead and do an intermission, do it, bro, so you can talk it. Then I'm finna cook his ass. But go ahead.
Yeah, go do some damn research.
Oh no, what I'm finna show him right now, I'm finna
Yeah, show
illustrate.
me.
Um, hold on. Did I go? Did I okay that? Okay, there we go. News videos. All right. This is just a small illustration of a very smooth ball surface because I'm letting you know the earth is not no smooth ball surface, man. It's shaped like a crater. It's all cratered out. If you take all the water off the earth, it is cratered out, but it got a silhouette. It got arcs. Put it to you like that. It got arcs on it. But with that being said, I think this is the wrong one. There you go. This is the one I wanted to show you. That water is curving, sir. Damn, why is they doing it so quick? The illustrations are terrible. Anyway, let me see if I can back up and get another illustration.
Imagine you standing on that example you just had. Imagine a person standing on that ball. He would be getting wet because the water is flying all over the place. Dog, you guys are still off.
No, you do get wet, and then water is flying all over the place. We call it rain. Now, what is illustrating is
it's
this.
Not raining right now where I'm at, and the earth is still supposedly moving.
Okay.
Is it raining where you at right now?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Come on, y'all gotta be consistent with your ideas.
No, I'm trying to tell you, this is a microcosmic of what water is doing when it's coming across a surface that is round. It's taking its shape, right? It's taking the shape of the round ball, whether if you want to believe it or not. And if they had, hold on, let me.
The land mass is 25%. The water is 75%. We would be in a constant state of rain with that example.
No.
Yes, there would be nothing dry. There would be no dry land anywhere if we lived on something like that. Come on, man. This would be a water world.
Hold on, man. It's okay. I see your perception is limited. So I'm going to try my best because I'm showing you scientific evidence on what is taking place. The reason why he can put this ball on this string of water is illustrating in our everyday life on the earth that we own. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. But
we would be getting constantly wet.
You see that frisbee in his hand?
First of all,
if you put that frisbee on that jet,
look at the water at the bottom of the ball. That's what's keeping the ball up. We don't live on nothing like that. We don't experience nothing like that.
Sure, we do.
How? It's not. I'm not raining.
Have you ever been out on the ocean?
Yes.
All right. You know how high those waves get?
Yes.
Don't they get higher than land?
Tsunami. Yes.
No, they get higher than mountaintops, right?
Yes, tsunami. Yes. What's your point?
Right. That's the point.
But what about when it's not as high as the mountains? Come on, man. The earth is constantly spinning. If you see, you guys don't know the modern science. The modern science is the reason we get a 24-hour a day is because the circumference of the earth is 24,000 miles, right? So for the earth to make one revolution, that's how you get one day.
Do you see that? Okay, you see that slow motion there?
I'm talking facts here. Stuff that we were all taught in high school, right? So
do you see? Hold on, let me tell you something. Listen, don't you see that water underneath the ball?
Yes.
How do you think it's sticking to that ball? The ball is spinning, sir.
I see water flying off.
Of course you see water. Of course you're seeing water fly off.
So
because
my point.
Can I finish, brother?
Stick to the ball, right? If water is flying off, the ocean can't stick to the earth.
You stuck on this one. You watching the upside down part of the ball, right?
Yeah,
you see the upside down part. Is it water sticking to the ball? Yes or no?
That's water falling to the ground.
Is it water?
That's what I see.
Okay, now we gotta.
I see water falling to the ground.
Look, you see that?
Yeah.
So you trying to tell me that's water falling down? It ain't sticking to that damn ball and going in the circle.
Water hose at the bottom blowing it up.
No, he got his. Listen, man, he got his hand in the way of the jet. The ball is still.
But how does this apply to the earth?
Easily.
Just make me feel better. I'm gonna shut up.
I'm trying to make you.
I'm gonna mute myself. Please put in real terms how this example gives you a real life example of our world. Please.
Okay.
I'm be quiet.
First of all, it's spinning. The spinning creates a force that you refuse to deny. And in that force, this is what allowing the water to use its hydrogen bond to stick to the earth when it's pulling both electric and magnetic and what I call gravity, but what you call density, because you're going to call it's a universal language because both science agree with it if flat earth is a science. but both sciences agree with electromagnetism. We both agree with that. But I'm trying to show you where the round earth trumps the flat earth in terms of illustrating scientific evidence. And this is a prime example. He's using a jet stream to push on this ball to spin it in a form where it will suspend itself, and it will create a vortex where the water, of course, excess water is shooting off, but there is a very thin sheet of water that is sticking onto. Stop, brother. Stop. Let me finish.
I'm listening to you. I get it. You're giving me the example. I see the example. I get it. Have you taken into consideration rotation around the sun?
Yes.
Have you taken that into consideration? So you believe there's a jet stream going through outer space, pushing the earth, creating a spin, causing it to go around the sun. Is that what you believe?
I don't know why you call it a jet stream.
You just called it a jet stream. That's the example.
No, I didn't call it a jet stream. I'm telling you what.
No, you were talking about the water. You were talking about the water holding up.
Okay, the water is the force.
Yeah.
That's how what he listen. They also use vacuum cleaners, right? Because for the most part, when you're talking about kinetic energy, most of it is cosmic storms, and cosmic storms are very, very powerful, very strong winds. Only thing he did was
I asked a simple question, bro.
That's a simple answer.
There's a force making it spin, and
for sure, yes.
Hang on, and traveling around the sun while the sun is traveling through the void.
Oh, for sure.
You believe that?
It's not no belief, it's what I know.
What you mean? How do you know, dude? You ain't never. How can you say you know that?
Because
we were taught that. We were taught that. But how can you say you know?
I look in the sky every single day.
Right.
And I see the sun.
And what you see that we don't see.
I see not in denial. That's what I see, not being in denial.
Oh, you see not being a flat earth. That's what you said.
No, I know this man try to flatten earth. I know my perception. Okay.
Yeah, because
I know far. Wow, man. I'm
just answering what you just said. I want to go back and forth.
I know far as my eyes can see.
You don't need a dissertation from me. I don't need a dissertation from you. I just want to have a conversation. So you're saying that man is mentally flattening out, and that's why us flat earthers are falling for it. I get that. But you do realize that's how we all experience the earth. We only experience the earth flat, emotionally.
No, we don't. Not all of us experience it like that.
How do you experience the earth not flat?
Mountain men. People that's
dude, we both agree that there's terrain. I'm not saying there's no mountains, no oceans, no valleys, no hills.
No, you ask a person if they how they experiencing it. And I'm just giving you an answer that people who stays in the mountains don't see the earth the same as they stand in a valley, dude.
But it's flat even when they're standing on the mountain.
No. It's not in their perception.
No one lives on a slope, bruh. No one.
That's the reason why. I gave a prime example of that. Hey, go back on my streams. I gave a prime example of that because men will find the level, and me and Brandon already talked about that. They start building
specific question. I'm asking I don't understand why we can't.
Some hills and some mountains are unmovable.
We reach an intellectual honesty here. Right? No, even if you're on a mountain, if you're in a valley, if you're on flat plain, we all are standing flat.
No, we are not.
We're just on various elevations. That's all we are.
Dude, do you know when they climb the mountain? You know how steep the incline is when you're on the mountain?
I know.
All right. Don't you know there are homes on the mountain, right?
Yes, but we're still.
So do you think they sleep like that, or do you think they level it out?
On a slope. Nobody lives on a slope. Nobody.
Of course not. That's where man
is. That's my point. So we agree on that. That no one lives on a slope, right?
San Francisco, whole entire city is on a goddamn hill.
I get it, but the people in San Francisco.
What is he talking about, man? Living on the slope.
A slope, downward, a downgrade.
Your arguments are moot.
Listen to me. A downgrade or
First, you
upgrade.
asked about the curvature of the
We
water.
are always
That was
on a
proven.
flat plane from our perspective. That's what I'm trying to say. And you're trying to fight me on that.
On what?
Why can't we agree on that? That we always experience the earth flat from our perspective.
Hey, Vegan, real quick. Can I chime in real quick?
Hang
Vegan,
on.
please,
I'm
Brian.
trying to get an agreement here. I'm trying to build a bridge because if we can't agree
you're
on
right.
that,
You're right.
we shouldn't
You're
even
right.
be talking.
Vegan,
we should not even be
you're
talking.
right, bro. You're right. But what
I'm
he's
an
trying to say
alien to
is,
you guys. If you guys can't acknowledge that we experience
yes, we
the
do.
world from a flat perspective, I'm an alien to y'all. No matter what I say, you're never gonna hear me.
Vegan, we do hear you, bro. We're not
Don't
saying
speak
that
for him. Don't speak
bro.
for him.
No,
I was
okay. Let
trying
me
to
speak.
build with him because I was
Okay.
going to go somewhere else once I
Okay.
realized we acknowledge that we're on our experience is from a motionless plane. That is our experience. The
Right.
only time you have ever felt the earth move is if you were in an earthquake. That is the only time. You have never felt the earth move outside of being in an earthquake.
Okay, can I go back to your point?
Well, please acknowledge. If you're gonna say something, please acknowledge what I just said.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the first point. You said that we all experience a flat
motionless.
No, let me. Right, all right. Let me go back to before you said that. You said that man experiences a level plane. Yes. What he was saying was that if you go to San Francisco, they live.
Oh my God, man! Why do we need clarity on something so simple?
No, because you're not
so
hearing,
simple,
bro. But you missing the point that
there's nothing different in San Francisco than Virginia,
bro.
It's the same.
Oh my God, bro.
It's flat.
Okay, you're right because
I'm
man
not talking
made it that
about
way.
going up and down hills, driving. Okay, I'm talking about standing on a plane.
Okay, man made that though. Man made it level.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you. Okay. Let me give you an example. Can I give you a prime example? No bullshit. My dad owns a construction company, correct? Right? He owns a construction company.
Yes.
He takes excavators to flatten out the terrain, like you just said, right?
Yes.
Right. So what you just said is correct. Man experiences a flat plane based on man making a unlevel surface level. So of course we're gonna live
even if
in
man didn't make level ground, it's still level ground. What are you talking about?
Okay, show. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. So who makes the terrain we live on unlevel? What caused the mountains? Who created the mountains? What makes the mountains not level? There's a force that acts on that, bro. Are you saying? Oh my God! Bro, but you not. Can you answer that question? What force acts on the earth to make it turn into a mountain? Answer that question for me.
You said what makes mountains? Is that your question?
Yeah. What force?
You want the scientific answer, or do you
want? No. I want your answer. But let me answer it again. What force acts on the earth that we live on to make it an uneven terrain? Now, vice versa. The only way that you can. No, real quick. It's real quick. I'm gonna give it to my bad, bro.
It's probably the environment, such as volcanoes and earthquakes and shit like that.
Okay, now let's reverse it. How do we make a mountain or a hill level? Man has to do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
that's a given. We know this.
Okay, so now right, so correct. Based on that hypothesis, that would mean that since man once experienced a level, that means that man made the mountainous unlevel terrain level. So that of course we're gonna experience a level terrain because we created that.
Oh my God.
That doesn't make sense to you?
No, you don't think before man became construction workers, they didn't already have level ground? Is that what you think?
Bro, no, that's not what I think.
So why would you use that as an example?
Because I'm just telling you. I just said what force acts on the earth. I just answered it.
Nature.
Okay, right. So, who makes the earth flat? You answer that for me.
It's many aspects is flat in many areas. Some areas are naturally flat. Some areas man has created flat ground.
Okay, so for example, I live in Tallahassee, Florida, right? Tallahassee is 7 hills, right? The majority of Tallahassee prior to the infrastructure that man made, it was a whole bunch of hills. but man excavated it and made it flat. So if I have a son, let me finish real quick, bro. Let's just say Tallahassee was established in 1805, a whole bunch of hills. My son experience would be flat because he was born after the man made everything level. So his experience, his son's experience, is gonna be a flat experience. What I'm trying to say, right? So what I'm telling you, I agree with you that our experience is level, only based on the hypothesis that for the most part, a lot of the level places that we live on was made level by man.
Dude, what are you talking about? You can walk through a national park with all types of hills, valleys, all types of stuff, and there's still flat land. It's still flat. There's natural flat land all over the world. What are you talking about?
Bro, I just got done. Okay, let me go back again. Nobody, all the cities that you live on, those cities were not naturally level, vegan. You could take Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina.
I don't understand why this is a point. We all get that. We all know that.
But because you just said man's experience is level. That's because man made a lot of the places that we live in level. Of course, there's prairies and flat plains, the salt flats of Utah. That's natural. But what I'm saying
is, that's my point. you just made my point.
Bro,
why are we talking about this?
But what about my point though?
Your point is right too. Man has modernized a lot of the landmass. What is the point?
The point is what we've been saying is that you just said that how is it that our experience that we experience is level? That's based on the fact that man has introduced.
I'm blaming this on me. I'm blaming
this on me. No,
don't
blame nothing on you, bro.
Obviously, I'm not explaining this right.
I'm gonna say it
one more time. I'm gonna say it one more time. Mankind experiences the earth flat and motionless despite all of the different terrain features that exist. We at no time are we living our life on a slope downward or upward. Now we may travel down, we may walk down, we may do something, but when we settle, we usually settle on a flat plane, motionless plane.
Why?
Now, the reason why I say that.
Why, bro? Why?
Because
why?
Why does man prefer?
Because man doesn't want to live. Man doesn't want to live on the hill. He wants to lay on something flat, right? Just like we lay on our bed, right?
That's my point, right?
Right. So we agree on that. What I'm saying is that vegan. What I'm saying is, bro, we're not going to live on a mountain slope, about to slip off the mountain. We're going to excavate that slope.
But that's my point.
Right. So we're not disagreeing. I'm just giving you.
But why are we saying it if we agree already? We're going over something we already agree with.
But
I brought that up for a reason. I wanted you guys to think about motion. The Earth is not moving, but science says it is moving.
So
right?
let me ask you a question. What
causes says it's moving? We don't experience it moving, but science says it's moving.
Yes, we
but
do
when
at times.
But when there's a earthquake, we all know it's moving. If you're a part of that earthquake, you can feel the Earth actually moving.
Okay. So, I'm glad you said that. Now let's open up the bubble. Let's open up the bubble.
Yeah,
real quick.
Go ahead, man. Get back to that.
No, yeah, let's deal with the Earth movement, right? I like that.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Yeah, cause I like that you brought the movement up, and this is what we finna build. It's not finna be an argument. I'm finna ask you a question. It's not me like challenging you, just asking a question because you're breaking up some good points. Because again, I'm on a walk of truth. This ain't me coming as no Mason or throwing a Mason card. I don't have my apron on. I'm coming as you as a regular brother trying to find knowledge. Because once I leave Masonry as a intermission, I plan on going to another path of life of truth or whatever. But anyhow, an earthquake, right? Where does that force generate from to make that landmass move? Where's the starting point of that landmass moving, right? So if we know that the Earth moves, what causes the oceans to move? At what point, or where's your research led you to find out what causes the Earth to move? Because if the Earth is at a natural state of non-moving, where does the earthquake generates its movement from? The same way where I would ask you, where does the ocean ebbs and flows in the tsunamis? What causes that force to move a mass like that? And I just want to ask you that, where has your research taken you? Because I want to build on that.
Okay. Well, when it comes to a tsunami, most tsunamis are a reaction to an earthquake. Now, even though you have the ocean sits on land. The bottom of the ocean is the ocean floor, which is nothing but land under the water. So when there's an eruption beneath us, it impacts the surface where we are, and that's why we feel movement. Um, and that's about it. Now the question
So
is,
okay,
how
what
far
causes
down
that
does it
though?
go? How
Okay,
far
well, no,
down does it
before
go?
you real quick before you
Nobody
go there, because
knows.
I was going to ask you that, but before we do that, before we go down that rabbit hole and build, what causes an earthquake? What force? What does that energy generate from for the Earth? A landmass that I can't see the whole continent or
Uh-huh.
whatever that earthquake take place. But what force acts on the Earth to make it move? If the Earth is an immovable flat plane that goes on forever, what force generates from what point to make the Earth move? And then
I
again,
can
this is me just asking you a
I can give
question.
you two answers. I can give you
Uh
two
huh.
answers. The answers they taught us, they say the tectonic plates that we live on top of, that the earth mass is one thing, but then we have these plates that we live on top of. Now this is what science tells us. They say
Mm-hmm.
when there's some type of disruption beneath those plates, they make those plates shift, and that's the rumbling and the shaking that we feel. It's the tectonic plates shifting based on activity that occurs thousands and hundreds of miles beneath us. That's what
You my
that's
great
what they
brother.
say.
Now you my great brother. But what do you think? Us, me, you and Dad. That we on the knowledge of finding what we think. What do you think though? That's what I wanna
What
business
I
with you
think,
as my brother. What do you think it is though?
yeah, what I think is science only knows so much about um, what's going on beneath the ocean, right? Science only knows but so much. How y'all doing? And a lot of shit is contrived. A lot of shit is uh, they've created hypotheses, they've created theories, but they really don't know because mankind can only dig down but so far,
No,
right?
I'm talking
I
about.
think,
But what do you?
but
What you?
listen, listen,
Go ahead.
listen. I'm
My
giving you my
bad. My
answer.
bad.
I'm being a
All
little
right.
long-winded, and
Oh, you
I
good?
cut it off.
No, you good, bro. You
Knowing
good? Do your shit.
knowing how science contrives information, my answer is really simple. I don't know. But I
Okay.
also don't believe that
I
science
respect
knows,
that.
and
I
that
respect that.
they've created an explanation to the best of their ability. Because I believe they're
Okay.
trying to know. I think there's a lot of men that want to really know how this world is, and based on their limited knowledge, they give us a thesis. And but for the most part, nobody knows.
Okay, so my next question is, and this is where I think we can come to agree before we get back to our bill.
Yeah.
What do you think it'll take for us to find out, as men of seeking truth, to find out what causes the earth to move? Of course, yeah, we don't got millions of dollars and what I mean, seismographs and all that shit. But what do you think will be a simple avenue for us to truthfully, honestly find out what it is that causes the earth to move, whether or not the earth is a globe or whether or not the earth is a didecagon or whatever? What is it that you think will allow us to find the truth? No bullshit like that. I'm
Hmm.
gonna say this to you. On this channel in my life, I don't think nothing is crazy, bro, because you know what I'm saying? Because right now, I don't know everything, so stuff I might say might sound bogus. But again, I'm on my journey, so I
Yeah,
want you
is
to
what
feel
you
comfortable.
is your hypothesis. Is your
Right.
hypothesis.
So I
Right.
want you to be real with me as my brother.
Yeah.
Be as crazy as you want to be, because bro, we don't know. So
I'm always
right,
gonna be real with you, bro.
right, right,
All
right.
right. Well,
So
let me
what do
answer
you?
your question. Let me
Uh
answer your
huh.
question. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you're talking to the guy who introduced to the flat Earth community that we should do exploration to find the ice wall.
Facts.
I'm the guy. I'm the one that brought it to the table. I'm the one that did 10-hour live streams breaking this shit down, saying, fuck all these theories, fuck all these hypotheses. We need to go out and prove that the ice wall truly exists. And I don't
I
even know if
remember
I
that, bro.
believe.
Listen, I remember that, bro. I've been following you since the beginning. I know. I remember. Come on, bro.
Okay,
This is me, Brandon, bro. Come on.
I'm the guy that introduced that shit to flat Earth, right? So if you hear anybody say, "Well, yeah, we need to do exploration," they got it from me, or they got it from somebody who heard it from me, right? Now, my theory is, flat earthers make excuses to say, "Well, we can't go down to Antarctica because they're going to stop us." I say, bullshit. Let's try anyway. I'm the guy that says, if the North Pole is in the center of the plane, which I don't know if I agree with that either,
I don't, but go ahead.
whatever direction we go in, we should be able to hit an ice wall. Let's just go. Oh, they're going to stop us. They're going to do this. They don't even know when ships are lost at sea sometimes. How the hell
Come
are they
on.
going to know that we're traveling in one direction until we can go no further?
Uh-oh.
Let's.
Talk about it.
I'm the guy that said we should rent an ocean liner, put a helicopter on that bitch, and a shitload of drones, and go as far as we can. And if they do try to stop us, we deploy our drones to see what's even further. I'm that guy. I'm the guy that said the flat earth community is bullshit if we don't raise enough money to start doing true exploration. I'm that guy, right? So to answer your question, to know these things that we're arguing about and talking about and building on, we gotta physically go out into the world to prove our theories. But we got too many bitch ass people that's not willing to do that. A lot of people in flat earth, on YouTube, all over, all they care about is making a couple dollars. That's all
Fact.
they care
That's a
about.
fact. That's a fact.
And
That's a
they
fact.
do this arguing on these topics like some Jerry Springer shit or some fucking housewives of the fucking basketball players. They're doing this shit for entertainment. I'm a realist. I truly believe that the earth is not, listen to my point here, not what they say it is. I want you guys to think about this. When they came up with the first ideas of the earth being spherical, right? They didn't even know North and South America existed. The Europeans that came up with a spherical earth concept did not know North and South America existed. That tells me that they didn't explore the world before they came up with their model. Think about it.
I'm tracking you. Keep going, bro. Don't stop. I'm tracking you. You good? Keep going, bro. We building. Go ahead.
So my point is very simple. We build our hypothesis. We leave room for growth because some of our ideas may have to change over time as we get more and more information. We start developing our theory and we treat mainstream science, theoretical science, I must emphasize, because people don't know the difference between the applied sciences and theoretical science. The
Correct.
applied sciences use the scientific method. That's how you get cell phones. That's how you get cars. That's how you get airplanes and bridges and skyscrapers. All the shit that work. All the shit that work is applied sciences. When you start talking about outer space, when you start talking about beyond the ocean sea floor, when you start talking about beyond the furthest levels that they've
You
drilled,
cut out, bro.
when you start talking about the furthest levels that
Hey,
they've drilled down,
can you hear me, Dad? He cut out.
can y'all hear me?
No, I can hear you. I cut
Yo,
out.
yo, yo.
Can you hear me, Brandon?
I can hear everybody.
Brandon.
I believe. Well,
Hey, can y'all hear me? Anybody in the chat? Am I
he the one.
still
Oh, he the one that can't.
I can hear you. He gonna come back.
Well, let me just say this to you, bro, because I love this program, man. I love your format. I love everything about what you're doing. Um, the reason flat Earth,
Hey, I
Brandon,
lost everything you said, bro. You gotta go back, bro. I think
yeah,
last thing I heard was you were saying about theoretical science. Go ahead.
yeah, theoretical science is the ideas of men that have not been proven. It has not been proven. The shape of the Earth, the mapping of the Earth has not been proven. the point I was making before you fell off was they didn't even know North and South America existed when they came up with the ball Earth theory. So
All right,
my
I got a
point,
question. My bad.
yeah,
My bad. Keep going. My bad. I got a quick
my,
question, real quick.
yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
let me ask you a question. And again, this is just me, just being a kid when I was younger. You know, spinning balls, spinning a basketball, different ways, going to the gravitron or whatever. Let me ask this question:
Yeah,
if I had water on the ball, if I sprayed a basketball with water and I spent it one way, right? Let's say if I spit the ball counterclockwise, that means that that the energy or the centrifugal force would cause whatever's on that ball to spin away, right?
right.
But if I turned it clockwise, meaning like left to right, or no, yeah, right to left, would that not make something stick? You know what I'm saying? Because of the force, whether you want to call it electromagnetism, gravity, whatever. Wouldn't the theory of water spin off the ball, wouldn't it depend on the rotation of the
Are
rock?
you talking? Are you talking about like that ride in the carnival where you're on the inside and you stick into the wall and all that? Is it like that?
Or yeah, similar that, or even let's take a tornado. If a tornado,
Right.
when a tornado spins a certain way, things get sucked into it, so it sticks until the tornado stops spinning and everything just flies away from it. But let's say if you take a tornado, the vortex, and you spin that tornado the other way, instead of
Uh-huh.
it being a force where it sucks up or causes motion to come together, it would cause it to spin away from it. For example, a hurricane.
Well, this what I
Go
want
ahead.
you. This is what I want you to consider. Inside a tornado, you're on the inside, right? Think of that ride in the carnival where I used to love that ride, where you would be on the inside and you'd be
Yeah,
sticking
the
to the walls while
gravitron,
it's spinning.
gravitron.
It's
Yeah.
gravitron. Okay. Imagine if you were on the outside of the ride and it was spinning. That's where we are on the Earth, based on
Okay.
their
Okay. You're right.
theory. Now on
Now
the
let me ask this
inside,
question.
if you were
Go
on
ahead.
the
My bad.
inside, you'd be sticking to the walls. But if your
Okay.
ass was on the outside, when that thing started spinning, you will fly off.
Okay. Now let me pose this theory. Again, we dealing
Yeah.
with theory because we don't know. So
Right.
let's say that we live on a rock, not a ball, but a rock. Let's
Uh-huh.
say that we live on the rock that's spinning one way, and the
Mm-hmm.
atmosphere, i.e., electromagnetic field that's around this rock, is spinning the other way. Would that not duplicate or in a way mimic what you just said? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just trying to figure out.
No, I
Okay,
feel you. I feel you.
if
You're
real
going
quick,
down
like
the rabbit hole. You're going down the rabbit hole. I feel you.
So let's just say that.
But no,
Okay,
hang on. Let me pause you
go
for
ahead.
1 second. 1 second, I want
Uh-huh.
to pause you. I'm gonna give it back to you. When you look up in the sky and you see clouds, they're not always going one direction.
Correct,
So
because
the
of different
atmosphere,
airways. Yeah.
there you go. The atmosphere does not travel in one direction. The
No,
atmosphere travels.
no. I'm my bad, my bad. I mixed two things at once. I'm talking
Uh,
about the electromagnetic field that's around that. You know, like I hear Sanchez talked about the electromagnetic field that's around the hyperbola,
yeah.
whatever. Right. So
Well,
what I'm saying is,
that's what
if
That's all that shit that's that shit that people talk about that nobody knows nothing about but
right,
fucking
right,
NASA and scientists, right?
right.
So
So
I'm talking
so
about what
let's
we can witness. We
right,
can't
right. So
say that that our atmosphere that we breathe when we're in an airplane, right, is all traveling in one direction. We know that's not
okay,
true,
right,
right?
okay. So
All you got to do is sit back on the beach and watch the clouds go left and right all damn
okay.
day, right?
I
Um,
wish I can real quick. I'm gonna
yeah,
build on what you're saying. I'm not gonna disagree. So
right.
today, I was at the fire station, right? And I'm just
Uh,
giving an example of what I'm trying to find an analogy to figure out why there's different air moving different ways, right? So today at the fire station, we went out to our little training building, whatever, to a house, and we worked
right,
on how to positive pressure ventilate a building to excavate the smoke so that people can survive. So
right.
what they said is, if you have all the rooms in the house open, it's a whole bunch of smoke. That air inside of that house will not be pressurized, and smoke gonna be moving everywhere, right?
Right.
You gonna have air moving at the top, turbulent. You're gonna have air moving at the bottom, that's slow, the heat and all that.
Yeah,
But
that's
what they
why you're
did
supposed to
was
drop down low when the
right,
room is
right.
smoky. Right.
So what they did was they shut all the doors and they opened up one window. And when they did that, all the air, because of the pressure inside of that encapsulated place, it
Right.
came out of one
Yeah.
thing. So the reason I brought that up is because let's take into account we have trees, we have buildings, we have mountains. So let's
Uh-huh.
just say, because we know that, like for example, if you're driving down a highway going 70 miles per hour, going down or going east or west, and then you got a car that's going against you, going the opposite way, that's going to cause a turbulent force, correct? Because air is moved, because you feel
Yeah,
you
because
feel the air.
something's
Right,
obstructing it. So
right,
the air is going to go over it and around it or under it.
right. So now let's see if we can apply mentally, not proven. Let's see if we can take what science says and apply it to what experiments we can do. So
Hmm.
let's just say for shits and giggles, that yes, we are surrounded by electromagnetic field, but it's spinning one way. And then let's
Okay.
take in the fact that we live on this oblong shape, broken apple, whatever the fuck, and it's spinning the opposite way. So then we can take into account, again, we just throwing out shits and giggles, centrifugal force. So that means that centrifugal force, I don't know if I'm getting this right or wrong, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
If
like a
you spin one
merry-go-round.
thing,
A
right,
merry-go-round.
right, or a pump inside of a water pump, it's spinning one
Yeah.
way, that water gonna create a vortex where it's gonna stay a certain way. So let's just say that within that electromagnetic, the space between that one thing that's spinning one direction and that electromagnetic field that's spinning the opposite direction, that space is our atmosphere. So because of all the erected buildings, trees, heat, hot air, cold air is moving in different directions and all that. Let's just say, okay, well, again, it's not, we just going for shits and giggles. That would create our atmosphere and explain why you got clouds moving one way and you got air moving the other way. Heat rises because it can't go nowhere because we
But you got
encapsulated.
another problem. You got another problem with that theory because even in high altitudes, like in airplanes, you ever felt turbulence before?
Hell yeah.
That's
I
shifting
hate that shit.
winds. That's
Right,
shifting winds above the clouds.
right. So,
So you got
but
shifting
we
winds.
got to,
Not only do you got shifting winds closer to the earth, you have shifting winds as high as 35, 50,000 feet up in the sky where airplanes are.
right. Now this is what they say, which I
Right.
did the experiment in my house. They say hot air rises and cold air sinks. So I did an experiment on everybody's ceiling fan. Most people don't know this. There's a little switch on your ceiling fan that if you flip that switch down,
You go
you'll
backwards.
have it'll go backwards, and then the air you'll actually cool your room off more because you moving all the hot air away from you, and the hot air
Right.
that's coming down on you, it'll suck up at the top of the ceiling fan and come back
Yeah.
down and cools it off. But if you
Right.
turn it the other way, you pulling hot air up, and then you just making it hotter. So that's why I'm saying, like, do you think that because we got hot air, cold air, because of the molecules and the particles or whatever, because you got cold particles of cold air, the molecules are compressed and it's gonna sink, getting heavier, right, based on air, and then hot air, because of the particles are looser, they're gonna rise. So when you said the turbulence, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, that's the hot air and the cold air mixing, and then you got a actual tangible object, an airplane, moving between those two different temperatures, and the turbulence of you making an airplane with the sphere, you're breaking that vortex between hot air and cold air, or vice versa, because they say the higher you get, it gets colder and colder and colder. So
Right.
which even in my mind, that still kind of tells on itself, because then that would negate the fact that hot air rises. So that means that, does hot air have a ceiling point where then between hot air you have cold air at the bottom, hot air in the middle, and then
Well,
cold air again
well,
at the top? Go ahead.
well. It's the further hot air travels, the cooler it gets. Right.
Okay,
So,
right. Go
like,
ahead.
have you ever stood in front of a heater? You stand in front of a heater, it's hot as fuck, but you move
Right.
across the room, it's not so hot. You move out
Correct.
of the room, you don't even feel the heater, right?
Correct.
So the further away uh, the heat is directed, the colder it gets, right? It
Okay.
loses its thing. I mean, all this is interesting stuff, and it all feels good. But what to me, to me, well, I want to explain the flat Earth position to my brother here, mostly because I want him to understand that just like we don't trust politicians, just like we don't trust our educational system, that's just like we challenge historians when they try to tell us our origin stories and all that stuff. We also check science. Science needs to be held accountable for the shit it says. Like if they tell us that we all originated from apes, we sit back and oh yeah, they do kind of act like people. So yeah, they must be our ancestors. They must be our descendants. Instead of just accepting that shit, we challenge that shit and we ask for the evidence to show that there was a evolution from the apes to human beings. They can't produce that. They can show you a bullshit ass chart, but they can't back it up. And they can't show no other species that has evolved from a prehistoric to this, but they say that they are. Right? Like
Yeah.
they'll say the elephant is a ancestor of the woolly mammoth, right? Like, okay, where's the evidence of that? So you have theoretical science built into this shit, telling us what is what, to include the shape of our Earth and all facts about our Earth, and much of it is theoretical. Dude, when I was a kid, when we were all kids, Pluto was a fucking planet. All of a sudden, Pluto is not a planet. So my point is that it's theoretical. They don't tell us there's a possibility we're wrong, but let's teach all the kids this is how it is. They
But
don't
that's
present
the
it to
beauty.
us like that.
But that's the beautiful thing about science, man. It's always changing. Of course, you're gonna theorize because one day you jump 3 feet in the air. That don't mean that you're gonna be jumping 3 feet in the air next day. All
Right.
that is a theory, right?
Right.
But it's based off an absolute that is actually
But why
happening
push it off? Why push it off as truth?
because it is. What
How's it
happens?
true?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Was
And
it true that Pluto was a planet or not?
yes, and it is observation in the beginning. After further
So
research,
it was an
after
observation, right? It was an observation. It was a hypothesis. It was a theory. But they passed
no,
it off as truth.
no.
Dude, we grew up believing Pluto was a planet.
No, it's
We
just
grew up.
like hold
I'm
on.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not to say the least that we grew up believing Pluto was a planet. It's just like we grew up thinking a caterpillar is a damn insect. It's not. It's
Yes,
a
that's my point.
hold on.
So
Af-
why would science? Why would you accolade science for passing off something that they
no,
didn't know
no.
was
See,
true, that they didn't know at the time it was true, but gave the perception that they knew it was true? Why would you give them credit for that?
because shit changes
I
when
know.
they got right, just like any other star or constellation that they get named after, like Halley's Comet. If we decided to start our own observations and we decided that the next thing that shoots across our sky that we can see visibly with our eye, and that the phenomenon only takes place every 7 years, then you can call that the flat earth shooting through the sky. Hold on, let me finish.
No, I'm listening.
Until then, this is where we get these names from. So when
We're not talking about names, bro. We're talking about teaching young children that
wow,
something is something and that it's a fact.
it is a
We
fact.
were taught that Pluto was a fact.
It is.
How is it a fact when now they say it's not a planet?
No,
That
shit
means facts don't change, bro.
changes.
Conditions. Oh, so you're telling me when they first said Pluto was a planet, it was factual, but now that they're saying it's not factual.
No, you're not.
That is now factual again.
No,
So it's two factuals.
no.
It was a planet, now it's not a planet. Dude, you're giving them an excuse to lie and get away with it.
No, you're not understanding, man.
Dude, no, I truly understand.
Hey,
I'm
your
calling them
mother.
out.
Okay,
The difference is I'm calling them out and you don't call them out. You let them get away with the lie. Right
get
now,
away
the
with the
earth is
lie.
now. Listen to this. For when we were kids, or shit, not even 10 years ago, Earth was outside of, the moon was outside Earth's atmosphere. Now the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere.
I put
Was
it
it
to you.
always in?
I
Was it
put it
always
to
in inside
Can
Earth's
I say
atmosphere,
something?
or was it outside Earth's
I'm
atmosphere?
going to say this and I'm going to leave it alone. Once upon a time, right? Now, this is through almost man's manipulation, but he would tell you
That's
that.
my point.
Hold on, man. Let me finish. He would tell you that it's naturally occurring with himself. But in order for him to flip over, he's going to have man to help him over to his so-called natural self. And what I'm talking about is Dwayne Wade's son. The motherfucker was a boy. Now he's a girl. Like Pluto was a planet. Now it ain't, dude. At what you cannot deny.
No, that's bullshit.
Stop
His
it,
son
man.
is
Can you
still
stop? Stop,
his son,
stop,
no. I'm not disagreeing with you.
stop while you ahead, man.
His son is
Because
still a boy.
no,
His son is still a boy.
just like fucking
Just because
Pluto
he
is still a
thinks,
planet.
you're bringing up my point.
It's
You
just
are bringing up my point. I don't give a damn what people think. Dwayne's son is still a son. Just because they want to treat him like a girl
You're
doesn't
not.
make him a girl.
Damn, man.
What you mean, damn? I'm going
no
off your example. I'm going off your example.
Okay, my example is as such. Pluto was once marked as a planet. Now,
yes, that's a given.
Damn it, man.
Why are y'all doing this, man? Why are we having conversations like we little kids?
Just like Dwayne Wade came, his son came out with a penis.
We grew up that Pluto was a planet. Now you regurgitating that. Why are we doing that?
Oh,
why
shit.
Can't we talk? That's not building.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
Stacking the same brick over and over again. We're not building. We know that Pluto was once considered a planet. My question to you is, when they told us it was a planet, were they sure? The answer is no, they weren't. But they told us anyway, and they put it in textbooks, and kids grew up believing that it was a planet, and then now they're retracting that and saying, no, it's no longer a planet. So my question to
do you understand the process of research and development?
Yes,
do you understand? Okay, then how long does it take to develop medicine? Since you know the process of research and development, something really simple. How long does it take for a man to develop?
Why lie and say you know something when you don't? That's my question.
What is you? Hold on, man. They knew what it was. Damn it, man.
No, they didn't know. They obviously didn't know. They guessed and thought it was a planet.
No, they knew it was a planet. Later on in their development,
oh my God, man.
Later on in their development, they see that it wasn't doing the same things as they marked other planets doing. So what they did, they dwarfed it. They turned it into a dwarfed star. That's all they did.
It's no longer a planet. I get it. I know the story, bro. They made it no longer a planet. I get it. They changed, they moved the goalposts.
No, they did not move the goalposts.
It's definitely a planet. It's our planet. It's this, is that, 30 years. Then they said, you know what? After looking at this more and more, this is not really a planet.
Right. That's what you call research and development, man.
Yes.
That happens over time.
Yes.
That happens over time.
I'm not challenging that. You're not hearing my point. The truth cannot be changed, bruh. The truth is either true or it's not. This shit is true or it's not. So when they first called it a planet, they were wrong. But we were taught it was true. If you would have talked to anybody in the 1980s, 1990s, early 2000s, and argue with somebody, yo, man, Pluto is a planet. No, Pluto's not a planet. They would have argued you down. Because everybody believed, listen to me, everybody believed it was true because science said it was true.
No. So
then they took it back.
Wow.
Then they took it back. You can't take back the truth.
They thought it
wasn't.
Real quick, let me add to it. You're right, Diadec, and you're right, Vegan. They thought it was the truth in that generation, but they come out. Let us go back and find out what it is. And they said, oh, after further observation and whatever bullshit, they said, no, it's actually a dwarf star. what Dodek was trying to say, what I'm not going to speak for, but just me hearing and just interjecting real quick so we can continue building. Dwayne Wade's son is still a boy, but his mindset is he want to be a girl, even though that he's still a boy. He wants to believe that he's a girl. So Dodek was trying to give an analogy of what they thought was a planet, because I guess maybe they didn't have all of the research or whatever. Yeah, they passed on the truth, but because of research and development, they go, oh shit, let me go back because Pluto not moving like blah 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 blah. Oh shit, it's actually a dead star. So let me ask this question: let's just say that it is a dead star. To me, I'm happy that they told the truth about it, rather than finding out that it was telling us that it was a planet the whole time. Then they found out, oh shit, it's a star, and they withheld that from us. So now it's like, okay, well shit, we got to tell them that it's no longer a planet, it's a star. So would you? And the question I have for you is, would you rather them tell you that, continue telling you it's a planet when they know it's a star after further research, or tell you that it's a star even though they made a mistake because they had a research at the time to say it's a planet? I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying, I'd rather them tell me. Go ahead, my bad.
What I want from science is one thing: the truth, what they can prove and what they know. If they don't know it's true or not, I want them to present it for what it is: a theory, a hypothesis, or we've been working on it. We think this is that. We think this is that. Let me give you another real life example, because I only deal in reality. In the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and all the way up to the 80s, doctors said it was healthy to smoke. Not until they sued the tobacco industry because of all the cancer-causing carcinogens that's in smoking. And after millions of people die, medical science comes out later and said, oh yeah, cigarette smoking is bad for you. When they knew back in the 1940s, because there was doctors that was fighting to get the information out, and they were suppressing them, and doctors and scientists were going on, being on billboards and TV commercials, telling people that the doctor recommended Marlboros.
No, that's a special interest group. Hold on,
No,
vegan.
but it was scientific. There was science saying that. There was scientific research saying that smoking was healthy.
That's an independent laboratory. That's not
goodness.
the. No, I'm serious. This is not the consensus.
Can't be wrong. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Independent laboratories, man, can come up with their own consensus. It's just like this. If I got an independent laboratory, I can lie to you. Just say if I tested meat and you wish to bring a McDonald's hamburger to me, I can tell you it's 100% ground beef, but really my laboratory is telling you that it's fucking donkey meat. But you can take that same hamburger, do a compare and contrast, take it to another independent lab and get another test, is what they call going to doctors when you get your second opinion, because one doctor can be lying to you. You understand? So when you're trying to blame an independent science group,
I'm blaming
hold on, man, stop it. Because you blaming it all on.
I won't speak if you don't minimize what I'm saying. I am blaming the entire scientific community. If there were real scientists back then, they would have stepped up and spoke out against the fakeness that was being lied to the people.
How did you even get this information if it wasn't a scientist who stepped up and said that it was bad to smoke? Right now, you're regurgitating a scientist who did their due diligence and said, fuck that, Marlboro is lying.
40 years
Stop it,
lying.
man. Stop
after
it, man.
40 years of lying.
No, it's not after 40 years.
It was probably a scientist that grew up seeing the lie and went against the grain to tell the truth. 40 years they lied to us about cigarette smoking, and you want to defend theoretical science.
I didn't knock you off, did I, Brandon?
No, my audio.
They even lied to us about AIDS. They lied to us about AIDS, bruh, in our lifetime. Come on, man. You back in science, and you're not paying attention to the lies that is perpetuated throughout all of the science.
So I'm back in science. I'm back in science
because false science.
if I'm back in science,
There's real science and then there's false
that
science.
means that I think that the AIDS came from a varmint monkey out of Africa.
No, the treatment for AIDS killed more than the actual virus.
I'm not telling you the treatment. You just said they lied about AIDS.
The scientists, they did lie about AIDS, but I'm talking
okay,
about
so then that means that I have to believe it came from a monkey. I gotta believe that this shit came from a monkey then. So when independent scientists in 1980s decide to do their research on AIDS and come to find out that this shit was chemically made and it got a patent under the fucking FDA.
What's your point?
That's what I'm trying to make, man.
I'm pointing out bad science. And
okay.
You're defending science.
Okay, yeah, I'm defending the science that gave you the idea.
Why are you defending something that hasn't
because
been
they're
proven?
The one that gave you the idea for you to even spew right now that you're going against it. How did you find out that AIDS was a lie? How did you find out that the medication that AIDS was being treated with was giving people that was killing more people than actually treating them?
Because how did you know that? Scientists exposed it. The real scientists exposed
you are,
it.
You are straight contradicting yourself right now.
You're not listening to me, bro. I gave you 2 real examples. The science lied about smoking. Science lied about the AIDS epidemic.
We got Big O in the house. This is a treat right here. This is an honor and a privilege.
Science lied.
No. Vegan.
Lied about the coronavirus.
Vegan.
If you're going to defend science, you need to specify which one you're talking about, because much of it is a lie.
Okay, we all understand that, but Big O is in the house.
If you do, you need to acknowledge that. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm not talking about good science. I'm talking about the bad science. The bad science is linked to theory. Most of these cats that have not executed the scientific method, if they're coming up with an opinion and telling you it's truth, that's what I'm challenging. I can't trust nothing. I can't trust nothing that can't be shown to be true. Example: the shape of the earth. Science has told you the shape of the earth. But they never explored all aspects of the earth. I gave you the example that when they came up with the model of the earth, they didn't even know North and South America existed. That tells you they never explored the entire earth to come up with the globe earth model.
In 2022.
Hold on real quick. Let me make a statement real quick. And I'm gonna just pose a statement. Are you saying Greedy vegan? And this is not me.
No, that's Vegan Warrior.
Yeah. No, I'm the real vegan.
Yeah. My bad.
I ain't Greedy vegan. I'm the real one.
Hey, right. I'm presenting a question to you. It's more rhetorical, not like me challenging you. Be just posing my thought. Would you rather them keep their studies to themselves? No, let me rephrase that. So you're saying, or what I guess I'm thinking you're saying is that you're rather them keep what they're studying to themselves until they actually know, rather than them telling you what they think it is and perpetuating it as truth, but at the same time just being neutral. At the same time, to me, it's like they're doing a scientific method, but they're sharing what study they're taking. So as of right now, like for example, the scientific method is you bring a hypothesis. This is what I got. Now I'm finna get my variables. I got my constant and my unconstant. I forgot how shit work. But right now we're saying that cigarette smoking is safe. But then they start, oh shit, people dying of cancer. Well, let's see if it's the chemicals in the soil. No, it ain't that. But you had one scientist that said, no, I'm gonna go straight to tobacco smoke. Let's just say he wasn't like part of the Underwriters laboratory. He was an independent study like you. Let's say you, Vegan Warrior, was that guy that was telling the Surgeon General, whoever, the Underwriters laboratory, hey, y'all, cigarette smoking is bad. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. That's a lie. Don't believe that shit. But the whole time, you've been right? But because they are a quote-unquote scholar and they got the fucking, they FDA and all that, until they say it, then it's the truth. But the whole time you are right. So what I'm thinking, I'm not taking sides. I'm just trying to find middle ground between both of y'all. What I'm thinking that Didek is saying is that they believe that because of the studies that they had at the time. At the same time, you've been right
Nah,
the whole time. You've been right the whole time, even
it's
though
worse than
it
that.
was still.
It's worse than that. It's
Okay,
worse
go
than
ahead.
that.
My
In the
bad. Well, go ahead.
1940s, when the American Medical Association endorsed smoking cigarettes, there were doctors at that time, based on their experience, based on all the people they were treating, spoke out and said, no, smoking cigarettes is unhealthy. 1940s, bro. 1950s. These motherfuckers, the ones in power, the ones that everybody follow and listen to, ignored those doctors and went with the main body of scientific claims, saying that it was healthy.
No, I
The
disagree with
reason,
that.
well, you disagreeing because you ain't researched it. I did.
No, I'm
Research
gonna.
it. Research it, then diss it. Go
Okay.
do the research on this, then come back.
No.
We'll have
I'm not.
I've done
Listen.
the research. The mainstream accepted cigarette smoking as being non-lethal, not being lethal. There were a small group, like right now, you got doctors coming out about coronavirus and taking the jab, saying, no, don't do that, don't do that. But the entire society was saying, no, it's okay. Take the jab, take the jab. The same thing happened with cigarette smoking.
Can I
Same
say
exact
something?
thing.
Can I
In the
say something?
very beginning,
I'm.
people were anti-smoking, and those people got suppressed, and the powers that be use science as a vehicle to push cigarette
Can I
smoking
say something?
on the entire population.
I'm gonna say
That's,
this.
that's how
All
it
right.
went down.
All right. I'm gonna say this, right? Because I do both traditional medicine and holistic medicine. With that being said, um, pork is they say is real bad for you, right? I have a doctor to tell me that. He tells me pork is no good. It clogs the artery, blase, splivy, woo woo. This is what the doctor tells me. But what advertisement will show me, Burger King with a double cheeseburger, they say it's delicious. It's only so much calories in this and blase splivy. Your argument is misplaced. You trying to place it on the scientists and doctors. They're
How
not
much
the one.
research have you done? How
I
much
did a
research have you done before you
damn
develop
man.
your
Can I
You're
finish?
sharing your opinion with the public. Have you done any
This
research
is
on this
not an
topic?
opinion.
I'm asking a
This
question.
is
I'm
a
asking a
fact.
question. I just gave you something that I've researched. Now you're going to give me an opposing view. Have you done any research on what I
Yes.
just said?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay,
Because they
I'm gonna be
call it.
quiet. I'm gonna listen.
Right.
I'm gonna
Okay,
listen to your
thank you. It's
opinion
called
now
truth.
because you're gonna tell me.
It's the
You're gonna tell
reason
me
why
you
truth got $1
got
billion.
research.
It's the reason why truth got
I'm
$1
not
billion
asking for
from
your
the.
opinion.
It's the
I'm really
reason
not
why
asking for
truth
your
got a
opinion.
bill.
I'm
It's the
asking
reason
for.
why truth got
I
$1
want to know
billion,
what you got
man.
out of your
You
research.
are
I
not
want to know.
listening.
I want to
You're
know
not
what you got
listening.
out of
You're
your research
hard-headed.
because
You're
everything I just
hard-headed.
said,
You're
everything I just
hard-headed.
said.
You're
No,
hard-headed.
you just don't agree. It's
No,
not that
what
I'm
is you talking
hard-headed.
about? I just don't agree. I'm
I
trying to
gave
tell
you.
you, advertisers are
I
behind people
gave you.
smoking cigarettes,
I
not
gave
fucking
you.
doctors and scientists. The
And it was
advertisers
endorsed
did
by
this.
the American
Hollywood did it.
Medical
Commercials
Association.
did it.
Are you
Advertisement.
hearing me?
Use the
Are you
dude.
right now? You can't hear me, can you?
Psychiatrists did
You
it
can't
because
hear
you
me
know
right
it's
now,
really
can you?
psychiatrists who
You
works
can't hear
for the
nothing I'm saying,
advertising
can you?
company.
You can't hear nothing I'm saying, right? Those
No, you
advertisements
ain't hearing
were
shit.
endorsed.
I'm saying
But
you just
I
went on a
don't
whole
need to.
rip.
You have not researched this, so I should not have to listen to
Dude,
you.
hold
I
on,
should
man.
not have to listen to one thing you say
Dude, you know
because you
who
have not
Procter and
looked at
Gamble
this.
is?
I am giving you.
You talking too
I'm
much.
giving you facts.
You
The
talking too much
American
right now.
the American
I'm trying
Medical
to have. I'm
Association,
showing
the
a great
American
amount of
Medical
patience with this shit.
Association endorsed
Hey,
those
do the brother
ads.
know who Monsanto is?
No,
My
he don't know
God,
who
the American
Monsanto is.
Medical Association
He don't know. He just
endorsed
talking.
those ads.
This what
Don't
happens
say
when
that if
flat
you
Earth
haven't
put a
done the
battery in
research.
your back. This is what
Why do
happens.
you feel you need to
Hey,
tell
brother,
us this when you have done no research?
what's his
No,
name?
If you have
Hey,
just
no
let him
brother,
know.
research,
No, his name is
hey,
Vegan
brother,
Warrior.
anybody challenge something
vegan
if they've
warrior.
done no research on this topic?
A vegan warrior.
If you would shut the
Can I
fuck
ask him a
up
question?
for a
You want
moment.
me
A
to
vegan
shut
warrior.
up, but you ain't saying nothing. You got
A
to
vegan
say
warrior.
something for me to shut up.
A vegan
Say
warrior.
something with substance.
A vegan
Come
warrior.
on, man.
Through your understanding of material substances, right? Do you know who Monsanto is? Have you did any studies on that? That name or that
Extensive.
plant?
Extensive. I'm a vegan.
Can you
Extensive research on
okay,
Monsanto.
so so this is a good question for me to ask you. Who is Monsanto, and does that have anything to do with meat and vegetable, or just meat?
It's everything. It's everything. It's
So can you
vegetables,
explain
it's
your
meat.
understanding on it's especially what? It
They're
ain't no
the,
especially.
that's it. I
No,
said
it ain't no
especially
especially.
meat.
No, it's not
Especially meat.
especially meat. It's not especially meat.
Dude, you
But
don't
go ahead.
think GMO is in meat? Come on,
Do
bro.
you think GMO is in
I'm
vegetables?
asking you, don't answer a question with a question. Do you think GMO is in meat?
Well, I don't know how
Yes.
this
Yeah.
conversation
Yes.
took a
Do
left
you
turn
think
on
the
that one.
grass, do you think the grass and grains that's
Slow
fed to
down,
the
brother.
animals isn't coming from Monsanto? Come on, bro.
I'm still trying to get
All the
across to him.
seeds,
See,
all
he
the
just
seeds
hold
come from
on,
Monsanto, and Monsanto feeds the livestock.
brother. I'm a
That's
patient man.
GMO.
I'm not gonna mute you, nor I'm not
No,
gonna
I'm
kick you
talking to
back.
that brother. Why are you even talking? I'm talking to
No,
him.
because I
He
was not
asked me
So
about
yeah,
finished.
so since you're
Monsanto.
talking to me, can you calm down? So you
I was
said
not
Monsanto.
finished,
Well, did I answer your question?
No, you
brother.
didn't.
Hold
Oh,
on.
I
Let me,
didn't. Oh, I
hold on,
didn't.
Big O.
Okay.
Hold
Well,
on,
let me
Big O.
listen for
Hold
the.
on.
Let me listen for the rest of your question.
You can't. Big O opened up a door for you to veer to the left. I want to get on the fact that you said I don't have
Any
research.
topic.
Hold
Any
on,
topic.
stop it,
Come on.
man. Stop it.
Hey,
You said I don't have no
again,
research.
lay it out.
Whoa.
Let's talk. Ain't no whoa. Lay it out. Let's talk. Because when y'all talk bullshit, I call you out on it. Let's talk.
In 1980s,
Uh-huh.
the FDA
Yep.
knew that the tobacco people were lying through their advertisement. So what they had to do, they
Yep.
sued the fuck out of them. So they
Yes.
hold on, man.
I ain't got to hold on. I'm agreeing. Let's go. Spit it out.
So the doctors during those times
Uh-huh.
of of, of advertisement saying that it's okay for you to smoke,
Uh-huh.
your doctor was telling you no, it's not safe to smoke.
Oh, my God.
Your doctor was telling you this.
Dude, how old are you? How old are you? I'm asking a question. How old are you? I'm 54. I'll be 54 this year. How old are you?
You got Israel.
I'm
You got
asking
a
a simple
vibe
question.
of
How old are you?
the what is those people? Hebrew Israelites. What
I'm asking a simple question.
my
How old
age
are you?
don't.
Can I just talk to the brother? Just ask
The reason
questions and
why
just
I'm
learn. Can
asking
we
is
just build?
because you
No. Let me.
gotta go to
Cause
the
I'm just
internet
learning.
to
I'm just
know
here to
that.
learn, bro. For
If you
real.
was
This
paying
don't.
attention back then, you
I'm
don't gotta
telling
go to
you.
the internet.
I'm telling you.
We
They didn't sue.
witnessed this.
They didn't sue doctors. They sued the advertisement companies.
I
Procter
That's true.
know.
Procter
That's
and
I
true.
Gamble.
know.
That's
Right.
true.
Procter and Gamble
I
got sued.
know.
Sears
That's
That's
my
true.
Roebuck.
point.
Can you stop it, brother? They didn't sue FDA because the
Your
doctor.
Google research
Dude,
don't mean shit.
they're the ones that told the Surgeon General
I'm
put a
agreeing with you.
goddamn stamp
Everything
on.
you're
Hold
saying is
on,
actually what
man.
I'm talking about.
Dude,
Everything you're saying,
the
you
doctors
ran to
put
the internet. I gave you some facts. I gave you some
the
facts. I
doctors
gave
put
you some
pressure,
facts, and you
the
ran to the
doctors,
internet, and
the
now you're
Can we start?
doctors.
Can we
regurgitating.
start the
This
reset
dude
But
button?
here.
now you're
Can you
regurgitating
relax
them.
for a minute,
Hold
brother?
on, bro. You got to
Can
dig
you?
in on this topic. I said
I see why,
1940s.
but
You
I'm
see
not
why
going to
what?
do it. I'm not going to do it. But I
Can you
see why
relax for a
I'm not
second,
going to
it's
do
bro?
such
what?
a thing. But hey, vegan, straight up.
Straight
This
up
is
what?
this is why.
What?
This is
Because
why.
you're saying shit I already know. I just told you this.
No,
I
you
just
just
told you everything that you're reading.
you said scientists lied to the
Scientists
people.
were the ones that endorsed it. The American
No, it
Medical
was not
Association since the
scientists.
1940s. You were
No, the
reading
fuck
a
they didn't,
Google
man.
search.
They the ones
You
that
were
put the
reading
pressure
a
on the
Google
Surgeon
search,
General,
bro.
dude, to put the
This
stamp
is
on the
why.
side.
This is why we
Why do you
can't
think it's a
progress.
Surgeon
This
General
is why we
stamp on the
can't
side?
progress. Instead of
Why do you think it's a
you saying, you
Surgeon
know what?
General stamp on the side? Let me ask you that question. Why do you think they put a Surgeon General stamp on the side of cigarettes? Answer
you
that
just
question. Answer
you
the
just
question. Since you did your extensive research in 1940, why in the fuck they got a Surgeon General stamp on the side?
you already said it.
Warning dumb smokers. Now I'm not
You
gonna call
already
you.
said it. God damn, bro.
Why?
And I remember when they didn't have the Surgeon General stamp. I remember when there was no warning on cigarettes. You talking out your ass, bro. You're talking to somebody that
You
experienced
said
it.
you remember that when there was no warning on cigarettes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because you
Fucking
50.
yes.
Because you
I
50.
used to
How?
go to the store every day to get my mother
The
a pack
question
of
is why
cigarettes. I know
wasn't
exactly what
the
was
question
on a
is
cigarette pack.
okay,
I went
so why
every
wasn't
day from the age
so
of
for somebody
12
like
to
me,
about fucking 18.
so for somebody like me, why wasn't it a stamp like that on the cigarette?
They had to lose in a lawsuit
Can
in
you calm
court.
your voice down and just talk? Like I'm not, I'm just asking. Why wasn't it a stamp on it?
Y'all want me to
I'm
speak
asking you to
so
calm
y'all
down.
can feel comfortable. So what I'm gonna do?
No, it ain't no y'all. Bro, I
I'm
just
gonna
got
step
up
back.
here, bro.
I'm gonna step back
I'm
because I want
asking.
y'all to be comfortable, right? I'm gonna step back. Y'all can do the research. All that shit is online.
Can you answer my question,
You
brother?
gotta go deeper than where he went. All right.
Yeah,
You go back to the
brother.
1940s.
Can you hear me?
You'll know.
Can you
You'll know.
calm down it, brother?
I
Can
don't
you
know why
calm
you
down?
think I'm not calm. This is the way I talk. I am
You talk
extremely
like
in
this.
control.
You got a female and you talk like that every day, all
Motherfucking
day.
right. I got a female for over 30 years too.
Big O, please do not poke
I've been married for over
like that.
30,
That's an ad
31 years
hominem.
next month.
I'm not gonna have that here. Y'all veering from the point because
No, he's veering. He's veering.
I know
He
he
needs to
was.
feel
That's why I'm
comfortable.
telling him.
He
I'm
needs to
telling
feel
him that.
comfortable. He wants me to turn
Can
my
you
shit down,
stop it?
right?
Can you
So
stop
I'll
it?
turn my shit down so y'all can feel more comfortable. All
Thank you,
right?
sir.
My
All
bad.
right.
I
Thank
want
you.
y'all comfortable. Go ahead, be comfortable.
What you mean? Be comfortable. This
Because
is.
obviously y'all don't like my
Come on,
answer. You
man.
don't
Come
like how
on.
I'm saying it.
I
You
guess.
I'm
want me
trying
to
to
be
learn something.
quiet. You
I
want to
guess I'm
Tell me?
raising a
nitpick.
question
You
here.
want to ask a question, but when I go to
Hey,
answer,
I
y'all
just
want
want.
to hear it. So
All right.
Can
y'all
you
want
answer
me
my
to be
question and I'll
quiet.
be quiet?
If
This
you
is
want me
what
to
I.
be quiet, I'll step
Why
back.
wasn't it a Surgeon General
They weren't
stamp
sued until the
on
80s.
cigarettes?
They weren't sued until the
Can I
80s.
finish saying what I'm saying?
You already asked the question. I already know the answer. I just
Brother,
gave you the
I ain't
answer.
even come on the
Did you get
panel
the
with
answer?
all this, bro. Like,
The Surgeon General sticker came in the 80s after the tobacco industry was sued. That's your answer. You good?
And
no, that's still an
how
answer.
long did this lawsuit stay in litigation?
I don't know. Don't give a fuck.
I know you
All I
don't.
know is
But you just said you studied it,
I
all
bro.
I
know
know
you
is
don't.
Like,
since the
what is you
1940s, the doctors were
Because that'll show
suing.
you
like?
how long
Oh my God.
motherfuckers been talking about cigarettes and how bad they for
Since
you.
the 1940s, doctors were backing cigarettes. Not until the 80s did they stop backing it.
Dude, no doctor in the United States of America was
All right,
bagging up
no
fucking
problem.
cigarette smoke.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, go
saying.
ahead.
So that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking. Like, what?
keep believing
Can,
that. I
What you
want y'all
mean
to
brother?
keep
believe all this
believing that?
bullshit. Keep believing it.
Dude, it was
I don't want to shake your
advertising
worldview.
companies
I don't
and
want to shake your
independent
worldview.
labs doing
Keep
this
your
shit.
worldview intact. I dare you to do the
Dude, your
research. I
doctor would
double
tell
dare
you
you.
to stop doing something
I
that
double dare you. I double dare you to do the research. Go back to the 1930s and 40s and see if doctors were
Hey,
so
brother.
doctors
So
endorsing
ain't
going
that? Hold on.
cigarettes.
Let me,
See if
Dad, please. Can
doctors
you,
were
Dad?
endorsing
I'm
cigarettes.
gonna act like I'm speaking to you. So, Dad, in the night,
Yeah,
tobacco
speak to
been
him.
around forever, right? Correct.
yes.
So what? So my question was, and I was trying to calm it down. Can we come? What made them put that CDC sticker on tobacco?
Because
That's all my question was. And it's
you
not
just
like in 19 whatever. That is like what we could throw a rock at. That's right there at the corner. That's
I
like
just answered that question,
he
but you asking
refusing to
again.
say the name is Mercerto. How you say that name, Big O?
Monsanto.
Monsanto.
It was them.
That mean
That's the reason why they
That mean they had more chemicals. It went from being just tobacco to other things. You know what I'm saying? That's why I brought up the name Monsanto. And it's but he's saying he studied it. But you said 1930, but tobacco been around forever.
You're
So I'm
not
just
hearing
trying
me.
to.
You're not
ask a
hearing me.
question on the point since you studied so much on it. What
Yeah,
made them
yeah.
put a
You here to
CDC
try to
label on?
you here to try to help them out. That's cool. Go ahead,
No,
help
bro,
them
I'm
out.
asking a
Let's
question.
see.
Bro,
Let's see how
you
you
didn't
do
be
it.
asking a
Let's see how
question.
well you can do. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead. Go
Bro,
ahead. I'm
I'm
gonna be quiet.
asking a question, bro, to
I
learn.
answered your fucking question, and then you asking it again. Then you asking it again. Go ahead,
I
bro.
didn't. Ain't nobody heard you answer my
Jump on your
question. What
bandwagon.
made
Jump
them
on
put
your
a
bandwagon.
CDC,
Let's have a conversation. I'm gonna
bro?
be quiet. Go ahead.
Bro, what made them put a CDC label on tobacco? You didn't answer my question. I'm asking you. You
That's
said
the
you
fourth
studied them.
time. That's the fourth time you asked that question. I told you they did it in the 80s, and the reason they did it because niggas was dropping off over cancer. That's why.
In the 80s. But then you said something about 1930 or something. If
I
I ain't,
said, doctor, man, see, you motherfuckers don't listen, man. Fuck it.
bro,
We're
I'm
not even
going
gonna
off
say
what you said. I'm
some
really,
retarded motherfuckers. I
man,
can't
you
even get
crazy
one
as
out.
hell, bro.
I told you
You
in the
just said
1940s and
something in
40s,
the night. Then you went to
motherfuckers
1980.
endorsing. Now I know why y'all
Tobacco
don't
ain't no
understand shit.
new.
I
You
understand.
acting
Now I
like
understand why you niggas
so.
don't know nothing.
Oh, hold on. So tobacco was created in 1980.
Dak, you let retarded motherfuckers on the call, bro.
Man, go ahead, bro.
You got retarded motherfuckers on the call, man.
No, he made he. That's a legit question. First, he
Oh,
asked you
okay,
was
yeah,
to.
it's legit. It's legit.
No, it was a legit question because first he made a reference
Did
to
I
how
say?
old.
Did I say fucking tobacco was started in 1930s? Did I say that? The
No, you
fucking
didn't say
Native
that.
Americans were smoking tobacco.
You were
I
saying in the
said
night.
doctors.
You
I
said
said
in the
American
1930s the
medical.
scientist was
Oh my
lying to the
God, man, you
people.
motherfuckers! I'm done. I'm done.
You said in the
Final
1940s. This
questions. If you got any questions for me,
damn
ask
dude.
them now. Cause the retardedness, I don't deal with retarded shit well.
Okay,
If you
now
got
with
a
that.
question for me, ask me the question. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Okay,
I thought this was gonna be some legitimate shit, but it ain't.
this is totally legit. But with that being said, Big O made a reference to how old tobacco is. So it's older than your 1940 study. And then in your 1940 study, only thing you talked about is how the FDA and all the scientists was lying to the people and saying that it doesn't cause cancer. So now when I told you where my research started and I was talking about truth, I was bringing up real evidence, right? And now this is what you're embarking on, talking about 1980. But Big O is not asking you about 1980. He asking you, why did they put the sticker on? Not when did they put it on? Why
So I
did
need
they
to say
put
it
it on?
again. I need to say it again. You didn't
Damn.
hear it the first time? Yeah, laugh it off. Laugh it off. Laugh it off. It's funny. He. Motherfuckers dying from cancer. It's funny. Yeah. It's a ha ha
People
ha.
was dying from cancer from telephone poles and
Oh, okay. All
electricity
right.
poles.
Yeah. Okay.
Them
All right.
motherfuckers are still hanging
All right.
in any urban neighborhood. You can find
So
telephone
yeah.
poles
So
hanging
fuck it.
all
Why
over
not
the
have
place.
cigarettes? You got people dying from telephone poles. Might as well just have cigarettes killing people. No big deal. Y'all logic is fucked up,
The
bro.
reason why it started doing that is because Monsanto, he just told
Ah.
you, have you ever
Okay.
heard of them? You
I
said you
told you.
did. So
Oh
if
my
you
God.
did, you would know why they put the Surgeon General label on there. Because before Monsanto
You
got
don't
the
know what the
listen,
fuck you are
before
talking about.
Monsanto, before
Yeah,
Monsanto,
so you were
before
fooling the two
Monsanto,
boys
before
looking.
Monsanto
You
got
were
their
wrong in the
hands on the
two left
tobacco,
shoes,
it
bro.
was pure.
You
Before
were wrong.
Monsanto
Monsanto
got
was
their
only one of the
hands on the
companies. It was a
tobacco,
bunch of
it was
companies.
never ever
Have you
deemed
ever heard
something
of Philip
bad.
Morris? Have you ever
Now,
heard of Philip Morris?
now
Have
that
you
Thank
they
ever
you.
got their
Thank
heard
you.
of
hands
Philip
on it,
That's
Morris?
all I was getting to, brother. Thank you.
Man, man, what the fuck, man? This some fuckboy shit. I mean, I don't understand. Y'all twisting my words and y'all trying to play these games instead of just saying, you know what? I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna see if this nigga's telling the truth or not. But instead, you're gonna challenge it just to be
Man,
challenging
do
it?
you know how
This shit
old
don't make no
tobacco
sense.
is, bro? Tobacco is older
Dude,
than the
I'm
1900s,
not
bro.
talking about
Get the fuck
tobacco.
out of
I'm
here.
talking about cigarettes
Yeah,
manufactured.
tobacco.
You not,
Tobacco is
oh my
older than the
God, bro. I'm done.
1900s,
I'm done. I'm done. I'm
bro.
out. I holler at you guys. I'm out. I can't deal with retarded shit.
whoa. Yeah, that was an experience there. I think what it is that he got proven wrong on the water, first of all. And Brandon brung up how water beads up on a flat surface, and he couldn't get himself out of that. And that just gave me the idea to go ahead and pull up the image because, you know, on their master teachers channel, Sanchez, they used the images. So I was trying to, because he cannot use his imagination for shit. For shit.
Signs and symbols. Yeah, I'm hearing it. But did I actually ask a fucked up question? Like, I didn't even see the disrespect in the question that I was asking.
No,
With him
I'm
being a
telling you.
studier, I would just.
No, where it's stemming from. It's stemming from his frustration, him trying to prove the flat earth and him unable to prove that. And then he switched the conversation over to the scientists is always lying to us. And then we were talking about how shit changes with science because science is always changing. One day it can be one thing and the next day it can be another, like a caterpillar. Like I was trying to tell him before when he was being disruptive, a caterpillar for most people was told it was an insect and not a larva, not an egg of a butterfly. And that's exactly what it is, like how a larva is to a fly or larva is to a mosquito. It's the same thing to a butterfly. But people think the caterpillar is some insect because their master teacher loves to teach that reference point to kindergarten minds because that's how he teaches it. He teaches that the caterpillar is totally separate from the butterfly. And how in the hell can you do that? But
And
nonetheless,
the key word in that, and what you're saying is called adaptation, which equals change. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead.
oh, but yeah. So when we was talking about Pluto, he was saying that they was
Damn,
lying.
y'all was jumping everywhere. Damn.
Yeah, that was him. That was him because he couldn't prove whatever he was talking about. But leading up to where you was at in terms of coming in, because he was trying to talk about first, he couldn't prove the point on the scientist line about Pluto. And then now it's about tobacco. Now they lying about tobacco. And you just made a pertinent point when you came up and said, do you know who Moderna is? He said he know who they are. And then you asked the question, why did they put the Surgeon General stamp on the side? He said in 1981, they put it on the side. He's not answering your question. He's going back to a date that I mentioned. I mentioned that date in 1981 that the tobacco industry was being sued up their ass when that shit was on litigation since.
And that's why my next question was, how long was tobacco around before 1981? Like, let's be
long before then. And another question I would beg to ask him is, how long do he think that shit was in litigation for lawsuit? That shit was on litigation for 20 years. They was trying to sue the tobacco company for 20 years. And it finally came through.
And why in this short period of time? That's the only time it ever happened.
Right. So
as old as tobacco is. Come on.
Yeah, he's just he's falsifying his claim. He's manufacturing an argument. And what ended up happening is that he had contradicted himself in his argument, and he had deviate, and that's what happened. He got frustrated because we wouldn't allow him to deviate no more because you kept pounding him with the question. You asked me that 4 times because you never answered it the first 4 times he asked you. He asking you why, not when. It was in 1981. Okay, we know. But why did they put it on there? Why did they put pressure on the Surgeon General to put that big ass stamp on the side saying that if you smoke it, it's bad for you? Why? He couldn't answer it. He could have even said something as simple as his conspiracy theory, because the scientist said so. He could have said that and got kind of like out of the question, but
or is it because it wasn't, or is it because the truth is it's not 100% tobacco anymore?
Right. Because when you was trying to ask him that question on Monsanto, I got the name wrong, and you was asking him what do they genetically modify. I think what he said, especially meat. What he say?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep.
And that was, we wasn't even talking about that. We was talking about tobacco. And yeah, this is what happens when a person is bagged in the corner with bad information. They'll try to scratch your eyes out like a cat.
I just really came up here to learn. Salute HOT. Is that my brother up there? Salute. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon up there. I don't know if
Yeah,
he
Brandon. Yeah. I just came up here to learn, and I just had questions, man, for the master teachers that study and know everything other than what it, And I thought my question was pretty simple, man. I don't know. Hope the brother come back. I hope he come. Maybe he'll come back on, calm down a little. I just was asking genuine questions, man. I don't know it all for sure.
well, he was raising arguments. I tell you that. Because at first it started off with the flat earth. Everybody know my position on that. So he came up to have a cordial conversation on that, and it was until he started getting debunked. And then it started turning into some bullshit after that. And then get it under control, and then it starts spewing out of control again. Then it comes under control, then it goes in and out, and then that's when I said, okay, I understand the frustration of why people be getting muted in the back, but I know I don't deserve it, and I do not initiate the shit. But even on my panel, where I'm not going to mute you, I'm not going to kick you to the back, but you are going to get yourself under control. Because I will beat you up with my vocabulary. I will linguistically.
Yeah, you fine with that. I ain't gonna front. You fine with that. But look, I do got a question with some of the people that pop up. Like, if you use anything around the 1900s and above, and that's the only scholarship you got, man, I think we missing a whole lot of information. You know what I'm saying? Like, you talking about something recent. Like, I was born in 1979. Like you missing a whole lot of information. You know what I'm saying? 1900s, from seeing our parents to our grandparents.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm starting to believe that a lot of y'all that say y'all studiers and readers, man, and y'all ain't talking past living life and reading and whatever. You really ain't as studied as you say you are, man. You know what I'm saying? You just, I don't know. I'm tripping. I just really came up to learn. I hope I ain't mess up the bill and then, but that was interesting though, man.
No, you didn't mess up the bill, because at this point in time with the stream, I open it up, and sometimes it'll be on topic, to say the least, or even if it veer off from topic, I don't mind it if I got the panel open. But I already got my
And I'm sorry if I seemed like I was veering off a topic.
Oh no, not at all.
I wasn't really veering off. I was trying to
No, you came up here on point when you asked them questions about these people who are in the tobacco business, rather if the people are selling the nutrients like a Miracle Grow, or is the actual motherfucker Phillips, Morrison, Salem, Newport,
yeah,
whoever
I'm from
the
Virginia.
fuck.
I'm from Virginia, so I know what it's
Right.
Yeah.
No, you didn't veer off. That's the conversation we was on from him coming up here. I think he was hearing me express my my sentiments toward the flat earth community. And you know how I feel about it. It's misleading, to say the least. So he came up here, he expressed himself saying that the earth is flat and it's not a globe, and I was trying to explain how water was doing this and doing that.
And that's why I asked my question in the chat. Like, because to me, it's an incubator. It's like learning about the rainbow and the shape of a rainbow and lights and magnetism. It's like I wish I could have got into that conversation as well. Like
Yeah.
certain things show, and then when y'all was talking about the planets, I definitely came in too late. So you know
But
how they
no, yeah, yeah. That would have been an interesting concept to bring up into the conversation. Um,
yeah. So
because
can I ask you, what is a rainbow, and why is it that do you feel like it's a reason for the shape of a rainbow?
oh yeah, oh yeah, it takes on a concave. I said concave. It takes on. Excuse me, I'm kind of like tired, but it takes on a curve of the atmosphere and also what is reading from the electric magnetism. And I'm using this loosely but strongly from what the Earth is giving off. The same radiance that the Earth is giving off, the same radiance that the atmosphere is giving off. This is what is going to take shape. That's the reason why we see a rainbow in the arc position or in the arc uh, um, form. Is because it's taking on that shape of what the atmosphere is saying and what the earth is saying. It's almost like saying, it's like almost blowing a huge bubble, like one of the world's biggest bubbles. It's just like that. It's like the world's biggest bubbles because we all know what elements take place. Water, right? Uh it's what kind of water it is. I think it's vaporized water. It's vapor water and light. And when that light shines through those little small vapors, you will get your color prism. And in that color prism, it'd bring it all together. So when you looking at it in the perception, because I done brung up that arc. That's why I was trying to tell him about the arc. When you move to the side, that rainbow would change on you. If you go too far out of the rainbow's view, you will not see it versus somebody who's in the direct view of the rainbow. Because I done call people and say, hey, look outside, you see that rainbow? They'd be like, where? It's only on my side of the town. But it looked like it stretches out throughout the sky like the whole world can see it. But no, that's what you call perception. But in giving that's like it's the light beaming off the water vapors or the what's the word I'm looking for? Mist. There it is. The water mist. Because that's exactly what it is. It's mist. And the light shines through this mist and they give you all spectrums of the color. What people don't know how it's like, how do it shines all these colors? Well, whether you know it or not, it's going through a prism. It's going through a prism, and the prism we all know is black because once we are out of the vision of the sun, we actually see what color the sky is, which is black. But because the sun plays on yellow, it plays on the blue, which we see green in terms of our plant life, and it will also play on the color spectrum because people think that 3 prime colors is red, blue, and green. They're not.
Can I ask you a question?
Go
Is
ahead.
that why on the last point of looking at a rainbow, it's like looking at the sky without a rainbow, no rain, no nothing. When the sun rises and sets, it's purple, right? Is that the reason why when we look at a rainbow in the sky, the last color that we usually see when you do look at a rainbow, if anybody pays attention, is purple?
Yeah, it's violet. That's a
Violet, yeah.
yeah, that's a um um damn, it's at the tip of my tongue. There I go again, slipping. Cause ultra ultra red. They both violet and red falls under these two categories. I can't. Infra. There it is. It's infrared and also infra purple. These fall under the spectrum where they give off a certain heat spectrum.
And that's how they learn how to make these type of goggles and whatever that we wear
Oh yeah.
today. Yeah, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Oh yeah. The purple is the two actually mixing the red and the blue in that color spectrum. Because like I was getting to the three primes, the real three primes is yellow, blue, and red. Those are your three primes. That's the reason why you see a lot of green and a different teaching, right? Because this is didact. In a different teaching, they'll teach you about red, blue, and green being the three primary colors, because this is what they see in the plantain life. Little that they know, yellow is the color of sun rays. Without that light, you wouldn't be able to see that color. So your first primary is your yellow. Your blue, your ultra blue light is just what it is. Infrared, you don't actually see red. It's infra. It's just like with purple. That's with the red and blue mix. That's an infra, but it does come into vision. It will come into the vision, what we know as the color red. All right. Now, with these three primary colors playing on each other, this is how we see the whole entire color spectrum, but it has to go through a black filter.
And that's why most people don't understand the power of signs and symbols when it come down to the point of those colors that you just named, yellow, blue, red, why they're on every structure, every symbol, every store, every fast food market. You got red, you got blue, you got yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart, KFC, Wendy's, McDonald's, this, that, blase blah. Because these things set out more in the virtual eye of us being perceiving of ourselves as on his land base. But it's power in those colors that you just named. You know what I'm saying? And you're right
Mm-hmm.
about how green, and then green is also used I think in the structure of using the chakras of the when you study we say even in religions or whatever, how
Mm-hmm.
those colors that you just named are the more higher aspects of the chakras, right or wrong.
Oh yeah. Do you know they associated green with alien technology or aliens? Well, they associated green, gray, and it's another color they associate with them. But green is one of the major colors, though. Like emeralds, they used to depict the gods always in green, like emerald green, um, sapphire, turquoise.
And you
Um,
just made me think about emerald tablets when you talked about green.
yeah,
For some reason, yeah. Go ahead, you got it.
but yeah, green is important in terms of what color it represents in the chakra. But what is not being told, and Didac is letting the cat out the bag, is that yellow is really that primary color that goes through the blue to give you your green. So all the green leaves and green grass that people see, that is the actual yellow from the sun rays and the blue from the sky. But the sky
Yeah,
is actually
and, and,
right.
then, and then and then you're right, because when you talk about it's a form of melanin. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So
yeah.
for plants, it's
Not
the
only
yellow and
not
go ahead.
Oh,
I'm
only
there
sorry.
go
that,
Brandon right there.
I've been listening the whole time. I'm doing the transport, but not only that, the only time that you see the yellow and the red and the orange is in the fall, is depending on the angle that the sun is hitting that prism. So those are the only times that you will see the yellow, the
Thank you
red.
very much, because I wanted to get
So
to that fall. Yeah, because when it starts, the equinox start to change and all that. That's a good observation. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, you get the different skies of October, and this is all over, even in areas where it's tropic. I mean,
so
oh, go
I
ahead.
don't mean to cut you off, but let's go into it. So even the electromagnetic spectrum that surrounded the magnetic field around the Earth, let truth be told, let the cat out the bag, like you say, the northern lights are green. So when that yellow light shines through that green electromagnetic field they call the northern lights, it gives you the blue hue that you see in
Mm-hmm.
the sky. That's why the sky is blue, because of the yellow. But go ahead, man. That's what, like, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Vegan Warrior would be awesome if he just listened. I proved to him real quick that water does curve. Anybody with observation will see that if you take a droplet of water, you place it on a flat surface, it's curved. The bottom part of the water of that droplet is flat. But I just wanted to say that. But yeah, man, the color scheme that we see with the green, when you talked about that certain gods in ancient times were depicted with a green hue. Let's talk about the Emerald tablets. You had the god Thoth. He was depicted as green.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the blue hue and the purple hue, we can go to Krishna, Ganesh, and that's all based on. But man, bro, if we people don't see, the thing is, when people don't listen, they want their truth to be told, but when you break it down to the simplest form, it messes with their head because they overthinking it when everything in nature is based on simple fundamental principles. It's easy, because if it was hard, then it would be hard to see. Your eyes don't lie to you. You see the green, you see the blue, you see the yellow. Infrared, reason why infrared is called infrared, because it's that light spectrum is hot. I'm a firefighter.
Mm-hmm.
We use thermal imager cameras to see heat behind walls. But guess what? When it's a cold area, guess what's depicted? Blue. When it's a
Mm-hmm.
hot area, what's depicted? Red. Because but yo, you right on point. I'm gonna go ahead and beat back up.
Oh no, you was getting in. You was getting in. But yeah, um, there is a teaching going around about the red, blue, and the green, and uh, you know what? I'm not going to push back on him. I'm pretty sure that he's going to go and do his due diligence on the research, and I think he might come up with something different. But yellow
Hey,
is the
that
color
but
of
bro,
sunlight.
you real quick, I don't mean to cut you off again, but you got me started. In order to make ultraviolet light, you gotta take away the blue, the green light, right? Because when you want to
Mm-hmm.
get good marijuana cannabis, you hit that plant with blue light and red light, which gives you the ultraviolet, which causes the growth of that plant to become a hybrid and do things that it would naturally do. So it's just like, for example, the fire tetrahedron. When all those colors come together at a certain angle during a certain time, green is produced. So when you take away a certain, I'm gonna give you the fire tetrahedron. Fire ceased to exist. If you remove fuel from the fire tetrahedron, y'all can look this up. There is no fire. If you remove oxygen from a fire, there is no fire. If you remove the heat from a fire, there is no fire. So there's certain things
And
that have to come
carbon,
together.
and carbon, and carbon.
And
Yeah.
carbon. Correct. So if you want to get that cannabis that they talk about, that ultraviolet where it gets that real thick bud, then you grow that plant under ultraviolet light because you're taking out the green light. But y'all go ahead.
But
Right.
now you get to the point of explaining what the moon actually is, the type of light that the moon produces.
Oh
You
yeah, that's why lunar gardening is very important, and especially in the horticulture world. But it's funny that you mentioned that, because I cultivate marijuana, and that is one of the major things in metal highlights, because I run gas bulbs. The new wave growers running LEDs. I'm old school, so yeah, we gotta buy light sensitive, color sensitive lights. What spectrum that is pushing out, the more of the spectrum that is pushing out. And you absolutely correct. To get those dense buds, you gotta pump that motherfucking ultraviolet.
Truth be told, plants do their most growing phase during the nighttime, especially
Yeah.
during the quote
Exactly,
unquote
brother.
hard
Exactly, brother.
full moon. Like for example, my family got a farm in Alabama. You'll notice that the deers will move when there's a full moon because they know that during the full moon, when that light is shining, that's when your corn crops, your okra crops, your acre peas, and the like, they grow and they get that. For lack of better words, they get that growth. It's right. It's harvest time. So even the animals understand because again, deer see light in a certain spectrum. That's why they move at night, and the harvest moon allows them to see based on the spectrum that that moon is shining on them plants for them to go ahead and eat that vegetation. But y'all go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, lunar gardening is a real thing. Master growers, they do a lot of cultivating at nighttime. The ones that's outside, like in Emerald Triangle up in California, a lot of their gardening is done at night, and people don't understand that. What they do to show tutorials, they'll be during the daytime. You might see them clip a little snippet here because they just showing people how to prune. But at nighttime, that's where it actually takes place. Because, like you said, that's when once the plant gather its energy at night, is dispersing it now, and it also uses the help of the moon and its light, because the moon light is like a white light, almost like a fluorescent, to say the least. And that white light will also help in creating dense bud, but keep it growing at a
You
height.
want to know why? You want to know why? Because that light is a soft light. It's not as energized as that light from the sun. So it will be similar to like a cold light. It gives that plant just enough energy where it won't go into an active state, but give it
Right,
just enough quote unquote metabolism, just like the body, to produce and do the chemical reactions that it needs when that white fluorescent light from the moon is shining. But bro,
right,
man, right, man. I ain't even been to school for this, dog. It's just observation. So when people talk about the scientific method, my eyes don't lie to me. I don't need the scientists. No, forget scientists. I'm doing my own observations, and I'm gonna
mm,
compare it to what they said, and then I'm gonna come up with my conclusion. And I want to say this to everybody: I don't care what another person thinks, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, everybody on a path to learn and getting truth. But my eyes don't lie to me. But y'all go ahead.
yeah. I'm going coming up on 6 hours and 2 minutes. I'm going shutting down on the 6 hour minute, even though an hour ain't a minute, but that's how I say it. But yeah, man, nail on the head though. With the moon, it's a lesser light, and it allows the metabolism of the sugars, the carbohydrates, to break down. It's just like with any human being, it's time to digest. So during the nighttime, that's when the plant is giving off gases such as carbon monoxide and things of that nature. So yeah, um, you are absolutely correct. And really, George Washington Carver was not no trained or educated man in the institution about the plant world. But that motherfucker, he knew everything about what a plant says because observation. He was able to observe the plants, see what they did, and he was able to apply it as if he went to a fucking 8 year college. But yeah.
Hey
Mm-hmm.
man, it's been a beautiful night, man. A beautiful stream. I'm still at the workplace, but I just want to say, man, peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to Greedy Vegan. Vegan Warrior. And bro, I'm probably not gonna be able to hear it, but man, take us home with On Your Face, man. Earth, Wind, and Fire, bro. That's what we're talking about, the elements, man. But you already know how it go. Peace and love to y'all, brothers, man.
Okay, I got you, baby. Again, thank you very much to HOTC Brandon. Thank you very much to Vegan Warrior. Thank you very much to Big O. Let me run through this list again. Who all came? If on top of the list. Yep. Quentin Emerson, thank you very much for showing up. Sister Soul, thank you very much for showing up. The Schumann Show, thank you very much for showing up. And Mental Ninja, he showed up. I think he probably showed up and hit it. But yeah, thank you for showing up. You can always hit the link, Mental Ninja. You know, I told you what you be doing. You do the greatest fallacies ever created when you appeal to the masses and authority because you hate Philly OG just as much as I do, but I don't know how in the hell you get on his show and able to stay. And the only way you can do that is you have to appeal to that dude. And that's a fallacy, man. You need to stop that shit. But I'm going to close out with a couple hits, of course. One is a request, so let me get on to this.
Hey, I believe you muted, bro.
No, I'm just not getting to the list. My fault.
Ain't it funny that the way you feel shows on your face? And no matter how you try to hide it, states your case. Now I'm proud to bring your spirits down to the ground and never let you see the good things all around. Every time I see the let, I feel this flow. I love run out and the wind won't blow. But that can't make me sad, just can't make me. Whoa, 'cause I've been there before. Don't wanna go no more. Let it take me, won't let it drive me mad. Sadness, there's no remedy for the problems in your life. While you run your race, keep a smiling shake me. You can make me sad. Oh, 'cause I've been there before. Don't wanna go no more. Yeah. Don't let it drive me mad. You can shake me the way I feel today. Come tomorrow, I'll feel the same old way. Anybody that way you feel shows on your face. Yeah, yeah. Baby, my heart is feeling that way. I like the way me when you feel. You're the sunshine in your heart. Are you satisfied in your life and time? Does it clear your mind? All the hurt you find. Oh yeah. Whoa. Feel no other, man, we're meant to stay. Oh yeah. Nations bloom today on gifts of yesterday. Born of the earth, are nature's children, fed by the wind, the breath, the light, judged by the fiery hands of God. We're almost by the hand of the master plan. Oh yeah. Can you understand? You're about a grain of sand. Do you need a guide? Alright. Gonna make you feel satisfied. Head to the sky. We'll tell you why. Born of the earth.
What up, though? You hit the link, Brandon. Oh, let me finish playing my hits then.
Oh yeah, bro. Play them hits, man. I was on mute.
Our nature's children, fed by the wind, breath of life, judged by the fiery. Do you need a guide? riding down high. Yeah, 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 when you search the sky. All right, does it make you cry? Oh, do you understand? Ain't nothing but a big old man. All right. I've been in the right place, but it must have been the wrong time. I done said the right thing, but it must have used the wrong line. I've been on the right trail, but I must have used the wrong car. Head is in a bad place, and I wonder what's good for. I've been in the right place, but it must have been the wrong time. My head is in a bad place, but I'm having such a good time. I've been running, trying to keep tongue up in my mind. Just got to give myself a good talking to this time. Just need a little brain salad surgery. Got to cue my insecurity. But I've been in the wrong place, but it must have been the right time. I've been in the right place, but it must have been the wrong song. I've been in the right vein, but it seems like a wrong on. Cause I've been in the right world, but it seems like the wrong. Slipping, dodging, sneaking, peeping, hiding out down the street. See my life shaking with every who I meet. Refried confusion as I'm making itself clear. Wonder which way I go, get on out of here. Cause I've been in the right place, but it must have been the wrong time. And I done said the right thing, but it must have used the wrong line. I took the right road, but I must have took the wrong joint. I took the right move, but I made it at the wrong time. I went in the right trail, but I made it in the wrong call. Head is in a good place, and I wonder what Express yourself. Express yourself. You don't never need help from nobody else. All you got to do now, express yourself. Whatever you do, do it good. Whatever you do, Lord, Lord, do it good. Oh yeah. It's not what you look like when you're doing what you're doing. It's what you're doing when you're doing what you look like you're doing. Express yourself. Express yourself. You're doing it on the moon.
Oh yeah. All right, thank y'all again for coming by. I appreciate everybody who showed up. Thank you very much again. And I'm going to go ahead and end this stream.